remain. And the last hope for the West here in Paris in the sold-out STC Arena.
C'est plein à craquer, il n'y a plus de place à vendre, frérot.
Now, if you're a fan of League of Legends, you're a fan of Faker.
Okay, that's not wrong. But if you're a French fan of League of Legends, there's one thing that comes above in your heart than Faker, and that is Carmine Corp. Parce que quand on est un fan français de League of Legends, oui, on soutient Faker, oui, on soutient T1, mais il y a bien une équipe qui arrive avant tout le monde. Et cette équipe, c'est Carmine Corp.
Okay. Paris, who's here for T1?
Paris, qui est là pour Carmine Corp?
All right, it's loud in here, and it is now time to kick off this first semi-final. Blue?
Ok, oui.
Let's do it.
C'est parti avec le rêve d'un homme d'avoir la meilleure équipe du monde sous ses couleurs qui devient de plus en plus concret cette année. Mesdames et messieurs, Carmine Corp. What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go!
Come on! I lost my voice screaming for this team, but I got a few more in me! Bring out T1!
Weeks ago, they swept today's opponent from the MSI stage. Yesterday, they dismantled the reigning MSI champions. T1 have arrived at the semi-finals with a warning for everyone left in Paris. When the stakes rise, so do they.
Casey's done the unlikely yesterday. Can they do the impossible today? Est-ce qu'on peut le faire? Carmine Corp versus T1. Mesdames et messieurs, faites
du bruit!
I like that. Unlikely yesterday, impossible today, as T1 takes center stage yet again. It was a task that all the fans said KC wouldn't be able to do, but they got across the line in the quarterfinals. AG.AL was one thing, but T1 are another, as I'm joined for this magical TriCast by Jack Spectra, also known as Tom Cruise, and at the very end, the very lovely Trouble Inc. to take us through maybe another European upset. We're not quite sure.
Hey man, they made it through AG.AL. We didn't expect that through their road through MSI. So impossibles, possibles, it doesn't matter. We're here right now, full sold out arena, hands in the air with the phones and the flashlights shining. KC's in the house for them.
And it's been a tournament of upsets, right? Combo Life losing to T1, BLG losing yesterday to DK, Leon losing to Brazil.
Oh yeah.
T1 and KC taking down AG.AL. It's just been upset after upset. So for me, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to continue to see that trend today, especially when we were listening to the chants. I thought it would be kind of 50-50 between T1 and KC, but it felt pretty KC favored here today.
There's a big block over to the right side, or at least camera left. That is right now all blue, all French, all supportive of KC. Two of the biggest organizations fan base, by the way. KC in France, and even when we go across LEC roadshows, there is always a big pack of KC supporters. But T1, anywhere in the world you go, there are fans to blow it all out, because here, I'll also say on our side, Jack, Trouble, there are a lot of T1 fans who've come out in Paris again.
I mean, I feel like everyone is sort of a T1 fan at
You have to be at this point.
You really can't be like the GOAT who's played for T1, has played for so many years. You gotta be a fan of T1, but you also gotta support your home, you know, and for most of the French crowd, home is KC. I'm not gonna lie, lads. I'm a bit scared. 3 LCK teams versus 1 ABA team. The last remaining home of the West.
Those odds. It's already a surprise. How much further can they take it? We're about to go into pick and ban. It is only a best of 3. I think that's the fans' biggest disappointment, that we don't get a full 5-game series like we did at MSI. For better or for worse, of course, T1 with a 3-0 at MSI. A disappointing, I guess, tournament for KC. There's no ifs and ands about that. That definitely was.
For sure.
Can they redeem themselves as we move into Pick Ban?
Yeah, this has been a much-needed bounce back for KC, and I'm really looking at the Jace because Doran had a really good game on it against Zeus yesterday, and Kana had a really good game as well up against Flandre. So that's a pick that I could definitely see KC looking to take away really, really early here, or T1 looking to take it as well.
Both of them have actually been wanted respectively in their series. However, things like Cassior, Syndra, Jarvan also looming around. Jace, as Jack mentioned, not a surprise right here. I wouldn't mind seeing the Jarvan smashed here from Yike, especially since he can do a lot of damage.
Oh wow, we are insta-locking the 6 Lee Sin. I really liked Kalist yesterday on the Victor. The only worry I have is with 6, you don't have much agency. With the Victor, you can lane bully, you can be really strong and have higher impact, but I don't see him doing that on the 6.
The Ziggs was the critical mage, though. That's the problem I have. The Victor looked good, but can he redeem himself on the Ziggs? Because early in the tournament wasn't great. Lee Sin locked alongside. Trouble, you're talking about that Cassio Syndra. The option's going to be here for T1.
The funny thing about T1 is that Cassio Syndra can be played in the same composition for T1. They've done it before.
That's true.
They're interchanging Paze and Faker, having the Syndra and Cassiopeia. So they could be locking in this year right now. Miasma is so strong into Lee Sin. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the 1-2.
I do think that this Syndra probably could be going towards the bot lane, and then they can look to take the jungler here, match up into the Lee Sin, and then choose to either put the Syndra mid lane, bot lane, keep that flex going, because if you pick the Cassio, you're kind of revealing your cards a little bit more. So it looks like it's going to be the Sin Sao for owner. Ooh, they take away the Camille instead. I'm
a hater.
A little bit of, if I'm EU biased here, I'm very happy about this. I think Camille has been the biggest bait pick of the tournament. I would love to see KC just lock in the Leona every time. I feel like we've seen this matchup. Leona just survives the laning phase fine, and then you get level 6. I'd 10 out of 10 times rather have a level 6 Leona than level 6 Camille.
I do actually see the takeaway right here from Carrier taking the Camille away. Doing mobile lady carries for T1, dunking the bomb of Ziggs on a Camille ult would have been pretty much deadly for T1. So taking it away from our hands to free us, but also as a gift as well. Now the Shen could be going into the hands of Kana. We have seen Flandre played a lot over on the top side of the map, or just straight up into the Camille down bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to go into Busio. Kana doesn't strike me as a huge Shen player. He, of course, does play the Scion here and there, but I would like to see him on the Bruiser instead, something more of a carry that he can play towards. I think the weakest link of T1, even though Doran has been performing better, is still Doran, and that's the lane that I want to see KC abuse. I think their solo laners have been playing fantastic this tournament, so leaving Kana, or leaving Kalist and Busio rather, on this 6 Shen, you have the global mobility of Busio on the Shen, can help out those laners. I would love to see that.
Regardless, though, if it is going to be Kana in the end, I have a lot of faith. Kana, as you said, had a great tournament. Versus Doran, what a time for him to step up as well after quite an abysmal showing at MSI. Now, Akali's going to be banned away. Sylas as well. A lot of dive options being taken off the table for these mid laners. And again, it's not really showing any of the cards or the hands of where this Syndra / where this Ziggs Shen, side note, is also going as well.
And I'm looking for a 4th pick right here for KC, for it to be top lane, something that will go into Doran's Jace, things like the Gnar pop out of mine, Rumble as well has been playing into ranged champions, specifically if you play a little bit more aggressive with the help of a Lee Sin early game. And then if you want to go completely the LPL route, Yorick is super potent into something like the Jace. Anything that can shut down the side lane, and especially the weakest quote-unquote link for T1 would be great right here for KC.
Yeah, usually into the Jace you have 2 options. Either you can fight fire with fire, or you just go a tank, which a lot of people like to opt into.
Give us fire.
But I think, especially when you already have the Shen support, you want to pick a highly volatile matchup. Look to skill check for KC. It should be something explosive, like you said, Trouble. The Yorick I would like. I think the Ambessa could work. There's a lot of options for Kana here, and we'll have to see what he goes. You could even go to Vayne, but like you haven't really seen enough for Vayne to really make sense. As are we not locking in a jab?
Please, no pick ban. Oh my God, no way.
This is a Mirwin classic.
It is, he's been learning.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Mirwin pull out the Shyvana quite a bit with Ignite Teleport going this Bruiser AP build. And the idea is that as soon as you get your ultimate, you can always all-in the Jace. It plays similar to the Malphite Jace matchup, that as soon as you get that level 6, you have so much all-in threat that it's very difficult for the Jace to play. Although we haven't seen Kana on this pick before, so we'll have to see how he does.
And now it makes Syndra a volatile solo laner, so I'm leaning more towards that Syndra going down bot lane, because you definitely would not want to leave Syndra on the side lane now that you know a Shyvana is looming around. So I'm expecting potentially Pace to take that one down bot, and this being a pick right here for Faker. With Cassio and Akali already taken out though, I'm kind of thinking that this Syndra might end up mid.
I mean, I'm thinking it's either ESRL here for T1 or a mid lane pick. Although this Taliyah,
that's Pace
we've
Taliyah,
seen
I think.
Pace a lot on this Taliyah. Definitely, I agree with you guys. Probably going to be Pace taking it up. We'll see here what KC decides to round out this comp. What does Yehu want in mid lane? You can presumably assume that it's going to be the Syndra mid. Let's see what he has.
All right. So, swap's going to come through. You're seeing in KC right now, just before that swap does come through, is that final round out. Victor locked in. Okay, so Victor mid, we're assuming.
Yeah.
Obviously the Ziggs will go bot. And that Shen again was support, as you pulled out earlier, Jack. So we do have, I mean, where the hell do you start with this? We've got a lot of AP damage outside of Yike on KC.
Yeah, the AP damage is a bit of a worry.
Outside of Shyvana, obviously going to probably go for that Shojin build that we've seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure
AD.
exactly how Shyvana's damage profile is, but I know it's definitely leaning towards more magic damage. So it does make me worry a bit that if T1 starts stacking that MR, they don't really have any big beefy frontline, but Sinsao can get quite a bit of MR, Camille can do the same. So it's something to be worried about if you're KC, but it's not like they're playing into a Sion Cassante that can become completely unkillable.
I actually love the KC draft here, especially since you mentioned all the squishiness coming from T1. It's a wombo combo, right?
Yeah.
The Victor ult, double the Ziggs ult, double the Shyvana ult. If those three things stack on top of anyone from T1, except for the Shinsa perhaps, then somebody instantly dies. I feel like that's what Karmicor were really good at doing versus AG.AL, turning their numbers advantage into one skirmishes. So right here with the wombo combos and the very quick spikes of damage through the AP profiles, I feel like they've got a pretty good chance for those quick skirmishes.
Well, spiking with damage is going to be ideal then, especially for Kana running into Doran's Jace. Comfort for Doran versus a champion that Kana has only played once before. In 2022, he piloted this in LCK
Okay, but
Summer.
that's like old Shyvana, so it's kind of
I know,
count.
because I'm looking at the build and I'm like, wait, it was versus DRX, versus a Sejuani top.
That is a crazy build.
And we're seeing Iceborne Gauntlet, Demonic Embrace. There's a Warmogs in there with a Void Staff. I think it's going to be a little bit different. But how much so? Is it going to be different in score? Is it going to be different in feeling? T1 had their number at MSI. As we run into Summoner's Rift, it is KC's home arena, and they've shown that home crowd advantage has had major effects. T1, they always like the underdog story if it goes towards them as well. They don't care.
I mean, so I kind of prefer the T1 draft, at least with how I see it playing out.
Okay.
I think they have really good pick tools to be really annoying against KC.
Right.
We're just starting off with a fight.
Face taking a half HP, it's in a bit of trouble. Hook shot, walk shot, we are going level 1 all in. Busio already gets the shadow dash, probably saves Yike's life with that as well. Yeah, who's just an onlooker at this point as T1. Commit a little bit. Flash, ignite down for Carrier. No flash for Yike.
The important thing there for Yike is he still started the E, so he's still going to be able to start his camps even though he starts incredibly low HP. If he was forced to recall there, it could be tragic, but we're not finished.
We're not indeed. Hook shot, walk shot on the Yahoo. They're going to find the stun up as well. Hail Blaze comes through. Rich shadow dash from Busio as well. Carrier getting low HP, but Yahoo's health matters more. Faker with a HP advantage massively. All pots burnt from Yahoo. That is a big trade from Carrier.
And this is a hail of blades Shen from Busio. He is ready to match the fist fight that Carrier wants to pull out on this.
Oh, he's flashed. He's
Faker.
flashed. Busio's flashed. He's in now. No matter what, wants to get Faker's flash. Get him out of the lane. Wait for the shadow dash. There it goes. Busio committed his summoner for that as well. Now he's going to have to get the hell out of lane a third time.
And the big question mark has been always, can you match Carrier? And he's roaming around the map. Busio with a super proactive level 1 has been incredible at taking names, and right here, flash off of Faker is pretty huge because we saw Yike on a super creative pathing yesterday versus AG.AL, where he
Oh my god, such a charge onto Kalist. Siphon shove avoided, he gets on out, but really survived. For now, Carrier's going to let him go. No flash burn from Kalist, but this Camille pick is level 1 and has had the most impact I've ever seen out of a level 1 support.
Yeah, this is why I say most teams should not be picking Camille, because this is how you need to play, and T1 and Keria are one of the few people that can actually pull it off. You need to be proactive every second of the game. But as we take a step back, as we slow down the game a little bit, what I was saying about the draft is T1 have a lot of range. They have the Jace poke, they have the Scatter the Weak, never mind,
like
cannot do that. Busio is getting chunked.
Yeah, I'm going to seismic shove someone. Busio at half HP again. Okay, Keria looking for another angle. Yike under threat here. His flash was burned earlier on. Keria looking for the kill, maybe onto Busio. There's a Halo Blaze as well. Shadow Dash is too fast. Sonic Wave. Keria has gone deep for this one, and he'll get punished. Cripple with a Tempest. First blood to Yike.
Bit of a blunder from Keria right there. Owner had already backed and had an extra longsword in his inventory, was looking to fight for that scout from down bot lane with the priority. Keria dying here kind of backs up the plans of Owner. Yike is still going to go towards the top side, and Owner is going to end up getting scout grab, but a huge kill going to Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think Keria thought, due to the fact that Yike was so chunked level 1, that his clear would be more delayed, so he would have time to play in that 1v1 up against Busio, but he didn't have it, and he ends up going down. It's a first blood for Yike, and a great start for KC.
Feels like a bit of relief for KC's bottom lane as well, since those chunks were coming through onto Kalista, onto Busio. Maybe a bit of reprieve here as Busio gonna know that Keria is in Foggerborn. Level 2 support, this is the meta we're in. As Keria looks for more info.
They're both just hungry for blood. Yeah. Keria wants to try to zone Busio from re-entering bot side here. And now they're looking towards mid. Yehu wants to try to fix this wave and crash it, but it's a 3 versus 2 for Faker.
Here comes Owner. Scatter the Weak not going to connect. Yehu is safe then. Dropping a couple of Dark Spheres. Faker gets the chunk out again.
Yeah, I don't think they can fix that wave at this point. I feel like they need to be a bit patient. Yehu is going to go back to base and come back, and I'm pretty sure Busio is still going to be there, so that Chen is still going to assist him if his wave needs help, which he will need help with what Faker is doing here, freezing it almost right in front of his tower. However, the positive thing right here for Yehu is that now...
Good job. Hookshot, walkshot, Kalista in trouble with a satchel. Bit of a buffer there after the stun. Keria getting involved in his own lane yet again while Busio's looking towards top. Doran half HP. He's got flash, but when will he burn it? Shadow Dash is waiting. No flash here from Busio, so he's waiting to time it. Doran gets out, and Busio not able to match it. Maybe thinking the wrong angle.
I think Busio kind of tried to go for the predict there just after Doran flashed.
Yep.
I thought he would flash more up rather than just to the right. Still though, Busio being incredibly proactive on the map here, getting flashes all across the board, helping out his mid laner as well. Although the fact that Yehu had no TP and the wave was frozen, it means that Faker now, with a really big CS lead, nearly a full level up on Yehu, and not the start that KC was looking for in the middle lane.
Solo lane's doing pretty well here. Doran, you know, finding his mark in the lane as well. Even though Kana gets a bit of a support, that's a pushing wave top, so Doran should be up a little bit. The supports are
still level 2, by the way.
They are not leveling anytime soon. They're trying to sap mid. Seismic shove, though. Look at Pays. Onto Kalista, gets chunked out. The mage allegations we come into today, wondering how he's going to play. So far, he's been bullied quite a lot here by T1's bottom side.
This is what's actually worrying me a lot. Syndra, Talia, Jace are so good at creating so much space and hitting you from Mars, basically.
Yeah, great range.
So if Yike or Kana cannot get on top of the backline, this will be really problematic later on when T1 is first at the objectives like right now.
Yeah, Casey, they want to try to re-enter, but Kalista doesn't have the teleport. Oh, Yike jumped over. I don't know if he meant to do that.
He get a Sonic Wave, but now he's going to flash away. Hookshot, wallshot is the threaten. Yike loses his summoner, second time in 6 minutes.
I'm not sure if he meant to do that. It looked a bit like a misclick, but maybe he just wanted to look for the steal, ends up just burning the flash. Not the end of the world for him. It does mean, though, that once he gets to level 6 here on the Lee Sin, it's going to be more difficult to try to make any sort of play, but now they're invading the Raptors.
Faker is level 6, so unleashing power possibility, but the flash Shadow Dash. Faker has to flash away. Where's the Yike going to go? He finds himself after a gravity field goes down. The storm is out. Enough damage finally. Unleashing power will trade a kill. A 1-for-1. A Yike now ticks over to level 6 and is looking for more blood.
And Yike's Q there got cancelled by Faker Scatter the Weak. I thought the play might turn ill for KC, but they still had so much damage with Victor's ultimate that they were able to get the 1-for-0. A great play from KC.
I feel like that was a very advantageous play for KC right here. They get to push out bot lane and mid lane at the same time. It was actually Pays that had to absorb the mid lane wave, so Faker did miss out on quite a bit of XP and gold in his pockets, plus another kill going over to the Victor.
Oi.
Busio is everywhere in this game.
And Doran has no flash. We saw it before. Going to be spotted on a ward for now, and Keria is supporting this with Owner moving to level 6 after this Krug camp. So Busio can't do too much. Doran threatens. Yike now hovering over the wall. Kerry's going to be spotted out, but Sonic Wave is going to go into Doran, taking the resonating strike. Kana looking for an angle. The Dragon's descent over to Flee in Fear. Kana lets out a breath of bellows as Ona with the ulti won't matter because Kana's in his range. Running for his life is going to have to be a turn towards Carrier. Ona somehow survives and lives. Yike down again. Or rather the first time in this game. He didn't have flash to escape, but he hits the dirt.
And T1 outplay KC in this skirmish. Owner living on so little HP. Yike kicked Doran away. I thought he could land the Q afterwards to follow up on it, but he wasn't able to do so. And both Doran and Owner escape with their life, and Yike ends up falling.
Both teams are super eager to skirmish. I mean, you only have to look at the support levels. They're still level 3.
Kana has no flash. He's going to be slowed down, moving into hammer form as well. Carrier's game yet again, not perfectly timed, but just perfectly placed. This guy is performing out of his mind. I'm getting some deja vu and some horrible EU feelings watching his support play.
Honestly, if you're anyone apart from the support, you're so frustrated because you're constantly playing 1 versus X in whichever lane you end up on. And here is the Scar of the Week that Jack was talking about from Faker that cancels the Q from Yike from landing. 1 for 1 at the end of the day. Faker goes down. Let's see this one more time. That's from Yehu's perspective right here. Really nice hold, constantly surrounding all 3 members of T1. Gets the kill for himself too. Really great start, especially on the stacking mid laner.
That gravity field well placed as well, so at least Yehu gets one back as he's talking about a bit of a gold lead coming through from Yehu now as well. Kalista in a bit of trouble to come back alive. Good satchel charge, cool shot, walk shot interrupted. Busio, the saving grace Shen. As Pace looks for an angle as well. Yike picking his target. Faker's a little bit low as Safeguard gets Yike out of the way after the unraveled earth. Gravity field for zoning. Carrier, we were in a replay, but he was probably the one that looked for it. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are pressuring KC off the map here. Kalist gets chunked. There's not going to be any kills on the board for T1, but I think you're starting to see them slowly take over the map. Pace is face-picking.
Trouble. It's going to be a nice little shadow dash. Chaos Storm comes out, but Pace flashes as Yehu drops it all.
Really good cheese from Busio there. Just sits in the bush. Pace doesn't expect that with the Hex Flash. They get his flash. And you can see both supports, I think, playing really, really proactive this game. I'm really happy with how both supports are playing. Carry is finally showing the strength of this Camille support, but I feel like Busio is kind of matching him pound for pound, finding his own angles as well.
The story of yesterday's game for KC, when they looked so good versus AG.AL, was Yike and Busio linking up and basically not allowing AG.AL to make any plays. Carrier is one of those supports that is just so hard to track down, and I feel like Busio has been doing a fantastic job at tracking them. Sure, some of the skirmishes are not going to go their way, but so far both supports have been super damn proactive on the map, and they have landed a bunch of kills for the team.
I think the annoying thing is Carry is so independent as well. It's like, we talk so much in League of Legends about jungle support synergy. I feel like a lot of the time Carry is just building the synergy around him with his initiation. And for now, 3 out of 3 KP for Carrier, 2 out of 2 KP for Busio, the cornerstone of this game number 1 at EWC 2026. We look towards what's up. 30 seconds for the Dragon. T1 got the first. Setup is deep vision here on the bottom side, while Owner looks to be clearing his top camp, maybe getting a quick reset in so he gets the Thunder Sky / Titanic, and then move towards that second Drake.
And pretty much all of the gold lead on T1 is sitting on Doran right now, having a fantastic performance on this chase.
Oi, angle.
Although Kana is looking to try to cheese him here, he does have Yike and Busio on top side of the map, so even though Doran has full vision, if Kana gets the ultimate, they might be able to get onto him.
Has to happen now. He's got a flash preemptively. Doran thinking, hang on a minute, they're on a ward. Where the hell is Kana?
Oh, Yike's
Dragon's Descent, going to get the flee, the flash from Yike, but it's a match. Doran wants to see it enough, kick into the wall. Shadow Dash as well. Doran looking for the trade, and he finds it! The Dragon wasn't enough. Doran's got one in him too.
Yike tanks one too many tower shots as his Q misses to allow KC to get that kill, and Doran trades 1 for 1. That's a fantastic trade for the top laner of T1, and Kana takes another tower shot. I don't think a level 4 Camille can threaten a level 9 Shyvana, but T1 on the other side are more than happy to take the favorable trade top and the Dragon.
Yeah, KC, they recognize that they're not strong enough to try to fight for this Dragon, but the cross map does not go how they would have wanted it. Just the 1 for 1 here. It's a nice attempt by Yike. He wants to flash over and then kick Doran before he's out of the CC chain from Kana, but Doran has time to flash. He dashes onto Yike, realizing that he's tanking tower. He's able to trade 1 for 1 and remove a lot of that cross map power from KC and making it a really good trade for T1.
It's so contrasting to MSI, where Doran was really copping it And again, from the community, took so much bad feedback as the reason that T1 were finding their failure. Here at EWC, it's a completely different Doran. As we said, he's up in gold. He's clawed back some of the missed out from the trade kill, but regardless, Doran 2-1. It's a good story as Top gets pushed in with Faker moving up to rotate lanes, and Busio now level 6, by the way. Stan United is trying to get proactive as well.
12 minutes in.
Yay, we got
Shen ult coming up,
There
which
is
is
the
kind of
same.
huge. On the Thunder Sky, on the Shinza right here, I feel like it's so important that Owner is allowed to build Thunder Sky first instead of Titanic Hydra, because he has a lot of champions that want to play directly on top of him. He does not need the Titanic Hydra to stick onto his targets, because his targets are sticking onto him anyway. So earlier power spike for the Shinza, and I'm pretty sure that Owner might be looking to fight.
Sonic Wave got away from Faker with a fancy feed. He's got a turret under him now as well. Gravity Field. Not going to be slowed down, not going to be stunned. Another Sonic Wave, but that one's going to miss. Owner's coming to cover. Casey have to leave.
Casey keep looking for these plays. And Busio is covering for Keria, but...
Yeah, he's got no mana. He's deep in this wave. Flash away from the stun up from Faker. Meanwhile, hookshot, walkshot, ultimate, Hextech ultimatum. On down to Kana. He's got no dragon to run on out. He's got the shield, the Aegis, saving him up. The Shen ulti as well. But an auto from Doran. He'll survive the one turret shot. He'll take the double. And Doran controls game 1.
And it's a disaster for KC. Pace, he has the move. We've seen him be so proactive consistently on this Talia. As Faker wanted to be a bit cheeky, take away the blue buff. But now they're keeping back in on both.
TP, so it's not going to be dodged, but Doran just jumps under. He's looking for his next kill. Meanwhile, carries the flash on Amber. Pace covers the tank up, but 2 turret shots will be fine as well. And Carrier, yes, he might die, but it's more blood over to the carries that matter in T1.
What a heartbreak for Yehu right there. TP's right off the tower versus 3.
No mana.
mana.
Faker's running for his life. Busio looking for a Shadow Dash. Owner's coming to cover, so that play on Faker will be mute.
I think we're starting to see some of the problems of KC's team comp. As how I would describe their team comp is it's very honest. You only really fight them if you are engaging with a fight with them. They have such short range engage with the Shyvana ultimate, with the Shen taunt, that it's only really going to be a fight on T1's terms, while they have the Talia ultimate to generate space, they have the Camille engage that can be so long, but now Kana finally with a TP behind Doran, no flash.
Dragon's Descent, this might be under the turret. He's already committed a TP for this. Kana's thinking, do I dive, do I not? Yike's probably calling it off, and there you go, TP now burned. Faker has an open wave in top that Yehu has to go and manage, but there are no more TPs outside of Kalist on KC.
That was a really nice communication right here. I think it dropped from Kalist. They pinked instantly Talia, falling into Fog of War. So Kana gets the gist to don't dive this one. And now we'll see again. Shen is literally in front of them and also gets interrupted by the Talia, right? It's not like an extra person got into the fight to make it a 3 versus 3. So unfortunately, KC lose the skirmish in numbers.
And a big problem there as well is just Kana's not strong enough on the Shyvana. He still doesn't have his first item, but KC found pace.
He's got nowhere to go. He's got a flash, but he gets kicked into the wall before that happens. Shut down. He doesn't want to burn it, and so he'll get punished.
Really clean CC chain there by Yike. Gives him no opportunity to flash, but Kalist, does he have the satchel?
Disrespectful walking in front of the face of Owner, but expects that the damage won't be followed up. Kalist still holds onto his flash as T1 try and choke this surroundings of Herald.
Kalist needs to be really careful here in rotation. Carrier can easily solo kill him. He has the Sundered Sky.
Scatter doesn't work out. Look for Kana. No TP. He has to reset and walk there, but the play's going to be called off. T1 have a ward. They spot it. They see it going down. They disintegrate their play. Yike's going to get Herald, and it's a decent win for KC.
Yike has been active this entire time. He's got 100% KP on that Lee Sin. Every single play for KC that's resulted in the kill has started from Yike. And we actually had a lot of question marks. We've seen that Lee Sin banned versus KC. And we talked about the fact that when Yike comes to mind, Lee Sin doesn't. It's more like a Kha'Zix or something. And he has been doing fantastically well on the pick. That Talia pick on the top side resulted in the Rift Herald, which could open up that mid lane that will make it very scary for champions like Talia and Syndra to step up for a win.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trouble. Yikes had a phenomenal game on Lee Sin thus far. And KC, they have some good news and some bad news. Kana has the Triforce, but Doran has Mana Mute.
Oh no.
So 2 items on Doran now, 2,500 gold lead, but KC, they still want to try to contest this 5 versus 5. They need to find and engage fast before they get poked down.
Look for the Doran poke. Speaking of, Pays walking in. Kana with a Dragon's Descent with an angle, but he's spotted out. Seismic shove, he might have to pop the ulti now with a Hextech ultimatum. Kana can't escape. Owner jumps in. Dragon out. Yike gets the kick out, but Carrier will live. For the Dragon, the health bars not in KC's favor. It is T1 who hold the advantage, ready to walk in with such a big health discrepancy.
And that's 2 ultimates burned, 3 actually for KC. They're still gonna look to contest here. It's difficult. Carry is not there.
Sonic Wave. Lee Sin can steal. Goes for him. Yike gets it. First strike of the game. Onan pops his ulti though, so Yike will die. But who's next? Doran for the follow-up. Finds Busio, but he shadow dashes out. Fake up with the range. Flash ulti. Busio down. It's 2 members in the ground as T1 hold 5. They lose the dragon, but the fight's coming naturally to them. With Yehu up next. The dive easy. Keria ready to die for another kill that goes to T1.
And KC attempted some fancy footwork to try to outplay that situation, but T1, they have the numbers, they have the damage, they're gonna get the kills, they get the mid tower, and even though they lose the dragon, make no mistake, they're in firm control of this game, as they might even look on Kana here.
Weaver's wall, Kana with no dragon. He's going to try and use the mini wave to stack that up quickly, but a seismic shot pays. Not going to find his target. It is a small movement from Kana to get him out of that kill shot.
A little bit miscoordinated in that dragon fight. Shyvana goes out while Lee Sin goes in, so there was a bit of a back and forth out there for KC when they weren't necessarily sure who the target was. And through, yes, getting the dragon,
here we go.
They've lost 2 towers, been on top.
Gang squad's got to come in. 16 kills at 18 minutes. Want to build that bridge up.
Can't reach.
A little bit further away. Doran has a big bounty on his head if they can take him down. A bit more gold for KC as we look towards mid. Kerry's been tagged out. Kallis looking for the chokehold. There's the ulti. Going to bomber him a little bit here as a slow down. Kerry about to hit the ground. Meanwhile, KC finding a play. It's Kerry down first as Pace gets a little bit low. Yike, low on the energy. Busio, low on the health. He too will drop. It will be a 1-for-1 with both supports biting the dust.
Both top laners TPing in. It's just a 1-for-1 for supports. You're starting to see the sacrifice that both supports made here with all these roams. They're so incredibly squishy and they fall down so fast. As we head into the replay here and watch this dragon fight, as Yike finds the steal, very, very nicely played by him, jumps out, but then after this is just T1's fight. They're able to chase them down. Faker flashing over, getting the ultimate onto Busio, taking him down, and a nice sidestep from Kallis here on the Scatter the Weak. And Yehu sidesteps the shuffle from Pace as well, but he still ends up falling with how much damage T1 has.
Come back to live. It's no dragon, but it's Baron coming through. Dragon's descent. Instead, we get a fight. Sonic Wave dodged by Keria. That was smooth. He ulties to dodge Yike, then flashes out.
But flash is so important for that Camille to get the hookshot flash onto vulnerable targets, and Keria will not have it available. Must be a sigh of relief for the next couple of minutes for KC, as they can possibly play a little bit more aggressive over in the mid lane without a tower.
Well, the problem is Scatter's going to hit. Yeah, Faker looking for the charge. 1v1. Chaos Storm going to sit on his head. Yeah, who's running for the hills while Paze might do the rest of the work. Faker just accepts that he's not in this fight anymore. Here's Stand United instead. A 2v2 bridging with Faker in the rear guard. Keria comes back. Busio walks in, Scatter the Weak dodged by a Shadow Dash, and now that Shen ulti is down.
I think a little bit preemptive there, Busio with the ultimate. I think T1 weren't quite sure if KC was going to match them with the numbers, so it ends up being a teleport for the Shen ultimate, but you can see how T1 are able to continuously push in all these lanes, and KC are not really able to find a breaking point in T1's formation to actually get pressure off their own, as T1 is matching them every step of the way.
Love our observers zooming in. That is not a Krug, that is a Gromp, but he's got too much health for us to even consider that possibility. And he has not died to Krugs this tournament, so W Doran.
I don't know, man. He's 3.6k up, 5-1 and 3
he's not dying to any camp this tournament. Doran is actually so crazy.
The worrying thing is that I don't think he's dying to KC anytime soon.
He could fight like 50 Krugs.
Yeah.
At least.
50 Krugs versus Doran. Who wins?
And 2 KC members in the mix, you're right.
A content piece.
I don't think he's dying anytime soon.
I'm looking at Kana to potentially get a flank for these fights, because I feel like the range is very worrying, and T1 has been playing so careful here. Busio is looking for the flank.
It's his angle that could change everything. Ona walking over a bouncing bomb. Keria moving into position as well. That ward from KC giving them full information who's in the river. That won't be spotted out yet. Keria looking, feeling that Busio's nearby, but he's still hovering in fog of war. Maybe he's going to stop this back, and that'll be the minimum of the play. Shadow Dash, Mega Inferno Bomb, no. It turns into success. Busio sneaky for a minute, pays off well.
And KC are showing creativity. I don't think we've really seen that much from them in the LEC. Really, really nice moves here from Busio. Yike might have gone a bit too far.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy, unleashing power from the Scatter the Weak. Not going to die though. Faker's ulti now down, but the Raptors are going to go with it. Red buff as well. Full control on this bottom side of the map. 30 seconds before the Drake.
I don't know if I necessarily like that pick right there. You've got no Ziggs ult, you've got no Lee Sin ult, and those are tools that are very scared to try and take over for the next Dragon, which will be so point for T1 if they manage to secure that one. So yeah, really nice flag from Busio, but what do they have to actually use to get back into this Dragon pit and contest Yes, it's never 50-50 when Yike's in the pit, but he has to get there first.
For me, this pick and the aftermath of it more just speaks of the state of the game. The fact that you still lose your red buff and bot side jungle control, even when it's a 4v5, I think it just shows how strong Doran is. Wherever he goes, it's incredibly difficult for KC to be able to fight, as they're going to try to approach this bot side fight, but all it takes is one empowered shock blast from Doran, and I think KC's dreams are crushed.
Level 16, 3-item chase. Dragon begins. T1 hover around river with Doran dealing with the wave. KC are a 4-stack. Look at where Kana's coming from. It's still only a Trinity Force, but it's a Dragon's Descent up and available. Don't know how he lost his health, but it's meaningful. At 3k, Lee Sin can have a steal advantage as Pays walls them off. T1 on the third, Drake to pick this up. Dragon's Descent, ready and willing. Sonic Wave stolen again. Flash out from Yike. Kana waits. He wants to use that ulti, but when? Use it to disengage. Unleash power not working out. Doran in the middle of a chaotic storm. He'll unleash his combination, but no one dying from KC is a gigantic win.
Absolutely beautiful execution right here. Yehu, it becomes the wall behind KC, and in front of Doran, doesn't allow the guy with a 4,000 gold lead. He's all the gold lead of T1 to enter that fight, which means KC is now playing in even ground. And when Yike's in the pit, I'm sorry, it's just never a 50-50.
And Trouble, I think we gotta apologize to Yike. I didn't think his Lee Sin was like gonna be it, but he has been playing fantastic this game. I feel like you can tell that KC has a really clear idea of what they want to do in every single fight. As Kana has no ultimate, I don't think he'll be able to chase Doran. Doran is 4,000 gold up. Make no mistake, it's still a very T1 favored game, but KC are giving hope to the crowd here.
They are indeed. How will that be shattered? Or can T1 get it across the line? Baron is up. For KC, as they hover around this top side of the map, it is Faker who continues adding pressure with Pays having immense wave clear through that mid lane as well. This is a quick reset, I believe, from Busio. As Hexac ultimatum, I think it'll spot out. Yuck's going to get the kick out, no scout of the week. Meanwhile, Pays gets choked out by Kalisz. Kalisz has been a quiet achiever this game. 1k gold lead himself. Rabadon's almost picked up. And every time T1 have to face check him, there is significant damage hitting them in the face.
And he's really close to that Rabadon, which is a huge power spike. He took Pays to half HP there with just the Phosphorus Bomb and the Minefield. So when he gets that Rabadon, he's going to be a real threat for T1.
Damn, why is this the best of 3? Oh my god. It's been so enjoyable so far.
Hey, we can complain about this on game 3 perhaps.
Yeah, we can maybe.
Right?
Maybe we get asked for a duo, asked for a remix so we can get 4 at least.
Yep. Both teams just agree. Let's play again.
Yeah, let's do it again. I was just going to bring up that Kalisz, I thought he was backing for the time being. It looks like he's waiting for mid-wave. Wolves.
Doing the Wolves.
He's still in jungle.
That's a good sign. That's a very good sign.
He's there, right? You think?
Yeah.
Let's see. He moves back. He's looking for next mid-wave. Owner going to be a threat here on the Scrying Lord. 4 members of T1 moving up. Faker has top push as well. This is dangerous for KC.
Yeah, they're picking Baron right here. This is the classic. T1 will rush Baron whenever they can, even on timer. They're not letting Ziggs get his death cap. And now KC are forced to face check.
This is a TP from a Shojin recently picked up with the Dragon's Descent up and available. KC have blinking health bars against T1, but Baron's going to go down. Now, can T1 escape? Kana on the chase. Yehu with the Protobelt. Carrier starts it off with a flash. Owner gets slowed down when Wind becomes lightning. Sonic Wave doesn't hit. Dragon's Descent. It's 2-man fair. Running in, Kana sacrifices his life, but what's the payout? T1 already get 2. It was revenge, then turned sour as KC fell.
It's either a flank or you can't get on top of it.
Like this is a good shadow dash. Pays going to flash away for T1 and manipulating the fight. Faker comes in, unleashes power. Kalisz is going to drop. KC thought they could pick the number of the fight, but T1 turn it in an instant.
And it's a tailless all this time. It's the T1 Baron Nashor. KC wanted to punish them for it, but they ended up walking too far. They didn't have the damage. T1, they built their gold lead from 4,000. Double it to 8,000, get the Baron Nashor, they're taking the towers, and with that you have to feel it might just be game.
Not yet, but it does feel like the door.
Look at top lane, look at bot lane, look at mid lane. They've taken anything that's outer base with 1 Baron right after the fight. There's been no reset right here.
Doran POV.
Look at this one more time, man. That time EIE absolutely stops KC dead.
And I mean, Doran is just standing there auto-attacking Kana. That's how much damage he's doing with this 3-and-a-bit item chase. As we come back to live, Kana has no dragon. And Faker has all the range and the execution. He's 4-1-4. We haven't talked about him much, but he is hitting shots from afar. Busio's going to be up next. And game 1 is in the books.
T1 is slaughtering KC here. It's 5 versus 3. They can look to open up the base. I think Faker wants the base. Owner's low on mana, but they really have the freedom to do whatever they want on this map right now.
I don't think find Doran.
I don't think Yike wins this.
I think Doran knows that he wins it. He's going to flash over, kick away, but Doran has a shock blast, an acceleration game to speed him up, and Yike is going to have to try and Sonic Wave and safeguard his way out, but Paze is going to find him eventually as well. Yike will die. Soul will not be there, but Soul point for the stats. And T1 will take everything and more, just like they did in the previous fight.
I think it all comes down to this Jace pick. The fact that Doran was able to get it, I think the Shyvana pick that Kana tried to pull out, not been successful. It's not been the Kana that we're used to seeing.
Yep.
He was losing lane up until from minute 5, really. Never been a strong point in this KC lineup, even though Busio tried to play around and tried to help him out. They were losing every single skirmish just due to the fact that Doran was so much stronger, and their cross maps were denied by Doran as well. And I think going into game number 2, you really need a winning matchup for Kana, because I think that's the biggest avenue for success that KC can exploit, because we see now if Kana's strong, if he's comfortable, then the rest of T1 are flying.
T1 have been so good at playing with their reigns that KC have never really found the wombo combo that we set up over in draft with Ziggs, Shyvana, and Victor all one on top of one another. And they are actually very, very strong. They might look here.
They're going to try and find Doran finally. Mega Inferno Bomb, but he's running for his life. Here comes Pace with the Weaver's Wall. The kick up against wall. Doran finally going to die. Shut down over to Lee Sin, but meanwhile the base in tatters with 2 carries running amok. Kalis can't even get on out while KC going to try and find a fight. But meanwhile, Pace is just taking over. KC getting destroyed. Owner's going to find the rest in base. Carrier is smurfing as the dragon comes out. But just like in the end of Skyrim, it will be slain.
And it's a lot of fighting. To be honest, if I'm going to cope a little bit here, this was not that bad for KC. This could have been the end of the game here, but due to the fact that Faker died and Pace died, T1 will not be able to do anything much more than getting the top tower, the mid inhib. Don't get me wrong, it's still 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
But the Nexus remains
still
alive.
up. The Nexus is up. We've already seen once in this tournament the Nexus being up, the most important thing. So, you know what? We can cope for a little bit longer before T1
I'll give you more.
Bring us.
It's only the middle inhibitor that's fallen. And it's the easiest one to defend.
And Owner might be overstaying here as we head into the replay. Let's see this. I mean, they go for Doran. They recognize that if they just let T1 siege, they're going to be completely outmatched. A really nice flash Sonic Wave there from Yike to catch on to Doran. And they take him down. Pace goes to help out his teammate alongside Owner, but Kana gets the fear onto Pace. He's able to take down Pace alongside Busio, and this really saved the game, because if Pace lives here, he can just join carry in the middle lane, and they can just end this game together.
Also, meanwhile, huge play from Kalis taking out Faker, because
so much damage.
Yeah, even Carrier would have probably ended the game right there. They had the numbers in the base. The TP coming through, looking for Doran again.
I mean, finding Doran again, still.
Shen?
Bit of gold on his head. Kana waiting for the Dragon's Descent. Good Shadow Dash, and the Ray comes through from Yeo. They get the kill again. Kalist is also able to defend the mid-wave. Guys, let's cope more.
I'm telling you, this wrapped down bot lane can hold waves forever. KC could potentially be pushing out the waves constantly. As long as Ziggs is alive, it's really hard to push.
It's a great pick from KC, but Kana might be the one caught now as Pace is ulting behind. They're TPing. KC
remember
want to
again,
fight.
Shen's on the way as well. TP advantage going to bring in the numbers here for KC. Kana survives for now as well. Puts out that Dragon's Breath. Yeah, who's going to die first, I feel. He flashes away. Owner looks for him and burns him down. T1 are taking a 2v4. They need to kill Owner, but they can't do it. And doesn't this just tell you the state of the game? And Pace dies, but Owner has help. They 2v4'd that. They took down 2. And as Carrier makes 3, it is Kalis next up with a Hextech Ultimatum. A triple kill for a Camille support.
And Pace played that so incredibly well. Kalis tried to be the hero for KC, but it's not enough. Faker's going for the end. Yike wants to try to save it. Maybe the game isn't over just yet. Let's see the death timer. It's 15 seconds on Yehu.
Don't look top, Jack. Don't look top.
Sonic Wave.
I think Faker might be dead.
You're right. He's probably dead. Unleashes power. Yike has a GA, a second life. Oda comes on in. Never mind. It might not be enough. Yike, the last to fall. 41 kills in game 1 of our semi-finals at EWC. T1 know how to put on a show, as they're not done quite yet. Faker a little bit low. Pusio's defended. It's a shutdown on Carrier, but Owner's on the Nexus. It's only a best of 3, but T1 in the heads of Paris for free. A shutdown, sure, but T1 destroy in game 1.
And T1, they shut down the Paris crowd in game 1. It was hard fought by KC. Some really nice creative plays that we haven't seen from them in the LEC. They tried and tried as they may, but T1, as always, they remain.
I feel like T1 were just so methodical. KC was finding the skirmishes that didn't necessarily result in much. Yike stole 2 dragons. That didn't result in much. They got the Rift Zone. Didn't result in anything. T1 were so firmly ahead this entire game, and they knew they could just win through sheer range. And a double TP right here, 2 very squishy carries from KC in the midst of a Shinsao. Not that great.
I mean, Owner holding the knock up there. Yeah. So as soon as Yahoo TP's in, he gets knocked up and gets pretty much one-shot. It's just, you see the mechanical prowess on this T1 roster in every single team fight. And KC, they were able to match 80%, 85%.
But not 100.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough. They've got to step it up even more. A commendable game from KC, but it is a best of 3 with T1 moving to match point, as Dagon is going to tell us how bloody good T1 is.
First, let me start with how great that TriCast is. First one here at EWC. Great job, y'all, as it is T1. After a fantastic start by KC, they were rocking and rolling. T1 then put the clamps down and stopped the fun that the fans were having here in France.
I mean, it was bloody game since like level 1. I think they tried to force the flash from level 1. We could see 2v2 in the mid lane with the mid lane and support and a lot actions in here. And I think it was just an amazing game. But once again, they underrated Doran. You know what happens if he open up the Jace for him?
What happens?
I think we're going to see.
All right, let's see.
So this was an attempt from KC to capitalize. Doran had been ahead in lane against the Shyvana pick. Even with the Shock Blast missing, able to turn it around and make it a trade. And then a little bit after this, we moved down to Doran being on the bot side of the map and then setting up a play on the back of Carrier's engage. And he just got so fed on the back of these plays.
I mean, he was already so far ahead in gold, and I think the lead that he had, he can just 2v3 like whenever he wants, you know. So that's why he brought up the players around him. And I think T1 really did well about using the man advantage and also the item power spike around Doran. I think whenever Doran gets the lead, it was the missing part from T1 because I think they didn't really like try to play around him, but this time around it worked really well.
Yeah. This is the Doran that we had last year, and especially when supports are more free to play on the map, Kerry enabled on this Camille, able to get Doran so far ahead, and he did so good with that lead.
And you could also see a little bit at the end of that play where KC start pushing a little bit more, maybe a little bit too much, and all of a sudden it starts snowballing out of control. They find an angle to go at the Baron, and I think it's just a little bit over-eager by KC trying to take this fight here as Kana explodes.
Yeah, T1 get the Baron, start to disengage. Some low health bars like Pays half HP. Kana's like, I can make this happen. But even though the Fear connects onto Fake, he gets some initial damage. Look at the turnaround, how quickly the Shyvana gets deleted. Yike is quick to follow, Doran shredding through them, and KC quickly realized they were not in a position to punish. The TP flank comes in as well, and it's just absolute curtains for KC in the situation.
It looked really good for KC at the beginning, but in fact, they were really behind in gold. So I think when T1 can actually just be on the same page and to turn around, it was just a great moment for them. And again, I think Shiv is not the pick to play against Jace. And as Jack Spectra said in the cast, KC needs something that you can get the advantage from the top side. Otherwise, there's no options here.
Yeah, and it is a best of 3, so I am always a fan of trying the gamble there. As soon as the Shyvana came up, you're like, ooh, like how's this all work? I guess this is where it goes. Let's see if this is the trump card that they have ready to go. It really did not work out, and from there, T1, as they always do when they have that big of a lead, start to put on the show and make sure they take care of everything, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, and in the process, made quite a show here in France.
It did get a little chaotic. You know, we saw KC looking to punish Doran, but I think towards the later stages, you saw the goal lead they had, and Ona and Carrier were just thriving in the chaos, fighting, scrapping. We have this moment in the top side of the map where, crazily enough, you have your support Camille getting a triple kill on the back of this play, but there were multiple times where KC are trying to take out these squishier targets, and Ona is just in the melee, just fighting in the arena.
I mean, this is one of the great games that you can just pull it off with Camille support. I think from level 1, they tried to play really aggressive as support Camille and Shen, like Bushido carrier together. But I feel like whenever Shen gets really late level 6, it's it has no advantage like from picking Shen, right? So I feel like carrier just had really good game plan overall, and this really helps the team to snowball.
Yeah, something we've seen really successful into the Camille has been the Leona. I know Jack Spectre was talking about how he was expecting the Leona to come in. Throughout this tournament, that matchup's been very Leona favored. Instead, going for the Shen, and then I feel like not really able to get that much value out of the ult. Later on, they were using it to jump on targets, but I think just having the more solid lane, the more solid frontliner of the Leona would have had a lot of value.
I mean, I think the reason why you're picking Shen is because you can actually look for the kills in lane. I think it has really good kill potential, but with Ziggs, it's really hard to look for some kills because I don't think Ziggs has a burst damage in the early levels, right? I think they try to pick Shen away because they could have Talia Shen combination on the bot side, which is such a global ulti, and also it's really like high prior in this tournament, right? So I feel like Camille can still work with the Talia, right? Like Camille does so much damage, and I think you can just still play around the map, but I think T1 had just overall better idea around the bot side here.
Yeah, Coach Reaper said after their victory against AG.AL, it was a relief that it was I guess, it helped them realize they are going in the right direction. They were wondering, are we doing the right thing? Am I the right guy? After that victory, it helped. This gamble here did not, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board to bring this Parisian crowd back to life because it roared when it started, but once T1 got rolling, the T1 chants were all over the place here at the STC Arena. After this short piece of content, we're going to come back and see, will it be T1 closing this one out 2-0, a step closer to becoming the first ever organization to be a 2-time game winner, or will KC push us to a game number 3?
In Korea, you are either a winner or you're a loser.
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I'm here with Knight, who is
Backache, back again? Thankfully, Panadol Extra contains a combination of ingredients which provides more powerful pain relief. Extra strength relief for tough pain. That's one for Panadol Extra.
or a disadvantage for you?
我觉得没有优势也没有劣势吧，就我用左手和别人用手是一样的感觉，就没什么区别。
I can see that you got the mechanics down. And did you ever experiment with other ways of like having the mouse and keyboard? So I was wondering, did you start with this or did you at first play differently?
我一开始就是用左手吧，因为我出生就是左撇子嘛，就我吃饭什么写字都是用左手，所以玩游戏就自然而然的就用左手。
That's pretty much it for me. I mean, I'd lovely having you here, Knight, and wish you best of luck in the tournament with your left golden hand. And maybe you have some words for the fans that you want to say?
就谢谢粉丝就一直支持 BLG 支持 LPL 吧，就我也会就尽力发挥就更好的水平，就争取拿冠军给你们。
This
Nikidia City Grid joined me with the lovely Glitter to give us an update on what's happening Club Championship-wise for Free Fire.
Yeah, because we are in our finals right now. We're only 2 matches in on the day. It was Buriram United Esports and Twisted Minds that won the first 2 matches. So already kind of going in the CC direction, right? But we do still have Falcons in here. We still have AG.AL in here. We have RRQ, SAUL, we have MIBR. So there are a lot of CC teams that could potentially get some points on the board for themselves. And considering this is Falcons' last opportunity this week to really do well for CC, this could be big for them.
This has to be, right? But Twisted Mind's actually a great organization to mention. Because last year as well, they were pretty close. They're getting there. They were placed 4th.
Yeah.
So if anything, this could be the year for them to turn things around. But thank you so much for that update. I appreciate it. We'll keep you updated, guys. Anything Club Championship report related. So stick around.
T1 on match point in this best of 3 versus KC. The home arena wasn't enough. And KC fell short. I'm Sturkson, joined by Jack Spectra as well as Troubling. We're going to take you through this game 2. Hopefully only a game 2 and not the last one.
Yeah, and if I had to pick an MVP for game number 1, it would have to be Doran.
It would be Doran again.
He carried so damn hard that game. I think he finished the game with a 7,000 or 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And he was just a big contributor. The biggest reason, really, that T1 was winning skirmishes back-to-back. And I really think it's up to Kana to step up in this game number 2 to make it more competitive for KC.
And no less, it was a B1. Any B1 has to be the most valuable pick for your team.
Yeah.
And Doran made it work. He's had some incredible NAR games, and people were like, oh yeah, but that's because he's so good at NAR, that's why he made it work. I feel like he's been making it work this entire tournament so far.
He really has, and look, you know, on the side of KC, let's be real, the Shyvana wasn't able to punish. We know Kana as one of our best laners in the LEC, that's his strength.
But he's not Mirwin.
But he's not Mirwin, where Mirwin, at least in the 5v5s, can turn the value. Shyvana's now off the board for what that is worth. As Renekton, one of the first bans we're going to pick up that in game number 2. Akali also going to match there as well. Nocturne by. KC really worried about these owner junglers.
Yeah, one of the things that me and Trouble talked about after game number 1 is we think this should be a much slower game for KC, especially because they were kind of getting outpaced, I'd say, by T1. They tried to match the pacing, but now I think it should be slower, more methodical for them. As we'll see if maybe the Casio will be the first pick for T1 here, especially with that Syndra being taken out.
And Jarvan also, right? That's an owner pick, and Casio, obviously with Syndra out the way, Orianna banned becomes the primary pick. Really hard to find a counter for, especially with Akali banned on the first 3 from the side of T1. And let's see what Yehu has in store right here to play into the Cassiopeia. Hasn't necessarily been an easy lane for anyone.
And T1 took away the Akali as well that we've seen into this Casio. Is it just going to be the Sylas like that? I'm not a huge fan of picking Sylas before you see the ultimates, as I don't think the champion has enough value if it doesn't have great ultimates. And we'll see what KC decide to pick up. The Anivia, I mean, we've seen this Anivia quite a bit.
Got it yesterday.
I think Anivia works very well here into the Cassiopeia, can be really annoying with all the slows, and it's the Bard. I wanted to talk about the Bard earlier. I mean, Bard, both for Keria and Busio, are such standout picks. Like Keria, best Bard in the world. Busio prided himself on being best Bard
in the LEC.
First he was best Bard in NA, then he was the best Bard in the West, then he was best Bard in LEC. Just a highly competent Bard, and I think taking it away from Keria makes a ton of sense, but now you have the Jarvan, as you talked about, Trouble.
I'm seeing a lot of comfort for KC rather than trying to structure something. I think that is the correct way to possibly play that game too. If you want to play a little bit slower, give comfort to your players. Honor with the Jarvan, of course, makes a super strong 1-2 in the mid jungle. And what they're going to just pair this up with, because there has been some support sliding in on 3 here, but it could just be just a blind top.
Yeah, Mbessa blind here.
Full top side?
Mbessa, I think, is a very, very strong champion, especially with the fact that they banned Renekton and the Poppy. Not a whole lot of answers.
But you can also,
KC.
I mean, I will just say, you can also flex that Anivia up in the top lane as well. For the Mbessa early, how annoying is it with the long cooldowns?
I would assume that as the game progresses, that would be pretty scary for the Neve, especially once that Mbessa gets level 6.
That is fair.
In a side lane, as long as she has that public execution. I love the Estral for Kalist. He's been so good on it.
Especially
it's
against the Jarvan.
Yeah, it's great into the Jarvan, great into the Mbessa, even good into the Cassio as well. And it's also kind of a takeaway from Pace. We saw Pace absolutely smurfing on the Estral as well. And Estral Bard, it's a known combo. It's great. Both of them love to play against each other. Estral can just clear waves, Bard can go roaming around, and Busio can do what he does best, working with his jungler and helping out his team.
It's been permabanned versus Kalist this entire time at EWC, so he hasn't had the chance to do that. And this is a very uncharacteristic structure of draft for KC. We're very used to seeing them pick their entire top side in the first 3 for a couple of drafts now, so they have broken that standard just a little bit, so now they need to try, and emphasis on try, and ban Keria out, and what is very scary towards that bot lane, because they're banning the Pyke, which is very fair, a very heavy roaming champ. However, Keria has made a lot of things work, from Leonas to Nautilus to any of the traditional supports, if you will.
Yeah, I think KC, they got away with a draft that I really, really like thus far. I wonder if they want to try to take out some Enchanter supports, perhaps. I think the hyper carries for T1 could be an option, unless they want to send the Cassio down in bot lane. I think they're going to put the Cassio in mid lane, because Cassio into the Bard and Estral, especially after level 6, once Bard gets that Tempered Fate, is going to be really, really annoying for the Cassio to play into, as you also get outranged by the Estral. So I think something that can have some either engage into the Estral or match that range, something like the Jhin, as we've seen quite a bit into it, would make a lot of sense.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Caitlyn Karma-ish lane. I feel like Karma is very empowering to the Jarvan in the early game, as well as the Mbessa later on in team fights. And it is definitely one of those lanes that does challenge any sort of Ezreal lane. And especially since you leave that Caitlyn alone down bot, she's pretty happy to farm in the early game and then start hitting those towers later on. And as the Lucian and Pyke are taken out, I feel like either a Jhin or a Caitlyn lane would be coming through for T1, unless they go for mages again.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but Doran being set up for a lot of success here. 3 top lane bans targeting out Kana. We'll have to see what he can play into this Mbessa now with Vayne, with Gnar out. I would love to see something that's a winning matchup that he can look to abuse, but they might have banned all the good
like
ones.
A Showmaker copy pasta?
A Showmaker copy pasta? Oh, a Cassante. But he doesn't play Cassante in the LEC. He nearly always prefers the Scion. He's going for the Rumble. I like it. I like it. It has a lot of damage. It has a great laning phase. He can look to abuse it. He had a great Rumble game yesterday. Has the equalizer. The thing that KC need to round out this comp is really some good engage, because they don't have a lot of consistent CC.
So what's the final support then? Because you're assuming this Caitlyn gets locked in.
And it's Karma.
2v2, and it's got to be the Karma, as Trump said earlier.
If they go to Caitlyn, Karma makes a ton of sense. Karma's also great into the Rumble, because as soon as he puts down that equalizer, you can do the mantra. If it's a Sivir, I'm assuming a Sivir, Nico, Sivir, Lulu would make a lot of sense here. So that's what they go for.
Very, very traditional, and for Yike, he needs something to set up his team. The only thing I can think of to set up a team is a Skarner, potentially, with a big wombo combo. There's no way he goes back to his roots from Maokai. There's too much HP in the team. So what does Yike have up his sleeve to set up the team? Potentially even a Wukong?
Yeah, I think Wukong could be an option. The problem with Skarner as well, I think it's similar to Maokai's. You have very heavy magic damage. If he goes for this Kiana, I mean, KC, they're going to be playing quite crazy once again, because they don't have a great way to start fights aside from that Tempered Fate, and they have pretty much no frontline. Probably their tankiest member will be the Anivia.
Anivia, yeah. And they must have seen this yesterday and thought, we can do it better, as we go to Lou, who's standing by with T1 fans.
It has been one of the first times probably that a team makes more noise for KC than for T1 in an arena, but of course we have to pay our respects to this legendary team. I am joined by Kifan, who's a Chinese fan who speaks French. Donc Kifan, merci déjà d'être là. Moi je voulais te demander pourquoi est-ce que tu soutiens T1 ici à Paris?
Oui, je soutiens T1, grand fan de Faker, mais aussi fan de toute l'équipe T1. Voilà.
Évidemment, fan de toute l'équipe T1, so I'm a big fan of Faker, obviously. And my next question is going to be about, you know, the KC crowd. You're here in Paris, and they make a lot of noise for KC. So I want to know what you think about the mood, the vibes. Tu es pour T1, mais il y a énormément de fans français qui font du bruit pour votre adversaire. Qu'est-ce que tu penses du mood ici?
Le vibe, c'est vraiment impressionnant d'entendre tous ces bruits-là qui continuent de chanter. Aussi, voilà, c'est tout ce qu'on attend à Paris avec cette ambiance-là.
A lot of respect. I imagine they make insane noise. This is very impressive. We'll see who is the best team on this game too. Thank you so much for joining me, and back to the game.
Yeah, the KC fans always loud, whether it is domestically or internationally. It has helped KC in the past, but game one is a very different story. T1, you count them out after MSI. They come in, you think, no, HLE are the favorites. No, BLG are the favorites. Those guys are gone. They didn't make it past the quarterfinals. It is T1's story yet again as they run into game 2 on match point versus Europe in the West. Last hope.
And KC are going to need that help from the fans, but it's a very different draft in game number 2. It's a lot more methodical. It's a lot slower. We're going to see how Yehu can pressure T1. We're going to see how Busio can land those Tempered Fates, and it's a lot of non-committal engage. If the Tempered Fate doesn't land, you don't have to go for the fight. If Yehu doesn't find the stun, they can back out. Yike has so much mobility, and they have the Equalizer as well, and the poke from Kalist. They have so much range that I think they can really look to showcase their league IQ.
I'm just a little bit worried because we saw, that's what I was saying, we saw Tarzan yesterday play Kiana with not many priority lanes, and unfortunately he was trapped inside his own jungle, not being able to make plays for a very long time. Those lanes don't have a lot of setup, and Owner is now bullied.
It's just like last game, and we're going to have a level 1 fight. Yehu is looking to zone off Faker while Busio tries to cut off the choke. Kerry got really low before, Cosmic Fighting doing some damage. Trying to press that pop burst hit from Kerry, use the heal to get into range. Yeah, who's going to take a noxious blast while Faker.
50-50.
It's Frostbite in return. The 50-50 pump by Yike gets level 2 now. T1 are in deep, deep trouble. Cosmic Fighting not going to connect. Owner takes an electricity, flashes away. Pace coming up to help out. Yike comes in. Ishtal double over, gets first blood to Busio. KC flipped the game at Raptors and they won.
And that's why they call him the Smite King. He lands it up against Owner. He wins the 50-50. Busio wants to try to predict the flash, but Owner actually nerves of steel there, holds it, but Yike recognizes that even though Pace is there first, he has the damage, he can take the bush, buy so much time, and he gets the first blood.
And now, because Nico was so chunked down, Botland's gonna be perma-pushed as we see the replay one more time. Keria pulls up, but he's super low HP. They have to burn the heal as well, and Owner, he's willing to take the 50-50. Well, guess what? It is never a 50-50 versus Yai.
And as you say, Trouble, so much credit has to be given to Busio here because he cheesed Kerry in the bush, chunks him out, and buys so much pressure for KC because the Anivia and Kiana are really, really weak early, and Nico is really strong. So if Busio wasn't able to chunk Keria like that, then it would have been a really easy 3v3 for T1 to play. But due to the fact that he got that chunk, now Kalist is going maybe a bit too far forward.
Arcane shift, wait for the tangle barbs. One thing's going to be dodged. Keria looking for the other. Pace taking orders. Lethal tempo. Kalist in Paris on Pace.
He's a top 10 ADC in the world.
Top 10, top 5 with a performance like that.
Okay, calm it down.
I can't. Kalista solo kill Pays in a 1v2, Jack.
He did solo kill Ruler earlier
in the
tournament as well. An incredible performance by Kalist. An absolute showcase of mechanics there. He recognizes that he wins the 1v2. As now Doran might be in trouble.
It's Flame Spitter overheating the auto, do so much damage. Kana threatening the flash. And Electro Harpoon about to come up. Doran gets tagged by one, but there's no danger zone damage yet. The Flame Spitter looking to tag him down a little bit more. Doran takes another, but now he truly has to leave.
They can see how KC are going to have a hard time later on as we gain the POV, lands the W, is forward to proc it, weaving in autos, and now he dodges the Nico Q, sees that he connects the first auto and just flashes forward to finish it off. That was nice.
Kalist is so clean on the Astral. Really nicely played by him there. And a great start for KC in game number 2 here. I think the KC fans are pretty damn happy right now.
I mean, I can feel the hype through, Jack. The Kalist kill means so much. The early blood over to Busio, but for Yike to get a jungle lead means so much. Mid also going well here for Yehu as he gets a decent trade down. And we saw up in top, Doran was not doing too well in the isolated matchup.
Owner is homeless. He's just pathing around his jungle, having nothing to do. He just got double scuttled by Yike. And Yike still has jungle available.
The egg, the wall in the way. Faker close to taking another shot. He just has to stand there until the wall disappears, but a magical journey. Busio's barred again. Yehu will die, but Electrocute makes a trade. The wave pushing. Busio trying to get it to Faker's turret.
And Yehu wanted to bait Faker in, but Faker had a little bit more damage than Yehu expected there, so Faker's able to make it a 1-for-1. So I don't think there's a dive opportunity here with how healthy Kana is, but Doran at least getting some pressure, being able to crash that wave.
He's just Owner scavenging for any creeps inside anyone's jungle. So he's going to take the Gromp. Yehu died with flash up. He could have forced Faker perhaps a little bit deeper under the tower to take that egg down.
I mean, he clicked forward because he wanted to bait Faker in, and then as soon as he popped out of the egg, he died. So it's just like, yeah, it was...
I mean, pretty insane.
He had the right idea, but now Doran might be in trouble.
Yeah, we look towards Yike here, looking for the stun. Equalizes down a little bit to the right here. He flashes away. Electro Harpoon gets the slow, though. Yike has a wall up against him. All he needs is the stun. He finds it. Audacity. Flame Spitter. The Flag and Drag not getting a knockup, but Yike's getting auto down to death. Yona looking so close to finding the kill. Yike goes into Fog of War, but Ona, all he needs is the flag. Trying to bait it out. Ona has to wait in time, but he gets the auto down with a Q mixed in the bag. Yike will die. Kana will live. He has the wave, and Doran has no team.
Faker's moving up. Kana might be in trouble. Faker's only level 5, though. He's just going to catch the wave. It's not
Flash, Tangle Barbs. Khalees is going to Arcane Shift out, but a Boomerang 11 comes in as well. Exhaust down under Pays. He'll stand and find the kill again. Carrier gets a trade with a Cosmic Binding. And Busio, an auto. 3 kills. Busio's barred.
Khalees and Busio, 2v2 kill Pays and Carrier. And I feel like Khalees is showing so much ballsiness. They flash forward to try and get their E on him to stun him, and he just E's forward for maximum damage output.
The more ego I see from this kid, Jack, the more I think my silly top 5 comment, at least in this game, makes a bit more sense. Historically, no, but Europe is feeling it, Paris especially, as Carrier looks to face check, sees Yehu, uses the clone for that as Yike looks towards level 6. He's half the way there. We can talk about that in a second as we look at the 2v2.
I mean, it's a really nice attempt by Carrier here, trying to land the Tangled Barbs onto Khalees, but Khalees reacts with the E, and it's the exhaust that comes in clutch. It makes it so that they're able to take down Saber, but we don't have time.
We are fighting again. Busio made the roam first. Yehu gets the frostbite, the auto. Busio, 4 kills. He's taken all the money.
And he reclaims the title of best Bard in the West as he showcases it against the best support in the world. Busio's all across the map taking over.
Best Polish support we've ever seen as Yehu gets a push into the mid-wave as well. My co-casters shaking their head. The fans out there nodding furiously. Busio, the angle great, but Ona's waiting here. Maybe a bit of a bait on the hunt. Busio's isolated, can't get out. He flies away, Cosmic Binding Pace. Has to commit, but it's a shutdown for the jungle 1v1. Yike almost finds Ona, but he gets away after the flash, after the Cataclysm. It is a T1 win. As Yike waits in Fog of War. That's not the real Carrier until now he transforms back. Jack going into the pit, Audacity out. He presses W. It's smooth from Yike to survive almost certain death.
Him spawning Dragon or attacking Dragon at that time to be pushed out.
Going in deep, it's not done. Petrifying Gaze gets Yike in the back end. He tries Audacity out, but he's just dead. Faker will take 1. And we have 12 kills at 8 minutes.
And Faker there, he knows that Yike started the red buff, so that the red buff is going to spawn there as now Doran is looking to fight. We don't have time to talk. Doran's here.
Kana's going to overload though. Doran might be in trouble. Equalizes down. Doran gets out of it with a Drakehound step. Here we go. Flames for the auto as well. The 1v1. The flash. Kana. T1 revenge. 6 years since his title, but he 6 years of class. He just threw in T1's face.
And Faker died.
Meanwhile, Busio was mid trying to re-kill Faker, and they succeed.
We thought this game might be slower. We thought it might be more methodical, but KC, they're not putting a foot on the brakes. They keep it going here as we watch this replay back. It's Busio with the portal onto Faker. Faker has no flash, has no petrifying gaze, so Khalees and Busio can make light work out of him as Kana outplays on the top lane.
In all seriousness, please don't go back to NA. Busio, 4-1 and 2. He's riling them up. Look at the kill count. He might not have all the kill participation, but he started this game, and he's really rolling with it here to give KC that 2K gold lead.
Hey man, it takes some certain type of confidence to load into a game versus Carrier playing Bard on his skin and having this performance. Bush has been absolutely incredible, and KC have accumulated a 2,000 gold lead, the first lead in those 2 games that we've seen so far.
And it's 3 grubs for KC. T1 looking to try to match it with the potential Drake. But Owner still wants to clear his bot side camps. As Faker starts the Drake. Do they want to rush it? No?
I guess not.
Just checking.
First Dragon of the game, Pays. Is he in trouble? Boots just spotted an award, crystallized down. Pays takes a heavy chunk. And with the Electrocute after the Glacial Storm, almost half HP.
But I think we're seeing the difference in composition here, that it's so much easier for KC to go for these chunks, to be really annoying against the T1 lineup, something that they didn't really have access to in the last game, where it felt like they had to go all or nothing in every single fight, and it makes it so much easier to play across the map, as Kana is looking to continue this 1v1 against Doran.
pretty well. He's down in CS, but he's got 2 kills to his name after he survived the 1v2 before. Looking for that excess of Genomite up on that top turret. Will not find it for now, but Kana keeps on pushing up, and that's where also you're seeing a bit of the gold lead happen.
Really importantly, Trinity Force completed for Kalist, both of his summoners up, and with Dragon coming up right here, Booster's gonna reset, and they could probably look to contest.
X-Drinker giving Doran a bit more confidence here. Kana about to overheat out of the danger zone. One more flame spitter would do it, as Dragon's gonna start here for T1.
T1, they have to be careful here. With Trinity Force on Ezreal, as you said, Trouble. Kalist is so damn strong, but Carry
Blossom, Carry only finds one, but Arcane Shift out. Carry's not going to get a target at all. Yike gets popped out as well. Yehu puts the wall down. Supreme Display gets 2, and one that matters, with Carrier dropping down.
And Kalist continues to read Carrier like a book. He had no vision, but he knew that Carrier might look for him. He reacts just in time, and Carrier ends up falling. It's a Drake for KC, and it's full map control for KC in game number 2 here.
Bot lane push, mid lane push, Dragon taken, and Kana has been doing a fantastic job at building a lead into Doran. All lanes for KC on full force.
So where does it go from here? 3,000 gold, no objectives up. KC looking for that first item on the Anivia especially, but Yike will be looking to play for that first item as well, as T1 got caught.
Yeah, pops the ult right here onto the Nico Kalist, just ease out. And then that was a beautiful wall for Yehu that forces Carrier's pathing towards Yike's ult. That's how they capitalize on him, take the Dragon, push out the lanes. Beautiful sequence by KC.
And the Anivia Kiana synergy, haven't seen that one in a while, but they utilized it so well there.
Yep.
As I do think that the one scary thing for KC is the fact that Doran, while he is down 300 gold, he's still scaling very well this game. And as he gets his items, the public execution can have so much value in these fights, and he can really wreak havoc on this backline because there's very little CC once he gets on top of that backline.
We invade Raptors. KC looking for their angle once again to steal away a camp. Yike Smite gets it first. Owner does Flag and Dragon. He cataclysms on the Booster. Magical Journey going to be taken out. Yike decides to switch elements. Kana waiting there for him as well. Electro Harpoon gets to slow down, but there's no more. Crystallized down as well as we look towards 1v1 in the bottom lane. Pays versus Kalist is going to happen again. Exhaust down. Kalist in lethal tempo.
No
Pays dead again.
And Kalist is just styling on him in Paris. The crowd is behind him and he's feeling himself with the exhaust. Solo killing Pace once again.
Let's see the POV. Ease forward, connects the W into the proc, exhausts, pays, and just flashes to style the last auto on him.
In live, the crowd is roaring with Kalist's name. Kometo can't believe he's about to take his headset off and throw it. He's
and this
absolutely
is KC,
unreal.
When KC, they still have more fights here. I mean, the mechanical display from KC here. This is the KC we saw in LEC. They were able to outplay every single team in the skirmishes. I think their mechanical prowess is right up there with G2. And we didn't see that in MSI. We didn't see it whatsoever, but we all knew that it was there. And I'm so glad that we're getting to see that in EWC, because this is a team that has such a high ceiling as Pace has no flash here. Boost, oh, he does a lot of damage though. Boost has to back off.
Yeah, that's a one-bit item Pays. So even though he has been solo killed twice here by Kalist, he's keeping up in gold somehow. Credibility, T1 still, it's never out until they're out. I mean, we've got Herald coming up, we've got Dragon. First one went over to KC. But remember again, KC still have to run it home in this game too.
And I feel like Yehu has been doing such a fantastic job at depriving Faker of CS.
Ow.
He did something incredible with his wall that forced Faker to walk all the way around his jungle to try and catch a double stacked wave underneath his tower, which he missed a lot of CS off, whilst Kalist was 1v1 in pace down that bot lane. A 30 CS gap over in the mid lane in favor of Yehu.
Yeah, it's been really annoying. The one thing that I think T1 has is as the game progresses, Sivir will get really, really strong, Cassio will get really, really strong, and in a pure DPS fight, T1 definitely have the advantage, but the fights don't stop.
Booster's going to be cleansed away, has numbers advantage here for T1. Pop Blossom going to come in as a miss. The Supreme Display of Talent tries to get Yike out. What Doran? Doran's angle is demonic. He doesn't find a target just yet. He's going to flash onto Yike instead. Chilling Smite gets him out. While meanwhile, TP in. Yehu a bit deep. Petrifying Gaze not going to connect there while KC get themselves out. Yike also alive somehow. That was a close call. Equalizer goes down. Faker is slithering out. Doran now used all his energy reserve while Pace looks to defend. The mid-wave crushing in.
But that was 2 TPs from T1 that KC maneuvered around so fantastically. They didn't have the numbers advantage. Yahoo decided to TP in as well, but Kana wasn't there. It could have easily been a couple of kills going T1's way, but Busio with the portal, Yike being able to escape, it gives KC a 5,000 gold lead here in game number 2.
So a play that's not been a T1 favor resulted in them getting the red buff stolen and their mid lane pushed.
Faker's level 9 to Kana's level 12.
As Flash.
Kana doesn't have his first item yet. I wonder if it's going to make a difference here. Faker, danger zone there, Electro Harpoon. Okay, now spotted out. Kana's going to back away while Yike and Yahoo were moving up this river. Looks like Herald is what they're going to be starting off as Twin Fang after Twin Fang comes through, but not enough significant damage to change what's happening here.
And the Pop Blossom being invested from Keria, and the Petrifying Gaze, and the ultimate from Owner. It just means that this Herald is completely free for KC. They even get a ton of damage on this mid tower. And the luxury of getting this mid tower so low is that you don't have to use Herald on it. You can get this mid tower with just the pressure of a move from a side lane, and then you can invest that Herald with either a tier 2 bot or a tier 2 top, or break open the map and even use it for Drake.
And if you look at who's on the side lane, it's Faker and Cassiopeia. If you open up a side lane tower, Jack said, with the Rift Herald, Faker is in immediate danger, especially since there's a Bard in the game that can come at you from 3 screens away.
Here's TP. Will it be joining this dragon that is now on the menu? KC with the first, as stated before. No one looking at it for now as Owner's clearing topside. And Yike has a lot of camps up as well, so this is going to be a late Dragon Soul game if we do get to it, which again, we talked about T1's scaling, especially with Sivir, with Cassio. Might be an advantage for them to stall it out.
Yeah, but Kaliz now having the Manamune, the Triforce, it's a classic 2-hour. Oh my god, Kaliz.
Of course, he's in again. The Arcane shifts in, the pace damage is unreal. Kaliz now getting on the Owner as the order comes through. Kaliz dead. More members of T1 show up first. Magical Journey going to be used by Busio. I was stunned. Owner didn't even have to pop the ulti at first, as now he walks on in to this river where KC thought they had the advantage. Doran going to get burned on down. Kana carrying it all back. T1 getting chunked. Yike from the other angle. Carrier set packing and pays. Use everything to survive. Void Flash now will finally be coming down as Kana gets in range, turns him down as well. And if it's not Kaliz, it's just someone else.
And Kaliz might have made a mistake, but Kana recovers the play so beautifully. It's 3 for 1 with KC remaining in control of the game. They're going to get the dragon, although Busio might be caught.
Petrifying Gaze onto a Bard should be easy work here. Busio's going to be poisoned down the auto as well. Faker takes a Cosmic Binding down one more auto, but Busio waiting for his life. The Poison Flash. Twin Fang from Faker.
That is a flash though for a support, whilst Yike takes the dragon, which will then make the equalizer hurt that much more when Faker gets slowed next fight. Let's watch this one more time.
This is the duality.
Kaliz is feeling himself, alright? He is forward, instantly exhausted. He's like, I'm super strong, I'll go through items and spiking, but T1 is right there to Avengers style assemble on top of Kaliz, and you have to think, oh, this fight is lost. Psych. Kana comes in and absolutely carries the heck out of it.
That's the duality of Kaliz. It's been criticized a lot for those missteps because they're so memorable, but with that comes the highs that we've seen in this game as well. And in this game, it's not just him who's strong, it's the rest of his team as well. So even if he falters, the rest of them can step up.
5.5k is what I saw before this replay. As, 2,000 people, we were told, can fill this crowd out, and it is filled. Tickets were sold out.
It is completely full.
All the way up. Like, there's like 10 rows of bleachers. They're all completely chonked right now as kind of getting some chunk down on Doran. Here comes Yike. Herald's going to come down. Doran in trouble. Half HP. His shot won't need to land. The Equalizer does a bit of damage. TP out. I don't think Doran's getting out of this one. Let's see. Supreme Display hit the turret instead. I was wrong. Doran gets out, but the turret's now down.
Yahoo.
Flash, Cataclysm, Yahoo, Tempered Fate. He's going to catch on to Busio, saves his mid laner's life for now. Pop Blossom only gets onto one. Yahoo going to go into the egg, but T1 can't stick around. They use the Cassiopeia to get the damage down. Yahoo drops after a couple of Twin Fangs, but KC unrelenting in their push top while Public Execution already runs into 2. Even under turret, it's risky. Will survive for now, and he keeps KC at bay from taking that in and down.
That's a big mistake by Yike there. The fact that he doesn't get the supreme display of talent onto Doran means they can't get the tier 2, they can't get the kill topside, and KC, the T1 rather, wins in the cross map, being able to take that bot tower and kill Yahoo.
Right, T1, and looking for deeper vision right here. It has been their objective. Carry is also looming around Owner, trying to help him steal those Raptors off. And of course, with a lot of towers going down and Faker pushing out that bot lane, you need to be setting up some deeper vision into the bot quadrant of Yike's jungle, and that's exactly what they tried to do. This is what KC can see. They don't know where Carrier is.
Now they do. Going to be spotted out. Yike on the hunt. Here comes Busio's Bard as well. Trisha Barrage going to tag a little bit as that flies across Summoner's Rift. Doesn't even get the tail of Faker, but with the TP in as well, it's full commitment here from KC. 4 members, a Cosmic Binding, an Equalizer, a Tempered Fate. The turret's now down. Faker finds 2 with the Petrifying Gaze. He sits comfy back here with the Crystalline. Takes him down. It was hot. It was cold. And now Faker feels nothing.
It's a kill onto Faker, but it's quite fake. There's no minions for KC to use. There's not much for them to do, while T1 are actually the ones able to push in top lane here, while KC has to wait a long time for this wave. So it's a win for KC, but a very slight one as T1 get the cross map.
They'll eventually get the tower, so that's a consolation prize. They'll lose one, they'll take one over in the end. Yike has emptied the entire bot side jungle from Owner, but Owner is doing what Owner does in T1, and T1 Baron.
Minutes. T1 starting Baron. Near spawn. Wrong side of the map is Yike.
True shot is up.
Hayes is trying not to show, but Kalista's now going to spot out what's being done. TP going to be channeled 8K. Yike is going to have to beeline it over here, but now all 5 members on T1 on top of the Baron. What a classic. T1 are going to take it, and they're going to get out, or at least start to. Flag and drag from Owner. Will he die? The Supreme Display doesn't even get him from the tagline. It's only him for now. Yike gets 1. That's a clone. T1 have Baron recalls, and you can't be caught napping when Baron's up.
And T1 get away with it again. They're the best Baron team in the world, and they keep finding the angle. Owner starts it alone, and KC don't think they have the potential to do it because Faker was dead. It was 4 versus 5, and KC were the ones in control of the map. As I don't think Faker wins this 1v1, even if he gets the Petrifying Gaze. We'll have to see.
He's 3 levels down, but he gets the Petrifying Gaze down. Pure stun here. Equalizer going to be down at half HP. Faker still taking it. Overload time as well. Auto attacks from Kana close, but Faker stands strong. He'll walk out of there, and everything was connected.
And that's why he's the GOAT and I'm not, because I thought he loses that, but now Busio might be able to find Faker here.
Busio has flash available. Is it worth? Tempered Fate going to be used. Noxious Blast, Cosmic Binding though, and the auto. Faker taken down by Busio, makes a long trade.
Busio has 6 kills. Still the most kills in this game on the Bard. He is an assassin roaming around the map here, helping KC out, but T1 are fighting back. Kana does have the teleport, Faker does not, so it does mean that for this Drake spawning in 10 seconds, it's a big advantage for KC as Kalista is basing for his 3rd item.
It's a bit scary right here for KC to walk into Fog of War, to get any semblance of vision around that Dragon Pit. But yeah, it doesn't need much vision, he just needs to be in the pit to make it advantageous for him. The TP behind them.
Flank as well, Cataclysm being helped for now. Owner gets chunked on out. Supreme Display is enough. Owner down. Doran now, his TP is going to be way too deep. His T1 have already lost their jungle. Doran goes in, finds a good setup. It's a 1-for-1 for now, but the setup, Busio almost gets the stun. The damage from Kalista, his range, scary as ever. As Carrier runs through his life, there's no Electro Harpoon to catch him by the tail. KC open their mouths and say go, and now Dragon is going to be started.
It's a 1-for-1, but KC have the numbers advantage.
Petrifying Gaze, face checking again. Kana caught out, flush away from Faker. Gets out of the Tempered Fate. Busio there to cover. It's only a clone while Carry doesn't have enough mana to get over the wall. There's no smite. KC the damage enough. Dragon secured at the cost of inner turret.
A mid lane is just going down, and T1 focused elsewhere. With both junglers, no beam there, no smite. T1 had a chance. But let's watch this one more time. Yehu and Yike have been combining the wall plus Kiana ult to catch T1 off guard.
Really nicely played by Carrier here, getting the Pop Blossom onto Yike and then the CC chain from Doran. If they weren't able to take down Yike here, it would just be Owner going down in a free fight for KC. But with that, they get a slight cross map, some plates on mid at least. But it's still a big win for KC as they're now on Soul Point.
Busio has no Tempered Fate. Carry is going to be spotted out. Tanglebarb's going to connect on him as well. Busio looking for the angle. The rank shot's not going to connect on him either. Owner thinking about walking up now with pings getting spotted. Or rather, KC spotting out his rotation.
But KC need to be careful because Doran is opening up towards topside here and Kana has no TP. KC, they recognize, they back off, they reset. Busio's going to get his wards again and look up to set up this map once more.
It's really important that Busio walked behind enemy lines. There's literally 4 wards behind the Baron pit to make sure that when Yehu pushes towards the top side of the map, he actually feels safe from the T1 threat. There is a very deep control ward inside Yike's jungle on the top side, which they could potentially use, but for now, Yehu feels pretty safe. Oh, he found it.
I feel like you can tell from KC's wards here that they don't want to let that Baron Nashor be snuck away again, as they've warded pretty much every avenue that Owner could enter that Nash pit.
Doran Doesn't have any autos to get his energy back. Pause for a second, he's just going to walk it out instead. Knows he's vulnerable as KC was setting up a play.
It's a little bit of a lull state now as both teams are just waiting for that dragon to spawn. Although T1 probably are waiting for the Nash to spawn, as that is their comfort zone.
Oh, yeah.
Super important. Time has timed and 3 items have landed in Sivir's inventory. This is where if FaZe gets a couple of ricochets around, a couple of auto attacks, KC will just melt. They do not have any tanky member to take those boomerangs, so we'll see if FaZe can actually carry while being 1-4 and many hundreds of gold down to Kalist.
And the thing is, even though Kalist has the 5 kills, I think Pace is actually stronger right now, considering the champions. Sivir at 3 crit items is going to be doing so much damage. The biggest problem she faces is that she's so low range that it'll be hard to auto-attack this long-range KC comp. And that also speaks to how KC want to play in general. They want to keep T1 at bay. They want to slow them down. They want to annoy them with Yehu's walls, with his slows, with his stuns, and make it really difficult for Faker and Pace to actually DPS.
Bell shield against this much CC. How it's used is going to be critical. Yike also won 3 items, by the way, so there is an explosion that comes from Kiana. Also with the last Whisper to add in some of those tank stats. At least the deletion of Actualizer picked up by Faker. So a 3rd item here for the Cassio, who is 2 stacks away from that Ward of Ages. Baron up in 45 seconds. Soul is up for KC in 2 minutes. Faker's going to get tagged out because he's spotted moving towards his jungle.
Very close to Shadow Flame for Kana as well. 3rd completion for Rumble would be huge before the next fight. I don't think necessarily KC want to bait T1 into that Baron. They mostly want to deter them from getting anywhere near again. Their sights are set on that soul, which is going to be Infernal. What a huge soul to have with a full DPS composition top to bottom for KC. So they definitely want to take their chances. They have 3 out of 4, 1 more remaining. However, they need to set up some vision towards the bot side of the map.
I agree with you, Trouble, but KC do Nash incredibly fast. Kiana, Rumble, and Nivea Ezreal. So if they get 5-10 seconds alone time, they would be able to kill that Nasher much faster than maybe T1 would expect. But at the same time, T1 are a team that's so incredibly intelligent at how they play around Nash, and with how much they love to sneak Nash off vision, I would be very surprised if T1 are caught off guard.
KC can't hold their fingers off the ward button for now. Control ward spots out nothing in the pit, and it is quite dark around that purple worm. There's KC with an entry ward as Kalist walks over it. And 1 outside of the shuffle zone of Baron right now from T1 as well. Bit of damage from Kalist obviously still hurts here as Oda looks to face check.
There is a bunch of vision for T1 around that bot side of the map, and as Jack mentioned, you can't trick the trickster and sneak in a Baron as KC. So I feel like an Infernal Soul is very juicy right now for KC. Those Qs landing, the Anivia damage from so far away would burn so much with these Infernals. And Bustio has set up some vision behind enemy lines, a control ward, an extra ward behind that wall. See if they can actually get a catch towards T1 to start the fight.
Bustio is bodyguarding this Drake pit right now as Kalist wants to try to get some poke down onto T1. They want to try to make it really difficult for T1 to enter here. Poke them while they want to face check the bushes. Although with the wall, KC couldn't look to rush the dragon, but TP behind from Doran.
But it hits Pays. I'm looking at that equalizer. It does the right damage to the right person.
They can rush this.
Harry looking for the angle, as you said. The rush is going to be gone. It's going to be Infernal Soul. The setup nice from KC. They didn't skip a beat.
Yeah, KC able to zone them off there. The owner getting chunked. Doran not finding the flank, and now he's in trouble. But T1, KC knows they have to be careful here.
Oh, he doesn't see it because he's around the corner, but the ward spots him out in the end. Blast going to take it up mid-air. Kalist just going to space him. Public execution use. Pop loss. And meanwhile, we look at Yike. How's he caught out here? He pulls out the ulti. The supreme display of death is about to occur as he flashes in on top of Faker. Faker won't die just yet, but he does get traded here. KC looking for the round trip to take us to a game number 3. Sivir hit up hard. Kalist running into the enemy. Fears pays not. It is KC with another win.
At KC, they want to end the game. They've had the kills. Bustio flashes forward. He wants to take down Carry, and KC want to go to game 3.
Against T1, we said yesterday was almost impossible. Today seemed like it. But in game 2, the odds in KC's favor. They run through mid. Carrier gets on out, but it is the base that is being delayed. KC will run through mid. It is nothing but Owner to stop this onslaught. It is nothing but Paris to support KC. Owner will drop. Kalist will show supremacy on the Ezreal. And Karmine Corp are one step away from taking down the world champions. Moving to match point in this best of 3. The Nexus will fall. And Karmine Corp move us to match point.
I hope people can hear the roar of the crowd for KC. And honestly, that was a hard composition to make work. They had to individually step it up, and that they did. Huge performance by the KC bot lane. Busio with the roam, Kalist with his prowess on that Ezreal, in forward constantly for max damage output, solo killing Pace twice.
An incredible performance by Kalist Busio. Can't forget Kana either, clutching the fight after Kalist made a mistake on mid lane, doing so much damage. And you see this game, when KC, they have the lanes that they're comfortable with, the lanes that they can win. As we watch this fight back here from Kalist POV, he eased forward, forces Pace Flash, and he knows that he can continue clicking forward, gets the Qs, misses the one on Jarvan, but you know, he's already done enough.
But all game long, Kalist eating forward. There was no pussyfooting around that Ezreal. That guy went in and only in to pull off some incredible moments here for KC. Match point, best of 3, final moment, and Kometo couldn't be happier.
And what's really admirable is sometimes when somebody slaps your hand, because there was that E forward where he gets the exhaust and he gets shut down, he did it again. That didn't put him down.
As we go to stage to see what the commotion is about, I think I can guess.
Thank you very much. As it is a game number 3, a decider for KC and T1. And this one was never in doubt by Karmine Corp. They did what T1 did to them in game 1, where they took an early lead and slowly, methodically grinded them down.
I think Busio was massive in this game on the board, playing around the map, getting things done, and setting up both Kana and Kalist to be absolutely massive. Doran just didn't really get a look in this game, and the Rumble was doing so much work, and Kalist on this Ezreal was just flawless.
And several times I think KC, they were down numbers, but Kalist and Kana did 1v2 on the top side and the bot side at the same time. I think especially this 1v2 was huge that Ezreal can get actually for the bot side pressure here.
Yeah, stacking up the lethal tempo and the Q flash auto, which he did to Ruler earlier in this tournament, pulls out again here, and in this situation, gets away from the Q damage with the Arcane Shift. The exhaust comes in, able to get the trade kill, and then Busio there to clean up.
Yeah, huge buffer on the Arcane Shift. He was going to be in turret range, gets out of that, turns that around, and all of a sudden, Kalist knows what to do with the lead. He gets it and closes the door on any comeback for that bot lane. There was a moment in the middle of the game where we had consistent shutdowns go the way of Faker, but then Kalist cooks a little bit, but allows the rest of the team to come on in and clean up.
So in this situation, Kalist does get punished, and obviously was a large portion of KC's goal, and that gives T1 the confidence to look for a fight. But this is where Kana really shines, coming in this Rumble, super fed, super far ahead, and just starts melting T1.
Yeah, and this is the moment where KC had the insane gold lead already. So even though with the Ezreal down, we had Kana with insane lead on the top side. So I think overall, KC was just so confident in themselves that even though we are down numbers, we can just take the fight. And I think the focus that they had in the team fight was just on the another level right now.
Yeah, but again, T1 continued to keep it close. They started giving up Drakes, but then maybe one too many as the Infernal Soul goes on over to KC, and then this final fight here.
I love this control that KC have because, you know, it's Infernal Soul. Of course, T1 want to contest this, but they don't get a chance because Yehu puts this wall down, funnels them into the choke, and the Equalizer just chunks them down so they get the free soul. Then they move the collapse onto Doran, and things start to get really messy.
So even though you didn't really initially take the fight, with their control, with their setup, it was just another great brain play by KC here. Yeah, I mean T1 tried to kind of bounce back with the Nasher here, but they couldn't really do anything against Azure at this point because the heat was too fast.
And again, a catch on the Yike there at the Baron Pit could have spelled doom, but Busio immediately ready with the Tempered Fate to buy time and kept him safe long enough.
Busio's Bard is phenomenal. I feel like a lot of teams pick Bard away from Carrier as a denial because he is that amazing Bard player, legendary Bard player. But Busio is also extremely proficient on this champion and showed it there. So not only are you denying it from Carrier for the rest of the series for that game 3, but also he just enabled his team so much with that pick and in those final moments.
I mean, in the game 1, I mentioned about the T1 having a great advantage on the both side picks because I think the reason why they were able to snowball with the Camille is because Shen didn't really work well with the Ziggs. I think in the game 2, it was opposite. I feel like Sivir Nico was not great answer into Azure Bard. They couldn't even win the lane. They couldn't even look for outscale because they took so many kills on the side. So I feel like they need to figure out what is their main goal on the bot side because bot lane priority is the key for today. Yeah, sure, top lane also matters, but I think mainly support can roam around the map. That enables the top lane as well. So I feel like getting the bot lane priority, bot lane pressure is most important thing for this series.
Yeah, and we saw a couple of times Carrier on the Nico pop some ults that didn't quite land or looked like maybe a little bit too early. And so, as you said, this bot lane focus meta, it's whether it's utility, whether it's versatility, you're going to play some mages, you need to be in sync with the rest of your team. And both of these squads have done that, but also in this series, both of them have looked out of sync, which has made it so exciting. So as we move to a decisive game number 3 in our best of 3 semifinals, what do you want to see from both squads here, Ox?
I think, you know, Woodid was hitting it on the head. The bot lane priority is really important, but also when we're seeing these supports moving, the top lane matchup's been really instrumental in this game. Having that early prio, having that early pressure. We saw the Ambessa into the Rumble, didn't really work. We saw the Shyvana into the Jace, didn't really work. I think getting a favorable matchup in the top lane and playing towards it could really turn tides in your favor.
And also, I think the flexibility on the picks can help because on the second pick, you can just pick something AP that you can flex on the mid and the bot at the same time. I think that kind of gives you the space where you think about better matchup in terms of what you want to play into it. So I feel like getting something flex pick between mid and AD can help a lot for the team here.
My goodness, it started with a league of their own way back in 2023 when Casey got to play T1 as you were there, Ox, and so far they've been able to progress further and further, now improving upon that 3-0 sweep over at MSI. They've won one game and are one game away from winning, from defeating the first ever EWC title winner and the reigning world champion of League of Legends T1. We'll see how it all shakes up after this.
Flash. Nico no flash. Nico no flash too. Nico no flash too.
Can you go engineer? Yeah, shoot it on flash. I'm gonna kill Nico slowly.
Oh, nice try. Oh,
Nico international. You can end, no?
Or you can end?
Yeah, we can end.
Yeah,
we can end.
Nico, yeah, we can cancel Nico.
Yeah,
only your one.
Flash?
I think. No
flash. No flash.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I'm here with Yankos. Now, a bit earlier, we did a scream challenge, and I absolutely dominated.
Okay, absolutely dominate is a little bit of a stretch. I let you win because you came all the way from an A. You know, I felt really bad for you.
Could we get a new scream now? That was 131.1. You actually beat me from before.
Okay, so we did that.
That was a great job. Now let's hear the fans scream.
Hey, that's good.
127, not bad.
I'm losing my voice here. Okay.
Casey! Not bad, bro, not bad.
Yes. We need a real skim.
We need a big scream.
Go.
Casey!
Hey! Oh, that was good. That was really good. Okay, guys, as you can see, things are going absolutely crazy here. T1 against Casey is coming out. We have a lot of French fans. I think the whole venue is full. Let's fucking go!
I'm supporting T1. T1?
I support T1. AG.AL because I'm from China.
We're supporting go! Of course. I'm a huge AG.AL fan. T1. Taiwan Live Esports. T1. AG.AL.
KC's gonna win. Fight it!
My favorite player is Faker. Faker and Kedia.
Talist.
Faker is parce que il est toujours très tranquille. Et après, il est très mignon. Moi, je suis, of course, AG.AL owner. He's really hardworking and he always thinks for the team. Faker and Shen's.
Owner and carrier.
Faker.
Police!
You met your season. Everyone here is very exciting for it. We are supporting different teams, but we communicate with each other too, so it's very funny. I got to meet a lot of fans all over the world, and I can see like player in person. EWC is very great, it's very fun and very lively.
Everyone is welcoming, and I'm very happy to be a super fan here.
I'm definitely excited. The crowded, the fans, and the players, all the things are amazing.
I'm very excited at the EWC, and I'm happy to be a super fan.
I love being here as a super fan. Thank you, EWC, so much.
It is the pinnacle of our semi-finals at EWC 2026. T1 forced back and KC on the board. It is simply a best of three that has turned into one. And it is simply KC versus T1 for the final game to decide who goes to the grand finals.
And a great game from Dorn game 1. A great game from Kalist game 2. I think Pace game 2 with that Sivir going to teleport. A little bit, not cocky I'd say, but maybe a bit optimistic. I think he thought that it would be a much more chill laning phase, but Kalist, especially with the fact that he went the exhaust, decided to push him every way of the laning phase. So we'll have to see game number 3 how the draft goes. I think winning lanes for KC, we saw it night and day difference from game number 1 to game number 2, how confident they can play when they have the winning matchups. And I do think that in top lane, if Doran has a winning lane, that can be such an easy way to shut down Kana and shut down the rest of KC.
And I feel like KC were playing fast and hard in game number 1, couldn't find the objectives. In the second one, I feel like their primary objective over the map was to take down those towers, isolate targets, play through fog of war, prioritize those dragons to try and get to Sol. And that was just a much more textbook play from KC, kind of like a 1, 2, 3 steps, not skipping any of them. And I feel like there are a couple of characteristic champions that they could get in their hands to try and play for that again.
Well, let's see, because they got comfort last game. It was the talk between you guys that the comfort from KC and the champions that they rolled out with a perfect thing to get the job done. In game 3, they won't have to lean on that, or rather won't be able to, as Poppy gets banned Seraphine, take out a potential Ashe Seraphine as we go through Fearless. Also, the double owner ban still exists as KC prioritise the Nocturne and Vi.
I do wonder if KC We saw yesterday Kalist going for the Zeri. He's been one of the few players that decided to go for it in this tournament, and we'll have to see if he decides to go for the Mage or something like a hyper carry, because he showed a lot of prowess on the Victor as well, but it changes a lot how you want to play as a team around him. I do think that in that game on the Zeri Alistar, they were very weak in the early game, and it was hard for KC to really play much, and I think you can't get away with that against T1, as we'll see what T1 locks in first.
Renekton was their ban for this entire time, and now it has been left open. Gnar is also in the picture for our top laners, and he has been seeming to be the theme to pick those top laners in the first rotation.
And I wonder, would Doran do that knowing that Kana's speciality has been this cannon throughout last year, especially into the Renekton?
Okay.
For now it is the Rise. Let's leave that in the back of our mind. KC are a team who have solo laners that can really cook. Yeah, who's pulled this out before?
Kana as well.
Now they're flexing it too. You're right.
Although Kana Gnar, it's a tale as old as time. He's been playing it for years. It's his best champ for a long, long time. And Yike on the Wukong, another comfort pick for him. So it looks like in game number 3 here, they want to replicate the success of the draft in the second game and just stick to comfort.
Now hear me out. Oh, okay. I was about to say, a good Renekton can solo kill Gnar in the early game. And Doran is a pretty good Renekton.
A good Olaf can also solo kill the Gnar here, as that's what Doran wants to go for. We saw him play this up against G2 with Broken Blade on the Kled. And Doran did solo kill BB in that game, despite BB getting incredibly fed later on. We'll have to see what Faker locks in here on 3. Would be probably just a jungle answer into this Wukong. Could be the Skarner if you want even more CC.
I feel like with their eyes already locked in, you've got Wukong on the other side. Pantheon has been sort of falling into priority, but he's one of those champions that can really pressure side lanes, and Gnar is a pretty vulnerable champion, especially in mini Gnar form, that could fall to someone like Pantheon hidden sides. KC are continuing the same trajectory, CC on top of CC.
Yeah, going for the Annie for Yehu. We saw a lot of, when he first joined KC, we mostly saw him on Annie and Azir, a lot of that. So it's a champ that he's also very comfortable on. And you see with how fast they insta-locked it, as they head into second bans here, that this is something KC is very comfortable with, as we'll have to see what they decide to target, either the ADC or the support role for Keria. A lot of options here on the board. You can pair up, like both team comps I'd say are quite generalist. You can pair up a lot of ADCs. So they decided to just take away the Pike from Keria because they don't want to have him on that explosive pick.
Like with all these all-ins coming through from both of these teams, Jhin could be infallible for both of them. Sets up really nicely, he's very safe as well. And with no semblance of a tank on either side, he will always have some value. However, the problem is always Olaf. And the one AD carry that has always been the counter to Olaf is Kai'Sa. Because when Olaf runs at you, you run at his backline.
Yeah, high DPS ADC that can kite the Olaf is what KC wants to look for. You don't want to index too heavily into the heavy CC champions that can easily get ran down. Like we saw when Doran played the Olaf into G2, it was Hansama on Ashe Seraphine, and it was so difficult for Hansama to play any of those fights, since Ashe can't really do anything into the Olaf, so something that can kite him back, outplay him, as we've seen Kalist do in game number 2, is what KC want to look for as they take away the Caitlyn as well, and a Nautilus ban for T1.
Something like a Lucian Milio bot lane could be incredible right here for T1. There's a lot of CC you can cleanse over from Annie and Gnar.
And the Nautilus and Lulu ban as well.
Yeah, and Pace is an incredible Lucian as well. So I'm thinking something like Kai'Sa on one side into a Lucian lane for T1 potentially.
Kai'Sa without the Nautilus into Lucian would be very difficult.
Where is Zaya Rakan in the midst of this?
That's another option. Rakan is really nice with the Wukong. So definitely could be something. The only thing is if you're blind picking it, Kalist is thinking here. They want to take away the Lucian. I was thinking that with T1's Lulu and Nautilus ban, it does feel like they were setting up for the Lucian themselves. We'll have to see how T1 respond to it.
Where do we go from here? Will be a Emilio takeaway to pair with something else, or will the Zyra can't get slammed in? KC knew they were walking into this one. With Wukong, with Gnar, with Annie, the survivability of Pace is a must.
It looks like it'll be the Sire Rakan here, as both teams deliberating heavily on their ADC decisions. And it's probably going to be the Emilio for Busio. Lucian Milio up against the Sire Rakan. It's an explosive matchup where Lucian has quite a bit of agency in the early game, but as you get that level 6 on Sire Rakan, it gets a lot easier for them. And with Owner getting level 6 as well, you'll have a really easy time trying to shut Kalist down.
I don't know if I like this into the Olaf. If by any chance Doran does pop off here, Lucian and Milio are so vulnerable to falling into an Olaf. There is no walls, there's no CC, there's no survivability other than
you have the mobility,
dash.
But you have the mobility, but the biggest problem is that you're quite burst heavy.
Yeah.
So if Doran gets ahead, as you say, Trouble, then it can be quite difficult. So you just don't have the sustained DPS that something like a Kai'Sa would provide, or a lot of other DPS ADCs. But I do still like a lot what KC has drafted. I think both comps are quite similar. They're quite low range, heavy engage, and I believe if game number 1 and game number 2 have given us a trend,
then game number 3 could only be the top as we go to stage to round out our first semi-final.
Bonjour Paris!
Les gars, Game 3, KC T1, c'est déjà une dinguerie. Je suis trop contente d'être là in Game 3, KC T1.
We couldn't have asked for a better start to the semi-final Saturday here at the Esports World Cup. One game left to determine which of these two teams will get to fight for this trophy on Championship Sunday tomorrow, and a crazy amount of money. We've got a prize pool of $2 million. How much does the winner get?
$600,000.
Say it again, one more time.
$600,000 pour le gagnant.
That is a lot of money. Now, you've been teaching me Francais all week, but this is a bit of a weird question, but can you teach me one more word? How do I say prince in Francais?
Do you mean like the son of the king?
Oui.
Ah, en français on dit Caliste.
Caliste, the prince.
Caliste the prince, yeah, exactly. And I thought you had one more question before we get into the game for the French fan, especially on the KC side, I believe?
Yes, oui. What's the color?
What's the color?
I said, what's the color? Let's get back into this game.
Obviously one-sided in the crowd. It's KC favored. T1 fans still littered amongst. But we're in Paris. We're in their home territory.
I don't think we could ask for more than this. It comes down to game number 3. An incredible close series thus far. And both team comps looking so similar. I don't think the fighting will stop that we've been seeing in game number 1 and 2.
I think we've had 80 kills in about 35, 40 minutes so far.
Yeah.
It has been explosive, and the comps littered themselves to that as well. Level 1 fighting, I will say, has been the most explosive I've seen all tournament, all MSI, all first stand. We have had level 1s going at it, but finally, we get a bit more normality with supports as lanes start off the most normal this series.
This is a more individualistic draft for KC right here. They have managed to pick counters throughout their lanes to try and overpower those, which will then release, hopefully, Yike to play a little bit more aggressive. However, I will say so far, the support with the biggest agency on the map has been the biggest playmaker and difference maker. And right here, Busio on the Milio will not be that big roaming force that we have seen him be on the other 2 games.
It relies a lot on Kalist here to really bring this game forward, as this matchup is really all about dodging these Rakan Qs, because if you don't give the Sire Rakan sustain, that's when you can really chunk them out and make their life really miserable. And it's once Sire Rakan get level 6 that it becomes a lot easier for them to play. I like a lot that Kalist went cleanse here, really good up against the Pantheon, and it also denies the exhaust from Pace, making it a lot less scary for him to dash in, because if Pace could just exhaust him, then you could easily turn the all-in and just run him down, as Yeo's getting some good trades in mid lane as well.
Yeah, he tries to zone out, but he still gets hit by everything, including the overload, so Faker gets some good damage down in response, but stun is being held here by Yehu. The threat now gone as he takes it with a Disintegrate on a minion. Kalist dashing forward, they got level 2 first here with the push. KC's bottom lane in a great position with Ona heading up top.
We'll really have to see how T1 spot lane can weather this storm. If they can farm well under tower, get to level 6 without much bleeding, then they're in a very comfortable position. But thus far, it looks like KC are playing the matchup really well, being able to punish T1.
Level 6 is what I'm looking at for T1. Pantheon ult, Rise ult, they've got so much side lane power that they can hit all at once. And it feels like Yehu will not necessarily be able to follow up into Fog of War. Playing the Annie is a little bit scary, playing an immobile mage and running into complete darkness. So we will see if KC can actually sustain that pressure ball, knowing that level 6 threat is there.
And it feels like we should be seeing that attention top, right? We talked how pivotal the Olaf is and what Doran can do if he gets ahead. We know Olaf is a champion that wants to snowball the hell out of the game. So guys, I'm going to ask you, make sure you tell me properly, all roads lead bot this game, right? What do you think? Top.
I mean, I think all the matchups in this game can be quite volatile, as we see Yehu being forced to base here. Thus far, Doran hasn't been able to get much of an advantage, but now he's looking to all in. He has the Ghost.
New wave is gone, though, so Doran fighting in the middle, but not going to be too good. Good knock up here. Kalista in a bit of trouble. Easy tools, and he cleanses that away. Pace flashes for the feathers, and he gets rips it through the heart of Paris. His first blood goes over to the Zaya. Looking for the follow-up. Busio in a bit of trouble. No mana here to kick a soccer ball and send T1 out of there. The dodge away, sure, but Pace now in range of damage. The feathers flashed away from Busio is out, but Pace just broke their ankle.
And Pace gets his revenge for game number 2. A great flash from him. Kalist tries to predict it as well, but with the triumph, he ends up living so long. As we watch this, it's a really good grand entrance from Keria. Both Kalist and Pace flash at the same time, predicting each other, but with the triumph, Busio's not able to take him down. They're able to chase down Busio and get his flash as well.
And this is kind of sad right here, because that KC bot lane needs to take off. Your Lucian Million need to be pressuring that bot lane, especially since your other lanes are gonna have a lot of pressure exerted, but now Pantheon and Rise are rubbing their hands. Both bot laners for KC are without their flashes for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's a great start for T1. They couldn't ask for anything more than this, especially now as you're gonna get closer to that level 6. That's when it really gets more tricky for this Lucian Milio. Once you have access to that Rakan ultimate, once Owner has access to his ultimate as well, as T1 want to keep the fights going.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a bait. Yikes coming in, goes into cloak. Carry gets the knock-up, good damage, and the root as well. They can't follow up. Kalista's low as well. And Yikes is going to have to stand here, watch, while Owner doesn't care. His bot lane one out.
And that is worst case scenario. Kalist gets chunked out while trying to bait. However, nothing goes back to KCT. Not only do they chunk him out, they'll get to push that wave. They'll get to push next wave, as Kalist cannot back here as well. And this is a worst case scenario for KC. Karen will only cancel Yikes reset.
But it's smooth. He stops the reset. That's nice. Owner gets his in first, so Yikes going to have to try again. And it's because Faker, I think, guys, moved into Fog of War.
Yeah.
So they had to pay respect that this Rise is potentially coming bot.
It was a really nice roam there from Faker.
Knock up. Keria a little bit over ambitious. Kill goes over to Yehu.
Okay, Keria tried to go for a little bit too much there. He failed flashes over the wall as well. So that is going to be a kill going over for Yehu, but still Kalist lost a lot of minions there, and you can see how annoying Keria can play on this Rakan. He still needs to be a little bit careful though, especially up against the Annie with that point and click stun.
Actually, that was a beautiful swap that KC did. Putting Lucian in the shortest lane, now that he's missing his flash, who could potentially be punished down that bot lane, and especially since T1 kept pressuring the issue, Busio stayed just about outside of Fog of War, and the second Yehu lands into Keria's screen is just too late.
Yeah, I don't think Keria was expecting Yehu to open bot there, as you say, Trouble. It just allowed Kalist to be able to farm some minions on mid. Now they swap back to normal lanes, and it's still a 500 gold lead for Pace. But overall, item discrepancies are not too big, as Pace had to buy the Cloak of Agility, which isn't really much of a power spike, but we have a gank on top.
All in, going to be immediate ulti as well. CC immune while Kana has the pike kited out. He flashes away, but Doran's still on him. The power of the Olaf, running down one, looking for the other. The undertow's going to connect, and here we go. It's Ragnarok. One damage bitted down. Yikes can walk around, and T1, here you have him. He's going to be sent to the ground. Keria finds the knock-up, and Doran starts it all off.
And Doran is a monster here at EWC. He outplays Kana 1 versus 2, forces Yike as well away, and the rest of T1 are there to pick up the kills. As we watch here the pro view of Doran, he pops the ulti immediately, and Kana just is too cocky. The fact that he jumps forward, even though he flashes away, he doesn't have the damage to get into Mega, and Doran is just so damn strong on this Olaf.
I feel like it was kind of a mistake, just jumping forward on the mini Gnar. If his Gnar bar was maybe a little bit more charged up, I could see it trying to get a big Mega Gnar, but that wasn't the case, and it forces Yike's flash as well. He would have died too as level 5, and Thing I'm gonna say, this Olaf is now scary for the Lucian Milio. He's already pulled ahead. He's a threat on the 1v1 versus the Gnar, but also the 2v1, even if Yike shows up, because that CC that Wukong provides, Olaf doesn't care for.
Game number 3 here. It's the individual lanes from T1 that are outplaying, making it so difficult for KC. They also don't have the global pressure that T1 has, so it's going to be really difficult for them to ever generate a numbers advantage. Because if KC try to make a gank happen, Faker and Owner can so easily always respond. And this Lucian Milio losing the 1v1.
Oh yeah.
And you can see how cocky Keria can play. He can walk around, cancel their bases. It's so difficult to play into a Fed-Sire Rakan.
And that was a really nice respect back offer there from the KC bot lane. Yes, they're going to lose a lot, but they know that Pantheon is looming around, ready to ult. Keria has been so annoying!
He's just trying to get the backstop. He won't take any more turret shots. Owner walks towards mid instead. Realm Ward's going to be on Yehu's face. Only taken, no, not by Faker, but he runs in anyway. Yehu goes back into the scene of the crime as Owner. He's going to find Yike right here with a Cyclone as well. A moment, a stun. But from Owner already, the Cyclone's going to do enough damage. Owner about to die. Yehu finds it with Tibbers. If only just Kalist now comes on in to help one out. Culling going to be blocked by the minion wave. Tibbers going to die as well. Doran came down to help, but he has left top open.
But Kalist is losing so many minions on bot here. Pace is just able to continue hitting this tower. And Kalist really wanted to make something happen. At least Yehu is going to be able to TP, and they're going to get the grubs. But you have to question that move from Kalist. He wasn't really able to contribute at all in the fight, because the fight was already over, but KC played this really nicely.
I feel like there is no way he can walk bot lane though. It's just been so pressurizing. Rakan playing between tier 1 and tier 2. Kalist has to make a play to get some gold. Even an assist works here. Getting down Owner right before Doran shows up is a big win for KC. Even if all Kalist did was just poke them down.
It was like Kalist was in a situation, damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Exactly, yeah.
Kalist down massively. Pay's got some time with that bottom lane turret. 3 plates left standing. And this bot lane's still a problem. Yes, KC found themselves something towards mid. Yehu is getting gold. But if this Lucian Milio doesn't have effect on this game, we sure know will that Pay's and Keria will. They definitely will.
Yeah, Keria has full control of this bot side, and oh my god, it's so annoying.
It's very annoying.
I can imagine that the KC players are feeling the pressure right now with how much Keria is putting on them. Pace now with the Essence River and a chunk from Yehu, but it's going to be just that, a chunk, with the Tibbers invested. And now Keria can base again. He's put full deep vision. You can see that the KC's bot side jungle is littered with wards. And it's going to be so difficult for Yike to be able to find any sort of angle, because T1, they always know where he is.
Oh, Kalist, maybe a bit too far forward. Owner's looking to push Yike out. Yike's going to get his smite. He's about a level up, but Owner just fancies the 1 versus 1 knowing Faker from the way.
Good football kick here from Busio. He's level 5 though. If he gets stunned up, he will not be able to give that breath of light to himself. One more minion will capture it, by the way, as interrupt there on the Keria. Bit of revenge for how sneaky this guy has been during this game. As T1 still maintain that 1k gold lead. Dragon up in 30 seconds.
This is going to be such a difficult game to play for KC. Yehu is the one guy ahead with 2 kills in his name. However, the survivability and the tankiness and the kits of the T1 champions make it so damn difficult to chain CC them to the ground. And then the tankiness comes through, and then the Rakan comes through. It's just going to be so hard to break that wall for KC.
I completely agree with you, Trouble. It's only a 1,300 gold lead, but you can see how T1 are choking them out with the vision, with the pressure. And it's because it's so difficult for KC to be able to find a fight when they're losing the lanes individually. They don't have the Pantheon ulti that can come in. They don't have the Ryze ult. And with Yike always being on vision, he's never actually going to be able to find a flank.
And here I want to go back to Busio not necessarily being on the playmaker of a support. It has been changing the map around, and that's why going even further back in draft, I didn't necessarily like the Lucian Milio right here. Not because of the composition, but because it kind of changed Busio on top of Kalist, whilst Busio has been opening up the map for KC for 2 games straight.
Yeah, they put a lot of eggs into the Kalist basket, but...
And rightfully so.
Yeah, but Pace has been better this game. They outplayed them in the 2v2, and with that, they've been full control. Still no Essence River on Kalist, so he's quite a bit weaker as Yike is trying to hover Yehu. If Faker actually steps too far forward, that could be an avenue for KC.
He's by himself. Mega Fire kick, not bad. Khalid stepping up. The feathers are now out. Good dodge away. Culling is going to go to the rest of the minion wave. K's in trouble as well. Khalid's going to get the feathers to full frontal. He gets away. There's Pantheon ult. Fusio running for his life. He brings in that breath of life, but it's not enough. He's dead. Owner comes in and enough damage ensues.
And even though it's a good start from KC, they don't have that global that Owner has. They can generate the numbers advantage, and Pace plays it well with Carry and Owner as well coming in to help him out. As now Kanna jumps in, but it's an Olaf.
Even in the Mega now, look at Owner, look at Doran versus Kanna. Almost takes him down on the turret though. A little bit cheeky, the flash in. Owner now going to complete the transaction. Yike brings out the Cyclone versus 2. He's by himself at the time being. I can't see the minimap, but I think Yike is just trying to get them away. He'll take the minion wave in the end, and Doran went deep for the play. A bit of respect to him.
Doran got a bit impatient right there. No expecting. His team could have finished it all. It was just 1 HP, but he's like, hey, it's Strikebreaker versus Fade.
You cannot face check a Pantheon Rakan. As he flashes away, he's going to get a bit of healing, and that's Yike continuing off the play. Owner in a bit of trouble as well, trying to turn it, but running back in. What is Busio doing? Carrying out a bit of trouble. Owner drops to the floor. Yike looking to the follow-up. Gleaming Cook is a bit of space. He's trying to solo kill Faker. He flashes back in. Disintegrates Faker, but he lives. Faker walks it out. He's got a minion wave coming up as well. Realm wants to get out of there. Yeah, who's leaving? Kanna can't get squat.
And Faker escapes with the Realm Warp. He's able to get the TP out. Yehu tried to go for a really nice solo kill there, flashing over the Rise Cube, but he's not able to get the damage down. As now, Faker's TPing back to bot lane, gonna protect that bot tower. And the game is slowing down a little bit as KC try to claw their way back in.
But it feels like KC are always in numbers disadvantage because of that. We're going to get to see this one more time. Tivis has already been popped, about 40% HP onto Faker. Combos with the electric right there. And the flash auto is just kind of not enough with the Q to finish him off.
Did he get the auto in before the Q?
I think he did, yeah.
So maybe that would have been different, but regardless. The pig's out. Faker picking the summoners afterwards. And he gets out of there. Nothing but S tier for mid laner as usual. Ragnarok under turret. What does Yehu expect is going to happen? Doran is continuing to run on this Olaf. Regardless if he wins or loses, here we go. There's the all-in setup. Kalist gets out of there if only just. Carrier finds engaged. He lives on a slither of HP as Pace steps up to the turret. The Culling's going to try and help out Owner. Takes the turret shot, but the turret falls down. First turret of the game. As Kalist wants to step on up, but he gets stunned. Over ambitious, he flashes away. The feathers fly out. Kalist is down again. KC are getting nervous, and T1 are preying on it. The Cyclone won't connect the second time. Yike needs to find an angle. There we go, only to Owner, but Pays gets to step back and watch from afar. Feathers again. Busio dead. Yes, Yehu will fly in to find the kill. We go to the POV. It's Yehu or nothing. KC have one chance. It relies on the mid laner, but an Undertow will connect. Doran knows he needs to leave. He doesn't have Ragnarok, so he's going to run it, book it out of there. The hop over. Kanna won't find the boomerang. The Pantheon there to support. And T1 still finding the gold power play.
And Carry is just everywhere on the map. The fact that he's able to escape from Yehu there is a disaster for KC. It's a 5,000 gold lead from T1. And Callistus is so difficult for him to play, but I really want to watch the replay there because I think it's a huge miscommunication from KC. It starts off with Carrier going a little bit too deep. He gets incredibly chunked, but then Yike ease over the wall to the Raptors, and I think Kalist didn't quite think Yike would do that because Kalist is still playing as if Yike can back him up with how far forward he's clicking, and then after Kalist is already dead, that's when Yike has his cooldowns back up and he tries to flash onto Pace, but he gets outplayed as well, and it just feels like KC are so disorganized going in one by one, all dying.
I feel like it seemed like a bit of a desperation play as Pantheon is ulting down bot lane. They do have a big, gigantic mark on top of Kalist. As we mentioned, this solution is going to be make or break for KC, and so far, he's not really been stepping into his own shoes. Unfortunately here for KC, T1 have shut him down individually in the 2 versus 2, but also bringing the extra members take down Kalist. It didn't seem like a miscommunication to me, unfortunately, but here, they're looking for the Herald.
I feel like KC think that they can get the Herald as a response, but T1 is stepping up. It's Kalist in harm's way again. Close campfires out. Culling? No, not just yet. Kalist holds onto it. Minion wave going to be cleared while Yike does indeed get the Herald, but at the cost of Dragon. Third Dragon here. The Pace right in the middle of the lane. KC thinking, how do we find him? And Carry and Owner hovering to the side.
Meanwhile,
Faker is having his sweet old time playing EVM.
Yeah, KC they get the Herald, but it's still T1 with full control of the map. They're going to cross map for the bot tower. They're getting Yike's jungle. You can see that Owner is finally starting to catch up in CS on Yike. As it's 2 items on Pace.
It's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, full item up on Kalist. KC are going to kind of need a miracle at this point, because they're just not going to win in any equal number fight. And the thing is, they're not the ones with the globals, so they don't have the easy time generating that numbers advantage. It's going to need to be a creative TP from Yehu or Kana with the Meganar to be able to find an angle.
I feel like this was the best case scenario. The Trinity Force champion already have that one, Gnar plus Wukong. And this is the time where KC will have 1 item and T1 1.5 apart from the Xayah, right? So this would be the best case scenario to try and fight them on sort of equal ground. Once the second items get completed, T1 will just mega spike on their champions. The second death stance is completed, Black Cleaver on Owner's Pantheon. It will be way too hard to beat them in a straight up 5v5.
Yeah, they will need to take that straight up 5v5 as the Ocean Dragon spawns in 3 minutes, but T1, they might not want to wait. They want to send 5 members up on the top side here and force this tier 2.
Going to drop, that's for sure, or at least get the majority of plating. Kerry's going to zone off. Herald in bot in the meanwhile. KC looking to trade at a 5,500 gold. T1 with his next wave. You'd think be able to walk this one in. Maybe not for now. Defended by Kalist well. Faker gets the stun up as Khan's about to go Mega Arm. Respect is paid by T1. Inner turret from KC, and they have objective bounties, so the fact that T1 couldn't find that inner turret top is a big win for KC.
Yeah, KC being able to delay the recalls as well, force Faker to TP. A decent cross map for them. The gold lead is reduced to 4,000 as they got the bot tower, got some plates as well. Yike is forced to back away, but overall, I think T1 maybe got a little bit overambitious there going for that tier 2.
Oh, and Pace was so sneaky. He knew the red buff was spawning, so if KC stuck around, he was looming in that bush, waiting for KC to walk right into a 2 full item Xayah feathers. Wasn't quite the case, but Pace is feeling so empowered by this draft to just constantly walk forward.
Right after the last game, it's personal for Pace. Solo killed by Kalist twice. Kalist on the Ezreal, very different from Kalist on the Lucian here. Set up from KC's bottom lane hasn't been successful. It's only been Yehu who's maintained a lead. Also Yike, who's got a bit of a lead himself on this Wukong, surprisingly, but Carrier, as he looks for a face check, will be found by KC, but they need more than that to lock him down. Dragon up in 2 minutes, Baron in 15 seconds. It is sold for T1. KC need to find a fight, they need to find an opening in those next 2.
And T1 have really good Nash damage as well. So regardless of where KC choose to invest, T1 can pressure the other side. You can see how deep they can go into enemy jungle, forcing Yike out. Doran is fighting the Realm Warping top.
The Realm Warp with no turret there as well. Khan has to get one out. He needs a Mega Knight. He's going to flash, trying to buy some time, but he's dead in an instant before he can go Mega. Yike turns around and circles, but with 3 members of T1, he's got to get out of their pace. Flashes with the feathers. Kalist is matched. Culling out there. Kerry gets on out with his flash. Culling is going to run out. Yike goes into a clone, but he's found out. He burns down. He dies. And T1 have a Baron. What a surprise.
And T1 don't even have to sneak the Baron this time around on spawn, because 2 members of KC are down. Their Smite is down. Yike is down. And it's a free Baron for T1. Remember the timer with the items? They already have them. 2 items in, locked in. T1 clean win here.
Yeah, T1 are just outplaying them in every team fight. You saw Kalist here as we watched the replay. It starts off with a great Realm Warp from Faker. It forces Kana to walk into Owner, and then they can one-shot him before KC can arrive. A really nice flash from Yehu onto Pace, but Kalist goes a bit too far forward here, flashing to try to follow up on Pace, but Pace gets the Root Caller's edge, so he's not able to actually take down Pace, and it's a winning fight for T1 as they continue fighting.
Owner's a bit far away. Busio will be able to walk out. Pace decided not to converge on that either. Owner and Carrier trying to find an angle while Yike and Busio now group up together. KC are moving in. They've got to fight fire with fire. 20 seconds for the soul. And T1 have 6,000 gold over their heads. Faker on a ward, maybe an opportunity. The boomerang out from Kana gets a slow. Yike's over the wall now, spotted out looking for his Cyclone. Does he have it yet? His biggest question is Carrier helps out with a shield, a bit of a battle dance. Kana has Meganar against his wall. He's done so many great things in the LEC, but now on the international stage he needs more. Carrier baits and switches. And Kana now with no ulti. Dragon is up, but Casey have to throw it all.
One chance, one opportunity. Yehu needs to hit that on pace. There's no Mikkel, there's no Gwen, there's no Flash.
He's in, hasn't pulled out the Cyclone. It is a shutdown on the carrier. An opportunity for KC, but the angle. Doran is there. He'll roll in. It's Ragnarok time again with a single undertow though. You look at who's alive on the other side. KC have numbers here. And Jack, I don't think it's as bad as we thought.
It's 4 versus 2. Doran has no ultimate. They'll have to come down to the smite fight. There's no smite.
Maybe in Stride Breaker as well, the stun up, the Annie coming in, onto an Olaf without the oldie to chase down KC. Opportunity arrives, the feathers outpace, looking to survive, get on out. Kana into the Mega Nara again. He won't even have the oldie, but he won't need it because KC supplement each other. Doran left alive, and while we're looking at that POV, he was the only one left standing.
And it's a miracle fight for KC. They're looking to take down Doran as well.
That's a stun. An undertow may connect, but there won't be another. Kana's going to hop, catch him off. Soul denied. T1 are down.
And the gold lead for T1 was 6,000. It's now 2,000 with KC picking up the Dragon. We have an equal game on our hands.
I really want to see the replay again because it was in Yehu's hands. No flash, no exhaust, no cleanse, no Mikkel onto pace. Did Yehu hit the tippers? He walks forward and he is primarily the damage dealer. He creates space between two sides and splits up T1 after Faker's ult.
I think Faker's ult was a big mistake there. It split up the fight too much for T1. I was really surprised that KC was able to find this fight with how far down they've been in gold. But with that now, it's still no objectives on the board for another 3 minutes. But it's a moment of breathe for KC as they might look for base.
He's got exhaust, but that's it. Culling into his face. Carrier saves the day. Bit of battle dance for what it is worth as Doran is now running down. We're looking towards the POV because there's a Pantheon who's moving into position as well. Yike on Grom. Ona did ulti there, by the way.
And just like that, the game is equalized. Look at the inventories. 2 items all across the board for KC. Almost an hourglass. He does have the Seekers for Yehu. Very important. He has been the playmaker and the one guy who's keeping this game alive for KC.
Infinity Edge on pace is the next big spike for T1. If he gets that, he's going to be a lot stronger than Kalist. He's still up 2,000 gold. And still 2,000 gold on top lane as well. So still, I think the fights should be quite favored for T1 unless Yeo is able to find a great stun or Yike a great Cyclone. But at least a lot closer than it has been in the last 15 minutes. There's the IE for base. He is incredibly strong.
Kalista, I'd be curious, where does that BF sword go? It goes towards the IE. How close is he at this point in the game? He's going to back it as well. As you said, Jack, it's 2,000 gold lead between 80 carries, but this game is on a knife's edge, to overuse the term. It really does feel like the next fight could win it all. It is Soul to deny against T1. It is a comp that got ahead early with Azaya Rakan. A Rise has been PVMing, and Doran, who found a lead in Snowball. But somehow the resilience of KC needs to be studied as they found a way back in and a way to slow this game 3.
What is really critical now is for Kalist to try to hoover all the farm on the map so that he can try to get that Infinity Edge before the Nashor spawns. Because if he can match Pace's power spike, then they will have a pretty equal fighting advantage. But KC doesn't look dire just yet. So KC look like they want to try to fight. They're putting numbers in River. At least they want to retake the vision from T1. As Yeo is now forced to catch that top wave, and Faker will be the one putting pressure on mid, so KC will have to back off.
Even though no tank on KC, they can use the Wukong W to bait spells and also try to face check those pushes by T1. So straight up walk back in there. They've got the raw numbers, they've got the strength, and Yehu
might
either
have to flash. There's 2 people here. Kerry's going to go out in the quickness immediately, knock up Yehu. Hasn't burned the summoner, instead he goes golden. Pantheon not going to fall through. Yehu is down. He didn't pay the respective price. The Shark looks for an angle. Ona's going to flash away. There's the culling. All the damage layering down. Kerry has to go towards Pace, but Ona is going to die as well. Jack a little bit too deep. Pace gets some uptime. And with Faker behind him as well, and Doran running the back line. This is it. This is T1 showing yet again. KC thought they could handle them now, but boy, were they wrong. The feathers are going to fly out. Khan's going to run to the fence side of the turret. But T1 will siege top.
And T1, they have the wave. They can look to keep going. It's 3 people dead for KC. We'll have to see if they go for the end here.
10 seconds for Yehu. That might be the defining factor on whether T1 want to end or not here. They'll take their inhibitor and back off. But again, Rise, Pantheon, so strong late game to hit those side lanes. The second they see Yehu all on his lonesome. They know that he is the game changer for KC and take him down.
And Yehu had no stun, so he's not able to retaliate whatsoever. He gets one shot. Yike wants to keep the fight going, so he flashes forward with the Cyclone. And it's good damage from Kalist, but once Pace gets involved, you see Yike just gets destroyed by the Blade Caller. And then Doran's here with the flank. Kana's not in range to be able to help them, but luckily the death timers are so short on Yehu that it's not game for KC just yet, and they can still fight one more time for the Baron after.
See the Ragnarok timed out, and just as a Q came through from Busio as well, probably saved his life, probably saved more from falling in the base, if not all. Kalist just got Infinity Edge off the back of that fight, but T1 resilient with their gold once again as Yike is going to be spotted out, but T1 are on the Baron side, and Yike is not.
And T1 do this so incredibly fast. This Baron Nashor's already gone. KC will not be able to contest, but they have their eyes on the Dragon instead. They're giving up the Nash for a potential Drake fight here.
Positive part for KC is that T1 will waste some of that time to play for the Dragon, but if that is the final fight, this is not good news for KC, because T1 could just end.
Owner, ulti up, as I see and believe. An angle, puts up the shield, backing his Yehu. Must be an option available, won't be spotted out over the wall. The culling is now out from Kalist, wants to step forward. T1, they're coming from behind the pit as Kana's going to spot them out. T1 are looking at the front door. It looks like KC could let them in as Kana's going to make enough. Doran has just used Ragnarok. Owner's ulti again. Is it discoordinated? I think so. Owner went to his death. Dragon goes down to KC, and T1 are being routed. Chase, a one-man ult is all Kana needs, as Pace must get out of there. Fear of losing the game.
It's a huge mistake from Owner. He goes too deep, thinking that it can actually be a fight when Kana's just baiting them. And with that, a fight, a situation for KC that looked dire. T1 could choose to push mid, they could choose to pressure top, they could choose to end, they could choose to find the Drake. T1 held all the cards. They had all the options, but it's KC playing so aggressively that baits them out.
Yeah, and at the start it's a very clear call. Let's push that mid lane and threaten those towers that we have Baron. But then there's a split call. Suddenly you see the reset coming through Pace. Owner ults in with zero backup, and then Doran almost gets caught in the middle, ends up going down. And this is now 2 fights in a row at Dragon where T1 have not necessarily coordinated.
I think they're cooking a bit too much with the globals, with the Ryze ult, with the Pantheon ult. I think if they play a more standard front to back, where Pace can auto-attack, Keria can get a good engage, they still should be favored with how strong this Olaf is, how strong this Saya is, but it's these small moments that have been going in the favor of KC that have led this to now being a 30-minute game. It's still a 3,000 gold lead, but at this point, gold kind of doesn't matter anymore.
And finally, sliver of anti-heal enters Busio's inventory with Olaf and Rakan. Even the slightest anti-heal helps massively, especially since Olaf wants to play as low HP as possible. Having that anti-heal really breaks the barrier of taking him down. And currently Kalist sitting on those 3 very important items onto Lucian has been dishing out a lot of damage. KC potentially on the verge of an upset for a game that T1 has been owing from game 1.
T1 does still have full control of the map currently. They have the Nash for another 20 seconds. As they're able to push in mid, Pace will now look to rotate, and Kalist will have to catch this mid wave. So T1 has 1 wave here where they can play with the numbers advantage.
I'm going to quickly mention items. With that top wave pushing in and adding pressure, Kana is close to Sterik's gauge. That's a big one here. Realm Warp's going to be used. Faker's going to go in, but Owner's gone deep as well. Faker by himself. What are they doing? Shields are up, but Yike has got a Cyclone in hand. The dive still comes through. Never mind. I can be wrong because T1 went balls to the floor. The culling comes out. T1 relentless, going under yet another turret. His 4 members still alive. Keria close to dying. They believed in the Olaf. They believed in the dive. They believed in Keria to set that play up.
An incredible Realm Warp from Faker. He recognizes that Kalist is in mid lane. Now it's 4 versus 2. KC need to do a miracle to hold on here.
They've got a huge wave pushing with double supers on the top side of the map.
Health bars. Does it matter? Kalist willing to step up. Keria already low. Gleaming Quill gives some sustain. Top wave pushing it, but T1 are going to back away. I don't think anyone else could pull off this dive. This looks so risky.
Yehu all alone under that tower. T1 sights on him. Take him down. And again, if you thought KC was coming back, shut down instantly from T1.
And Kalist was so late to the play, but crucially, Kana and Kalist getting the HP bars of T1 so low is what allows them to not be able to end the game.
Faker Actualizer, the damage from that fight, I don't think anyone would be surprised. I watched him. 1,000 to 0. about 2 carries. And I think that's what really set it up in the end with that close choke they had under Torren.
And KC had one slight edge in this fight, and it was the GA on Yike and 0 GA onto Owner. Flip that around from the second one as GA is on cooldown for Yike, and Owner has just purchased his own one.
The bright side is Kalist now has his armor penetration item finished, so he's able to match that up against Pace. But it's still T1 with full control of the map. They can look to play for the soul once more with Faker being able to split push in the top lane. They still hold all the cards macro-wise in how they want to stretch KC out and make their life so hard to play.
Back with an angle. We talked about the GA advantage that Owner now has. Level 16 for Owner as well. Cyclone is up. Yike has had a pretty good angle on these Cyclones, but again, there's a lot of time been the trade that T1 have been able to find. Dragon in 40 seconds, still that soul. 2 Oceans individually picked up by KC. Keria getting targeted, good damage here from Kalist, willing to step forward with Busio, especially since he has that Echoes of Helia and a bit of healing to make Kalist a little bit more tanky.
This might be bad timing right here. KC at least get to push out that mid lane wave, which is very important if they want an extra avenue to enter that river for the next Dragon. It will be Soul 41 and Ocean Soul as well, when KC do have some poke coming down from Kalist. But right here, they need a way to enter this river, and T1 are blocking all entries.
And Kana needs to charge up the Mega Bar. He has nothing to charge it on right now, but a Mininar is not going to cut it in this potential final fight of the game. T1 are already starting the Drake, and they do this very, very fast. KC need to enter.
Realm Mob's going to be used. Faker's going to be joining in, or at least faking. He's on an angle for himself for the time being. Yike looking for an entrance. Quickness going to be used. Keria finds his own angle. The setup is there. Run goes. Doran, look at him through the front line. Dragon does go down to T1. He finds the wall and finds T1 in the mall.
And KC might have done it. They've taken down 4. We've taken down Owner. Can Owner get out with the Grand Swordfall?
He's going to try and he will succeed, but Kana just blew apart Paris.
What a huge win here for KC. They get to push that mid lane. 20 plus and 30 plus second timers. 5 men deep and a bear. KC could have done the impossible.
5 coming in, red hot. Kana going into Mega again. Meganar on a short cooldown. He can find another objective, a structure to pull that ulti off. The minion wave shredding. T1 on their last defense. And Meganar to disengage. Doran flashes. He'll find one in return. It's Busio. Keria gets an angle as well. Yeah, running out of mana. Keria taking the wave. Kalist on the chase. Owner about to die. He's got no GA. KC need to get the hell out of there. Hayes is alive. The play will stop. The game will go on.
Faker has TP, is TPing behind. Yehu has no mana. Kalist needs to make a miracle out
there. Keria gets the knock-up. Faker's coming in again. Axelizer. On their defense, it is Faker, the saving grace, as he finds Yehu as well.
And now T1, they have 2 carries alive. I don't think they can go for the end themselves, but maybe they can go for the Nasher. Yehu is a 50-second death timer. Owner's up in 25. Pace is probably just going to look to do the Scuttle Crab, wait a little bit for Owner to respawn, and then they can rush the Nasher. Oh my god, what a game.
What a huge defense from Doran and Owner, taking down that wave, meaning KC cannot end. Keria as well, pulling them and splitting them apart. The entire venue on their feet, and so are we. T1 and KC going head to head. T1 has slammed the door shut one more time.
We watch this replay here. It's a great stun from Yehu over the wall. That's what starts this off. It gets pace, and then Kana follows it up with a fantastic Meganar, stuns 3, and that's the winning fight for KC. But because of the fact that Owner can Pantheon ult out of the fight, he doesn't end up dying. Him and Doran can actually mount the defense to save the game for T1. And now it's T1 with Ocean Soul, with Baron Nashor. And it's a very tough battle for KC. They found that fight, but that was Yehu finding the miracle flank into the miracle Meganar ult from Kana. And I don't know if they can do that again.
GA on Yike, no GA on Owner. Can Yike make the play here together with Yehu, all that CC? However, the 2 GAs on the 80 carries make it that much more difficult for them to die. And this could be just one more fight.
We see how explosive the fights are. Ocean Soul is not going to do a whole lot. It's all gonna come down to this next fight, unless T1 want to wait for the Elder, but I think they want to try to get the triple in it.
They want to find Doran, maybe take the ulti, kind of goes mega, but it is just, again, persuading the minion wave to hold fast. Kalist stepping up the pace. GA, as you said.
No flash cleanse.
All in. Faker wants it to end here. Where's he going? Romo towards the bottom lane, going to open up that inhibitor. KC going to move back, retreat to their Nexus turrets. T1 want to move to a finals at EWC. They want to return to the top of the table. KC have their Nexus turrets to defend.
KC's wave clear isn't great. Lucian's so short range. Annie has to hold on to her stun.
Nice poke.
Kana, the set up the 3-man into 1-man. Yike does it! Sets Europe ablaze. Faker, the goat, down in the ground. Pace with the GA holds strong against 4. Pace, can he do it? The stun up, misses. Kana doesn't find the mark. Sterix Gage is there. Pace, kiting, ducking, weaving. The GA about to fall. The feather's going to fly out. He's alive. Somehow, Pace keeps thriving as the only one from T1 alive.
They need to kill him. They need to chase him, take the GA, because if there's another teamfight that has to come up, Pace needs to die here.
But KC, they want to end the game. They're looking to push mid lane. Just don't let Pace base, and KC can end.
KC, how many are going to commit to a Yike's going to stand around? Goes in the clone into bait. Pace can't back away. KC running through the mid lane. They need the wave. They need the finals opportunity. Yike is going to die. Busio knows he's got to stop him now. The enhanced recall. KC are running up through mid, guys. I don't know. Pace is going to get back. No, he's interrupted.
Harriet's up.
Busio got him. Busio got him. Here comes the quickness. Kerry trying to get the minion wave in the middle time as well. Pace
is back.
hasn't been able to back away. Nexus starts falling down. T1 crumbling, falling. Nexus exploding. Coming core in Paris. That's your news headline. What the hell was that?
Yike! The man who was set to lead them all finds an insane 3-man cyclone to end it all!
At KC, they kept finding the miracle fight after fight after fight. So many of the KC members stepping up. What an incredible game from KC.
The greatest best of 3 in League of Legends I think we have ever seen. And it comes from Europe. It comes from Karmine Corp. And T1 are out in the semi-finals, eliminated. The expectations be damned. It is KC who have beaten the East twice over now in this playoff bracket.
And KC in the finals in Paris with their home crowd. You couldn't write a story more perfect. As this heartbreak for T1, they had the lead in this game the entire time, but it was mistake after mistake with the Realm Warp, with the Grand Starfall. They were never quite able to connect in the pivotal fights that gave KC the win.
Honestly, what a resilience from KC. The game was lost so early on. Lucian shut down, 3,000 gold up on Pace, and they kept pushing because the crowd kept pushing them.
The impossible series made possible. Kometo astounded, obviously. How they came back from that game is a miracle of League of Legends. And Lou is on stage with Yahoo, who helped achieve it all.
Guys, this is amazing. I don't even find the words to describe what has just happened on stage. Congratulations, Yahoo Chkayo. Bravo! Yeah, wow, what a way of taking revenge from MSI. How do you feel right now? There was a lot of emotions. You guys came back. Can you tell us about what is going on inside your head right now and all the emotions?
일단 예우 선수 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 정말 명경기 중에 명경기라고 생각이 됩니다. 지금 T1을 이렇게 꺾고 승리하신 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
Hello guys, I'm so happy. This is KC.
Of course, I want to know about this revenge that you took. We know that in MSI it was very complicated. You said sorry to Kameto in interview. You said that you were going to be back. So what was different today? What did you make different in order to win the game?
사실 MSI 때 탈락을 하고 또 카메터 인터뷰에서 정말 죄송하다 이렇게 인터뷰를 또 했었는데 지금 돌아와서 이렇게 또 복수를 정말 극적으로 할 수 있었습니다. 뭐가 좀 달라지셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 기본적으로 저희가 좀 더 끈끈해졌고요. 그리고 이제 더 이상 카메토한테 미안하지 않습니다.
I think we are now more stronger as a team and more like tighter as a team. And that being said, Kameto, I'm not sorry for you anymore.
Kameto, je ne suis plus désolé, on s'est vengé, on est allé chercher cette victoire. And Yahoo, I have very good news for you because it's time to get to the key crusher and crush T1 Ski here in Paris. How do you feel about it?
이제 키 부수는 곳에 가서 이제 T1의 키를 부수게 될 겁니다. 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
Hey, I'm so happy! Yeah!
Let's go! We're getting to the key crusher. I think we have Ian standing by with the fans. Do we have him? The fans chanting for Yahoo as he's gonna break and crush T1 Ski. Are we ready? Est-ce qu'on est prêt? T1 are out of the EWC, eliminated by Yahoo and the KC squad. Yahoo, you made France proud, you made KC proud. Now, I want to have your thoughts. We're going to go with the fans. I'm not going to ask you once again how you feel because I imagine that you feel amazing here with your fans. What do you want to tell them? Do you have any words for them? You're going to the finals. Did you believe that it was possible at the beginning of the tournament?
진짜 프랑스 관중도 이렇게 앞에서 정말 뭐 감사하다 뭐 이런 말들 이제 하셨으니까 기분 좋다 이런 말씀 하셨으니까 지금까지 프랑스 관중들 앞에서 이렇게 경기하시고 그리고 또 지금 여기까지 이 자리까지 올 수 있었는지 정말 궁금하고요. 그리고 지금까지 응원해주신 팬분들께 한마디 좀 해주시죠.
사실 KC 오기 전까지 그렇게 잘한 적이 별로 없는데 여기 계속 노력했거든요. 그래서 기회 잡은 것 같습니다.
I mean, yeah, I thought I was never good before coming to KC. So I'm really, really feeling great right now. I mean, yeah, there's nothing more to say.
You are insane, Yahoo. You are insane. And I think everyone agrees with it. Yahoo, we're gonna sing for you with the crowd. Les gars, il a dit, j'avais l'impression qu'avant de rejoindre KC, j'étais nul. Il est en finale de l'UWC. S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'on peut chanter pour Yahoo, s'il vous plaît? Yahoo! Thank you so much, Yahoo. Merci, 감사합니다. And good luck for the next game in finals tomorrow. Finals tomorrow?
내일 결승에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 정말. 예.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Stay with us as we're heading to our second semifinals. TK versus Genji right after that.
Since its inception, I don't think there has been a greater upset and a greater moment than this. Carmine Corp down thousands of gold on the back foot. Base in tatters, base race into failed base clearing into another base race. Carmine Corp do it. Put away the reigning world champions, the 2024 title winners. It is KC 2-1 over T1.
You see the respawns coming in, the super minions at KC's base. It was so close, so down to the wire. A moment, a clutch moment, and normally T1 is the team who thrives in that environment. But today, in Paris, in France, it's KC with the blue wall who come out ahead.
The emotions. Yahoo mentioned in the interview that he was never good before joining KC. And now, this is the stage that he proved himself. This is the stage that he shows him off. And he did it. I'm so proud of him, actually.
What a moment here as we take it all in. The KC fans achieving the potential that they've always dreamt of. The Parisian Prince finally delivering on one of these major upsets. And now KC one step away from a major title in the form of the Esports World Cup game winner.
It was 4 LCK teams and 3 LPL teams in the quarterfinals, and only single one European team left, which is KC. And now we're gonna have LCK and LEC.
Standing by right now is the man that made all of this possible. KC, as you see him popping up and down right there. Kameto, welcome to the English broadcast, brother. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing, especially after this MSI. Everyone was cheating at us. We were not playing good. They were right. So the team worked so hard to show their true skill and their true level, and I think they did today.
For you, what has been the biggest change, the biggest transformation within the team environment?
I'm sorry, I have troubles to hear you. The fans are so loud.
Yeah, they are very loud.
Wait, I will.
I was just trying to.
Okay, I can hear you good now.
For you, what has been the biggest transformation, the biggest change for the team mood dynamic that has led them to get this huge win compared to the MSI performance?
We play fearless. We play with confidence, and I think that changes everything. When we went to MSI, I think we were a little bit scared, and the coaches made an amazing work with the players, and now you can see it. We fight for everything. Even if you lose, it's okay. We will come back. We lose, we will come back. We win, we will storm. So fight for everything, and that's what the player did.
Kameto, we are now joined by your AD carry. Kalis joins us here after that. Kameto is right there. What do you have to say to him?
Well, it was a crazy series. It was really tough. I hope it was exciting for the people here and like on the stream. But
it was a little exciting, Clip, just a little.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little exciting for us also. Really happy with the win today.
Kameto, what do you have to say to Calist here?
Thank you for trusting me since the beginning, and I will trust you till the end, bro. I know that you are the best. You're not top 10 at the carry, you're top 1.
Another step towards that done today. I mean, what were those last moments like? You went for the base race, it failed, it stalled out a little bit. They start pushing in with Baron. What were you feeling there?
Well, basically, we were in a really tough spot in the game, right? I think it was mostly for my big mistake in the 2v2 where I died, so the game went hard. And from there, the whole game was trying to find cheesy plays, a way to come back and stuff. And we ended up in this soul situation, right? Where we needed absolutely to go there and fight. And we won one time, we won 2 times. And then on the last fights, they had Nash, so it was pretty scary. They were pressuring the Nash and the soul at the same time. And we found a good fight, and then Yahoo and Kana just were really confident on just go in, we can end.
Yeah, this was the moment where you actually finally win the game here. What was the call here, basically? Because this is the moment where you could actually lose the game.
I mean, there was no really call.
Really?
There was no call here. Like if you get to see our voice come, no one is speaking here because it's like there's so much tension. It's just everyone just focusing on themselves, right?
Yeah.
We were just saying they can't end, just play on the wave, play to poke and stuff, and then I saw a good angle on culling, and then they packed up, and then Yak saw a good angle to go in, and then we got a 3-man from there, and then we said we can end, just play to cancel the Xayah and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because Yehu in the interview, he said that we are so connected compared than before, so we could definitely see that from the team fight as well.
Something I found really impressive about your play has been your aggression, and you're willing to look for those key moments, kind of similar to how Jackie plays. What gives you the confidence to always look for these winning plays, these intense moments in the game?
I mean, it's like we're playing at C1, right? And we're kind of the underdogs, and we really want to win. We really wanted to get revenge from MSI. So, like, no matter if it was hard or if it was too complicated and stuff, we were trying to just stay lucid and stuff, and just to play our game, our own game, what we think is good and stuff, and just don't back off if we think it's good, right? So the whole game we are just trying stuff, finding ways to come back, try to get picks, and try to make it as hard as possible for them.
I mean, I feel like the meta is like changing so many different times, and now like in the EWC, every single game has different draft plans. So do you feel like you're adapting to it, or you build yourself?
Draft-wise, I'm pretty happy. I think we kind of know what we want to do and which direction we want to go every time. And for me, I'm pretty happy with my adaptability between the mages and the carries. Also, I'm pretty happy with my form right now. I'm focusing a lot of myself so I can make sure I help my team a lot. So yeah, pretty happy.
You've gone step by step in an international, right? You first stand MSI, Worlds next, but now here at EWC, you're in the grand finals. How does this rank, this victory against T1 rank in your pantheon of victories so far in your such young career?
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say. The only problem is that we don't get the trophy by beating T1, right? We still have more to do. But honestly, it's one of the best win or the best win. It feels really great. I'm really happy to be in the grand final and play tomorrow. And yeah, just really happy before it went.
You know what the next question is. Who do you want? You want Gen G or D+?
I would like Gen G. They beat us in best of one and I want to take my revenge against them.
All right, there you have it. Calist, final words for your fans who have supported you throughout your career and this was a packed house. Everyone wants to hear what you want to say.
I mean, I want to thank all the fans that are here first and also all the fans that are supporting, like all the European fans, Carmine fans, G2 fans, anyone just that were supporting us today. And I want to thank also my family and my friends for supporting me since a long time now. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone who supports me. And today I will probably not be the player I am without them, right?
Gracious in defeat, grateful in victory. Calist, congratulations, but as you said, job not done. We'll see you tomorrow for that best of 5 grand finals. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, we are going to throw to some content. I don't know how we're going to try to bounce back after that one, but we do have a banger of a series. It is D+, Kia, and Gen G, the reigning title defenders, after this.
Stop. Here's here. I can jump. Yeah, jump.
Careful feathers.
I lost here.
Hey, no, just pull me. No.
No. Yeah, you can push mid. We can chase. Yeah, I got mid. We get 2 chase.
Yeah.
I got mid. Chase him.
Yeah. There's a top wave.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Oh, didn't see you there. I'm in the player lounge at the Esports World Cup playing some intellectual chess. So much to do here. Follow me around, are you? We're playing pool now. You're distracting me. Not too bad, but that's why we're here to practice. Chess, ping pong, pool, food, games, pictures, and friends. So much to do at the Esports World Cup Player Lounge. Anyway, I gotta get back to work.
안녕하세요. T+기아 미드 맡고 있는 쇼메이커스라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 디플러스 기아에서 정글을 맡고 있는 루시드 최영혁이라고 합니다.
네, 저희가 이번에 또 EWC 하게 되어서 또 파리로 온 만큼 이번에 한번 프랑스 음식을 먹고 한번 평가해보는 시간 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그냥 칩인데? 감자칩?
맞아? 프랑스 국민 과자인가?
뭐지?
치즈칩, 치즈.
냄새를 한번 맡아볼게요.
생긴 건데, 냄새가.
냄새가 쉽지 않은데요?
과자에서 이런 냄새가 날 수 있나?
어떤가요?
응? 냄새랑 다른 맛이 나는데? 아닌가? 약간 우유 맛이 나는 느낌인데?
몇 점 주시겠어요?
저는 한 8.5점?
8.5점?
저는 진짜 맛있습니다.
저는 제 취향이 아니라서 2점 줄게요, 2점. 좀 제가 이렇게 뭔가
어떤 부분에서?
좀 느끼한 것 같아요.
그래요?
제가 치즈를 막 엄청 선호하지 않아서. 오,
이거는 뭐죠? 이거 그냥 빵인가?
미니 쇼콜라?
안에 건포도인가, 이거?
그냥 빵집에서 파는 빵 냄새가 납니다, 일단.
무슨 맛이에요?
맛있는데요?
프랑스 콜라네. 초코 들어있는 거. 와, 아니, 너무 맛있는데요?
맛있네요. 맛있네요. 제가 또 빵을 좋아해서 맛있습니다. 응? 뭐야, 이번에는 그냥 음료수인데?
오렌지 주스, 탄산?
그냥 약간 그냥 오렌지 주스 냄새 납니다. 먹으셔볼게요. 그냥 오렌지 주스에 탄산 들어가 있는 느낌?
말 그대로 그런 것 같아요.
맛있습니다. 이것도 8점.
한 7점?
왜 감점됐죠, 얘는?
그냥 그저 그런 것 같습니다.
그저 그렇다. 저는 맛있었어요.
과자랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
뭐지?
치즈케이크 같은데요?
일단 되게 맛있는 냄새가 납니다. 맛있다.
케이크는 아닌 거죠?
점수 한번 매겨주세요.
저 한 5점?
5점.
Not my style.
저는 이거 9점 드릴게요.
와, 이거를 9점 준다고요?
굉장히 맛있고.
이게 더 느끼한 것 같은데요? 다 드신다고요?
끝난 걸 몇 개 더 가져갈게요. 맛있습니다.
저는 빵을 더 갖고 싶긴 한데.
예?
이게 뭐예요?
버섯인가?
달팽이네. 먹어보고 싶진 않아요.
엄두가 나진 않네.
냄새 한번.
가위바위보 진 사람이 냄새 나죠?
좋죠. 가위바위보?
안 내어진 거 가위바위보. Try it. Let's go.
맡아봐.
이게 뭐라 설명 못하겠네. 약간 안 좋은 냄새와 뭔가
바닷가 냄새 나는데?
뭔가 그런 느낌도 있고.
점수요? 저 10점이요.
왜요?
너무 맛있을 것 같은데 못 먹어서 너무 아쉽고요.
10점이라고요?
네, 저 한번 트라이 해보고 싶은데 너무 아쉬워요.
저도 10점 드릴게요.
이거
저는 프랑스 하면 또 생각나는 게 에스카로그기 때문에.
안 좋아하실 것 같은데.
이게 제가 너무 먹고 싶었는데 또 괜히 대회에 지장이 생길까봐.
그렇죠.
나중에 한번 트라이 해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 이렇게 한번 프랑스 요리 다양하게 한번 먹어봤는데요. 되게 맛있었던 것도 많아서 되게 재밌었던 시간이고, 앞으로 EWC에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, and thankfully for the LCK, they cannot lose to KC if KC's not playing in this one. It's Gen G versus D+, a classic matchup in the LCK that always delivers. It's big names and bright stars about to step onto the brightest stage.
And now we are all down to LCK versus LCK. Gen G, they had such a one-sided game, and now here, but for D+ Kia, no one expected them to be here, especially against one of the best team in the world, BLG.
Jack, I just gotta get your thoughts, because you were on that cast a second ago.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, and how do you feel like this is gonna go based off of our last series?
I'm feeling incredible. Those games were just like there's no words to describe it.
You're still there.
I'm still there. You know, I close my eyes, I see the final team fight. But I think the name of this tournament for me has been unpredictable. It's so hard to know what's going to happen because I didn't think DK would be here. I didn't think KC would be in the finals. I didn't think T1 would beat Hanwha Life. I didn't think Leon would lose to Brazil. There's just so much things that have been absolutely insane. So I could see like DK suddenly being the GOATs once again and taking down Gen G.
I will say there was one man in the pre-show that did predict who was going to win that last game. It was Wadid on the stage who called it. As we look to the past to try and predict the future here, Gen G and D+ have played each other multiple times, and it has gone the way of D+ early in the LCK regular season, but Gen G has been mostly that dominant force.
I mean, I gotta say, head-to-head looks like it's in Gen G's favorite, but you know how we call D+ Kia in Korea? It's European G2. I mean, it's Korean G2.
Yeah.
It's Korean G2 in LCK. So I feel like D+ Kia can bring some creative idea against Gen G today, especially, as you said, everything is unpredictable.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Wadid. And I think Showmaker has had such a fantastic tournament thus far. So for me, if there's one player that's like been standout for DK, it's him against BLG in the final moments. He stepped up massively on that Syndra, and his stats as well have just been insane.
Yeah, you can see the head-to-head between the two superstars as they will play against each other yet again. Who will rise up? Let's find out. But standing by with an interview with last year's title defender, Chovy, it's Jenny.
Thanks, Digon. I'm standing by with Chovy ahead of his matchup against D+ Kia in those semifinals. I'd love to hear your opinion on whether or not it was your expectation for them to be the team that you're going up against in the semifinals, because they had a game against BLG yesterday, and you know, it feels like they've only recently been on form.
네, 일단 초비 선수 첫 번째 질문은요. 일단 4강전에서 D+ 기아를 상대하게 되셨습니다. LCK에서 또 굉장히 또 치고박는 또 혈전을 또 주고받던 팀이었는데 사실 이번 굉장히 좀 폼이 최근에서도 올라왔기 때문에 좀 BLG와의 대전에서 상승하고 올라올 거라고 생각을 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 누가 이길지 예측하기 어려운데 어제 경기를 보면서 BLG가 좀 많이 유리하길래 그대로 승리하나 싶었는데 D+ 기아가 버텨내면서 역전하는 모습을 보고 되게 인상 깊었습니다.
Yeah, it was a close call, honestly. I didn't really, it was hard to expect the outcome of the game. So I saw the BLG was ahead, so I thought BLG might take it. But yeah, DK actually turned it around. So I was really impressed.
Well, they're your opponents for this matchup, and there's no lower bracket. You have played D+ Kia quite a lot of times in the LCK. The games have always been close. Now that you have Canyon on your team and him being a previous teammate of Showmaker, is there any extra insight that he's able to provide the team for these matchups?
사실 팀원의 이제 캐니언 선수가 사실 그 DK의 쇼메이커 선수와 또 오랜 기간 합을 맞추기도 했고 또 20년도에 월드 우승을 같이 한 멤버였잖아요. 그래서 쇼메이커 선수를 상대로 좀 캐니언 선수가 어떤 조언이나 좀 이런 것들을 좀 주었을까요?
아니요, 딱히 조언을 받은 건 없고 그렇다고 뭐 저희가 딱히 뭐 좀 잘하면 이길 수 있다고 생각해가지고 그렇게 크게 막 엄청 신경 써야 할 부분이 따로 있다고 생각하지 않습니다.
I mean, I didn't get much of an advice because I think we're the best team here. So I think overall performance, I think we're better. So yeah, I didn't really take much. We just play our game and prepare for ourselves. Then yeah, we should be good.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck with your game today. The defending champions of EWC. That's it from us. Back to you, Digon.
All right, we should be just under 2 minutes away from this huge semifinals matchup to join surprise grand finalist KC. And Speaking of surprises, we've talked about the unpredictability. D plus Kia wasn't supposed to be the team that was here, Jack. It was supposed to be BLG.
Yeah, BLG had full control in this game number 3, but it felt like it was Showmaker with his scatter of the weeks. They just kept finding the members of BLG. Viper ends up getting one shot by Shiwu as well. And it was just like the team fighting from DK that was just outmatching BLG in the late game team fights that allowed them to win it, and it felt like it was all in the hands of Showmaker.
Yeah, Showmaker was stabilizing the game, that made the game solid, and I think it was just so confident in themselves as well, because even like Siu was picking Aurora into Rumble, right? This is the matchup that no one really plays it nowadays, but he just took it, and I think he helped a lot Showmaker to carry the team fight as well. So I think overall, D plus Kia right now with a lot of confidence on the bot side, he picked Kaisa into AP bot lane. So there's so many comfort picks that they're just gonna pull out. So I feel like even their draft is really not preparable against it.
Jack, last thought here in this matchup.
I gotta go with DK. I think DK is gonna take this 2-1. It would be so picturesque to have KC versus DK in the final. And as well you said, it's the Korean G2, and I always support G2.
I mean, the thing is, we already have one European team in the finals, right? So I gotta go with Genji because Chovy is too strong, man. Chovy! It's Choving!
It's Showmaker, it's Chovy, it's great storylines along the way. Who will step up and rise above here in Paris? Genji and D plus 2 battle. We'll see you after game number 1.
일단 오늘 경기 2세트 같은 경우에 좀 많이 힘들었지만 좀 역전승을 잘 해내면서 이렇게 준결승까지 가게 되어서 엄청 기쁩니다.
오늘 좀 역전승이어가지고 되게 극적으로 이긴 것 같아서 되게 기쁘고, 아직 좀 몸이 열기가 아직 가라앉지 않는 상태인 것 같아서 좀 되게 기쁜 것 같습니다.
DK도 이제 LCK에서 많이 맞붙어갖고 충분히 저력 있는 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
일단 젠지가 저희 이제 D 플러스 기어랑 좀 여러 가지 스토리가 있기도 하고, 이렇게 국제전에서 어떻게 4강에서 붙는 거는 또 되게 오랜만이기 때문에
우리가 모두를 이길 거예요.
Welcome back to a sold-out SCC Arena. Welcome back to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. And welcome back to what has been a fairy tale in Paris so far.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of magic going on here in Paris as I stole Aurora's wand. Thank you so much, by the way. Wow, I may be biased, but I feel like this is one of the best games of League of Legends I've ever watched in my life.
Amazing.
J'ai plus de voix, les gars, j'ai plus d'énergie. On a tout donné, mais on a encore une semi-finale à venir, and it's gonna be insane. But before that, can we make some noise? Est-ce qu'on peut faire du bruit pour nos magnifiques cosplayers, s'il vous plaît?
Okay, so we've got one more semi-final to come. Who will face off against the formidable French in our grand final? And of course, one more key will get crushed.
Une autre clé va effectivement se faire exploser sur cette scène. On va avoir la chance d'accueillir deux équipes que vous connaissez très bien de LCK. Time to bring our teams.
Absolutely. We're starting with the reigning title defenders. Please welcome to the stage, Gen G! Last year, they stood alone at the top of the mountain. Now the title defenders are just one series away from another grand final. Unbeaten in Paris, every challenge has been met with the same relentless composure that made them winners in Riyadh in 2025.
Bienvenue à D plus Kia! anything but easy. Ils ont fait des upsets, ils sont remontés hier face à BLG. Now one final obstacle stands between D+Kia and the first Esports World Cup Grand Final.
One of these two teams walks away with the chance to compete for the Esports World Cup title. The other sees their journey end just one step short. Paris, faites du bruit!
Thank you so much, Lou and Ian, for that introduction of Gen G versus D+. I'm Atlas, and I made sure that we had an LCK Classic for an LCK Classic, as I brought Wolf and Orcs alongside me. Gentlemen, do you think there's something special in the air? Do you think it's D+'s time? Or do you think that Gen G are just going to remain undefeated and cruise their way to the final?
This tournament has been full of upsets. It's been so hard to predict. I feel like the power levels are all over the place, shifting constantly. I'm feeling the vibes. I think D+, Gen G cannot disrespect them.
Right now, I would say most analysts would predict Gen G. They look to be the cleaner team. They're the stronger team domestically. They have a lot more recent victories over D+. We have the history up, the recent history between these two squads. D+ only taken the one series. But right now, this has been D+'s tournament. They have been the biggest meta pushers in terms of moving the boundaries of what the meta is since MSI, and there is no denying that we don't necessarily know what D+ is prepared for their toughest opponent. Yes, sure, BLG was the toughest they faced up until now, but they toppled that. Now it's Gen G who they have to face to make it to the finals. I kind of feel like if I were to predict, I would say my money's on the team that has more to show in a meta where their bottom lane seems to be a lot more comfortable with experimentation.
Yeah, I actually do think that Smash has settled into this new meta quite comfortably, but we have seen Ruler bring out the Seraphine, bring out the Ziggs, which he's already kind of had in his wheelhouse. But we've only seen 4 games out of Gen G so far. There is still so much tape yet unknown.
It's just a super limited look at what Gen G has to offer. We've obviously seen a little bit shown up, but D+, even though they win at MSI, they played in that tournament against the Americas. Yeah, we've also seen twice as many games from them in EWC, so I think Gen G still a lot to show.
Well, here we are into the draft for game number 1. Already, the Victor going to get banned. We actually really like this ban. It's a flex pick. Smashers look fantastic on it. Showmaker brought it out for the first time in the LCK this year and looked fantastic on it. I think it's a very, very good multi-string ban there.
Syndra
taken away as well.
That's a Showmaker classic right now, as we'll see the Orianna and the Nocturne ban away. This meta is so up in the air in terms of pick priority. We even see first pick Nars, for example, with no Vayne ban here. Could be a consideration in this final spot. The Olaf counter pick has been working well recently, but we will have to wait and see what this final ban is. There's no clear and cut must ban here, and it will be the Jace.
Well, the Vi is up and available. That has been a very popular one.
Yeah,
that has sometimes snuck through.
Also, a pick Canyon is very proficient on. I do think with Victor and Syndra, two of the more popular mages going down the bot lane, I'm thinking like Ziggs still open and available as something that's pretty high priority. But the Cassiopeia is slammed down. Obviously, it flexes pretty much every mage is right now, but something Chovy's very proficient on.
Yeah, I do like this Cassiopeia pick that leaves open a Vi plus, a setup mid laner to play with it here for D+, so that one will come through. Ahri has fallen out of favor in a big way this tournament, so Vi Ahri, one we used to see in the past. Vi Rumble, we used to see a lot in the past. Both of those not on the cards here, so using some extra time here, I think, to think about what they want to do into this Cassiopeia, because it's also a flex pick. So maybe we'll see something that matches the flex in a Taliyah. Taliyah Vi, also one of those older classics that's making a bit of a comeback.
I actually love this as well, because it's another one of these flex picks towards the bottom side of the map, so you don't necessarily know where it's going to be. Is it going to be Smash? Is it going to be Showmaker? Hasn't necessarily been Smash playing the Taliyah as much, but we know that Paze really likes it, we know that Viper really likes it, and it is something that they could definitely be experimenting with.
I wonder if Gen G go towards Neferi here, which has been, originally when Neferi came to the meta, it was as a counter into Vi. I've seen Neferi Cassiopeia end up being pretty popular, and even though the Unraveled Earth can be a bit annoying, you have a lot of ways to circumvent that as a Neferi.
See what is going to be the follow-up here, because if you pick a bottom lane, then your flex falls away. You can go for a top lane pick, it's going to have to be safe, and you can't go for Gnar here because there is a waiting counter pick of that Vayne right here, so Ultimately, they will go for the Shen, which is also flexible. Can be a counter pick for a lot of top lane matchups, not the Jace since it is banned away, but can be played in the support role as well. So this is the name of the game in draft, especially in game 1 of a Fearless series. I think I'm really excited for finals tomorrow. We get best of 5.
Oh yeah.
Keeping your cards close to your chest, especially in that first game, is what it's all about.
Looks like D+ not going to mess around with wondering where the Shen is going. They're just going to lock in a strong topside pick in the Ambessa. And this could be the top side of the map locked in for D+, but we still retain that Talia flex for now.
Already with these 3 picks from D+, though, if you're playing in a mobile pick, even if you're not, if you get hit by 1 bit of CC, you are probably just dead. You have the Vial, you have the follow-up from either the Ambessa or the Talia or both of them. So if I'm Gen G, I'm thinking, how are we going to protect our Cassiopeia and whatever our other carry pick is? So perhaps D+ will start to ban away some of those safer picks that can survive. Actually going for the Nectin, freeing up the Ambessas. Obviously, that's one of the better matchups into it.
I think bruisers and tanks are your biggest fear here if you're D+ kid, depending on what you want to play in the bottom lane, because this is a pick comp now. So having a front line could be problematic, especially if Cassiopeia is protected. That's just so much damage output that they don't have consistently right now.
One of the big value things of having mages into the bot lane, into compositions like what D+ has so far, is that you can build a Zhonya's, you can build a Seekers, and not feel as bad about it. We've obviously seen sometimes AD carries have gone in that direction, but playing into that sort of composition, the stasis is just so high value.
I wonder if Kai'Sa would be a consideration for Gen G to ban, even though Kai'Sa isn't that popular right now. It works incredibly well with the dive they have set up here, and would throw a bit of a curveball towards Gen G, who banned the Ahri, again, into that theme of the single target pick.
Yeah, also assuming that Talia could be flexed towards the bottom side of the map, so not getting surprised about that one just yet. The Vayne going to be taken away, full protection for the Ambessa, and 1 more ban to come in. One thing that is kind of intriguing is the Camille situation. Could be something that Korea could bring towards that bottom side of the map. We've seen it paired with this Talia quite a few times.
I also think, you know, an Akali could potentially be something scary. You've seen it picked into the Cassiopeia. If that does go in the mid lane, fits on theme with all the dive quite well. And it's just difficult to pin down, especially when your CC tool you have at the moment is that Shen, and it's very easy to avoid the taunt with that. We will, though, get that Ziggs taken away, and obviously with point-and-click CC, Ziggs on top just makes things really difficult.
I don't think the Shen is likely to be played in the top lane into this Ambessa, so you could go support first and hold the flex of the Talia, or you could just line it up right now and wait until you get the additional information about the Shen to lock the support. So there's 2 options here. This is not an easy meta to be a draft coach, by the way.
Oh yeah.
As they're going to go for a safer option here in the Ezreal.
Yeah, putting that one into the bottom lane, unless... I mean, when Showmaker did have that one game where he played AD carry, he did hard carry the game as Ezreal. We do need to take note of that one, so he could theoretically be playing it, but not likely. And so that will kind of confirm where things are going, at least for the moment. Korea, though, will have that counter pick once that Shen is confirmed to be support or not.
Leona feels like it's the most likely option no matter what happens.
I actually think Leona is just really good.
It's they have so much single target, and Ezreal isn't dive like Kai'Sa. He's not getting on top, but when they can't move, you can't miss your Qs. You can't miss your Ws, you know?
I think the Jhin here makes a lot of sense, given the fact that you need someone that can operate from a long distance. Ezreal would have fit that bill, but obviously denied in this situation. And now we get to see what's going to be picked up for Keen. The expectation is Shen's going to go bot lane.
Could be
and
a
he's
Bard.
Gonna have a pick. But yeah, they could flex it in the other direction. And they're actually going to put that Shen in the top lane, go Bard, Jhin Bard together. And that also means when that layered CC comes through, you actually have an out.
Yeah, and theoretically they could go towards the Camille here as well. We've seen Camille picked into the Bard to deny the magical journey. Instead, it's going to be let's go toe-to-toe with this bot lane and really put the pressure on if this Karma does come in.
The Ezreal pick just really hits super hard for me now that I see everything that's come together. When the Jhin comes through, you know the Bard is like it, but it gave them so much flexibility because you can go Karma, and Karma often is a give and take. You get the winning lane, but you don't have Engage, but the rest of their comp is all Engage, so it allows them to have the insane Ezreal lane here. They held the flexibility. Now they're playing into Bard. They need that wave clear and push more for this lane into the Jhin Bard, and now they have it. I think Gen G's draft has a lot of great, strong moving parts and great setup. The one that sticks out a little bit like a sore thumb is that Nefiri pick that we had earlier. I don't think it fits the rest of the draft theme, doesn't follow up on Bard ultimates all that well, doesn't necessarily set up the Jhin that well, but the rest of it is top strong tier picks. But I think D+ got the better themed draft. You know exactly what this draft does, and it's got that power now in the bottom lane as well.
And it does confirm that the Shen is on the top side of the map as well into the Ambassador.
Yeah, to me, I think something that really worked out well is we had a heavy commit from D+ into things like the Vi, the Taliyah, the Ambessa, and the fact that you have, you know, an AD carry can operate from super far away. You have a jungler who can go untargetable. You have the bottled. I think Gen G have given them so many tools to navigate that initial engage, and I think it's going to come down to just that opening salvo from D+, Gen G trying to reposition, re-navigate, and then re-engage in return. But I do think they've given themselves the room to breathe that they needed in those 5v5s.
Well, I have a very clear idea as to which composition I like the most, and it's very easy for me. One team has Jhin, so therefore I think D+ has the winning draft coming out of this one. We did see Ruler get solo killed by Kalist in the Jhin versus Ezreal matchup. We'll see whether Smash can find a similar avenue to success in this game, or whether playing behind that curtain call is actually going to be able to get Gen G over the line, because the guy that's all about the DPS in this one for Gen G is going to be Chovy. And if all of your eggs are going to be in any basket, it's probably his that's going to be the most safe as we get onto the Rift here for game number 1 of this best-of-3 semi-final between Gen G, the title defenders, and D+ Kia, the unlikely attendees of the semifinals.
Such a crazy run through the qualifiers from, you know, Shiu's Alawi to insane outplays by Smash to get here and upset some of our major players in the LCK along the way.
They beat Home Life Esports, didn't they, in the qualifiers in order to even get here? It's nuts what they were able to get done.
They were able to overperform, and KT was on the decline at the time, but KT Rolster could have been here otherwise based on how they finished LCK-wise in the first half of the year, lead up to Road to MSI. A bit of a trade here in the mid lane. Showmaker, a player who has loved Taliyah since she has been back in the mid lane. It was a jungle pick briefly a few years ago. So he's got a lot of experience on this one. Keen playing Shen is the reason why I thought maybe this is going to be a support pick. For those who don't know, or just watch international tournaments, or maybe just came here because you heard the news about KC. Our region plays Shen support. We don't really do the top lane thing that much.
No, Keen though did learn that Shen was a top laner at first stand. He definitely did figure that one out. We have seen spatterings of it since, but like you say, it's not really a mainstay in the top lane.
Wasn't it them who played the Cog Lulu Shen in the playoffs? I know one of our teams did and kind of copied the G2 draft.
Someone did. I can't remember exactly.
That did happen. I know that it was... The Cog Lulu was definitely played by T1. It was FaZe that debuted in the LCK this year, but I'm not entirely sure whether it was with the Shen as well. As in the meantime, we're having a look at Shiu, having a rough time into Keen towards his top side of the map, does manage to even out the trade as he backs away. But there is a lot of back and forth here in these lanes so far.
I think bot lane, there is more of an emphasis now than ever before for this Ezreal Karma to come out ahead. You're playing into Vard, who does a pretty decent job of trading and mitigating some of the pressure to sustain. But when we get to the later points of the early game, he will be able to roam about and make such an impact. We've seen him do that and match up well into these more proactive supports because he's just so proactive himself. Whereas I feel like Karma, you need to put the hurt down in the 2v2 and hopefully keep Ruler in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, again, there's not a lot of engage in this bottom 2v2, but it's about what happens with the rest of the top side of the map when we get to those 5v5s, the picks there. Playing through Ambessa, though, is not, I think, going to be the way they want to do this. I think they will still keep the focus bottom and mid, especially against this immobile Cassiopeia. Getting a flash early is so incredibly valuable when you are playing into Cassiopeia and you have Vi. You know, that is so easy to set up a kill. Point and click, post 6 for Lucid, so pre-6 if they can get a flash for any reason. Here for Chovy, it will be a huge boost.
We'll be definitely glued to see where the first bit of action is going to come from. As speaking of action, Shiu looking for an angle towards Keen on this top side. Does not quite find it there as Duro just walking around, picking up chimes, having a good time on the bar. Teleport does come back, and yeah, gonna try and stop Keen from being able to go back home.
He has the health pot advantage right now. The wave's in a bad spot for Keen.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. Keen's in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna have to fight his way through this cannon wave. Should be able to do it, but not the back he wanted.
And it's gonna remain pretty annoying. As you can see, Lucid in the area as well, so even if Canyon comes over, likely to just be that 2 versus 2. The DK having that advantage already. given the fact that Keen is trying to deal with this wave state, sorting that one out. Might be able to naturally push back in a couple of moments, but not exactly the greatest of positions for this Shen to be in.
Yeah, looks like Canyon will move to bail him out, and if we ended up getting a 2v2 on the top side, it's so delicate because there's such high value skills like the Taunt, like the Q from the Vi, where if they connect, can completely turn it in that team's favor.
Absolutely. It was scary. I'm not sure if that top ward is double warded with a ward for each, since the minimap kind of just puts the second one on top. But if Keen didn't have a ward there, it's even scarier, right? Knowing that Lucid was on the top side of the map and that wave was in a horrible spot, but ultimately he will be able to get that back off. But you can see now full control here to Shiu and a significant CS advantage as a result of that freeze.
Yeah. Working out very, very nicely. First plate to go down to DK here on this bottom side of the map as well. If you're a Gen G fan, I mean, this isn't the end of the world, right? You're expecting the Ezreal Karma to have push in this lane. But they're going to have to try and weather this storm, see whether they can come out ahead. I think the Ezreal is just going to feel a whole lot more valuable for quite a long time here in this game, though, moving towards those first couple of items where Smash will really be able to leverage that mobility.
Oh, really, Max? You think an AD carry is going to be more valuable?
Yeah, I think that...
I'm shocked.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Hey, look, at least I said Ezreal, and I didn't say if it was any champion, they'd be in a better spot. You know, I'm trying to keep it analytical. It's okay. Canyon in the back of this pit, possibly having a rough time, but there is the magical journey over. Canyon's still going to be taken down, and first blood goes over to Smash. Ruler not going to be taking that magical journey, as they do have to give up the dragon. And Wolf, I want to give away something that you told me earlier today. You said, in my waters, for some reason, I feel like D+ are going to win this game. And,
I mean, I've been feeling it for a few days now, but especially after watching Casey get the upset yesterday, it feels like anything is possible. Now, this replay here, we're going to take a look at. Canyon's isolated, and they have full priority. Duro and Ruler are going to try to magical journey in, but the timing here of this charged Q is perfect. He waits for the untargetable to go away. They get Duro's flash, so they get a kill. They get the dragon, they get a flash. And I think contesting there from GG, I think going for a steal for Canyon, that's realistic. That's something you could have hoped for there, but looking for the 3v3 was just a bridge too far.
I feel like the value of the Fury W is so high into so many abilities, but into the Karma tether, once it's there, you can't do anything about it unless you break the distance. So lined up perfectly for Lucid to capitalize, and a strong early start for D+ here.
Yeah, that Jinrangi eating the key, by the way, next to the Eiffel Tower. That was absolutely awesome.
Love to see that.
Yeah, bit of artwork here in the crowd. As Keen, and she is still isolated here towards the top side of the map, as Keen does manage to get into his dodge field, but doesn't exactly get the most massive amount of value from it. She still with a slight lead up there in the top lane, but with just core fields, it's not really going to be changing too much just yet. Does want to get towards that Eclipse before that power spike really lands.
Yeah, it doesn't feel super fun playing the Shen when you get your level 6 and it's not something that helps you with the lane. The Ambessa gets all that.
Are we talking about Ambessa level 6 again?
All the stats that Ambessa gets just from leveling the ult up. So, yeah, definitely we saw Keen have
got that helm
in the 1v1, and now it gets a bit trickier, I feel like, in that matchup, especially, as you said, when she hits that one item. And really Keen is looking and thinking, how can I impact the map when my lane is a lot harder to win at this point?
Well, pressing R is probably going to be the start here. Does have that Stand United up and available. We'll see where it's going to be used first, as Showmaker and Chovy just been trading back and forth here in this mid lane. Slight advantage for Chovy, but nothing really to write home about.
Lucid hasn't made any appearances in the bottom lane, obviously getting that dragon early, but hasn't, really ganked directly, nor has he tried to get the flash out of Chovy. So it's been a pretty quiet game for him outside of that really nice play into Canyon moments before. But the lanes have just been left to their own devices here, as we do see him now coming down to try to wrap around here and push them off of this turret.
Yeah, Korea going to be able to get in here, takes down that captive audience as well. As Lucid trying to stay out of vision. Duro spots him moving in, but now Ruler is possibly in trouble as Showmaker's going to turn up as well. 4 versus 1. Stand United comes in. Seismic Shot pushes him back. The Shen arrives, but they've taken down the Jin already. Lucid going to try and escape here, and he does create some distance as the True Shot Barrage comes over. But I don't think Lucid's getting out of this one. That is going to be Keen grabbing the first kill back here for Gen G.
Managed to get the 1-for-1 trade, but even so, it's Ruler missing out on a ton of gold. It's Smash getting a kill, and it's Shiwa getting a lone time top to get plates and some extra farm. So D+Kia getting a pretty sizable lead.
Look at how far Showmaker already is here. This is a classic Talia Vi move. You know, you roam over so easily as the mid laner. When the gank comes through, they had stacked the wave. And Duro just left, unfortunately, ruled by the lay side. And look at what's happening in the top lane at the same time. You know, the Ambessa's getting free farm here, so sure, you have Stand United, but it's just way too slow here to really get the impact he was hoping for.
It's also, if you're using Stand United to trade 1-for-1 in kills, like that's a big investment in terms of tools, and they still got loads of extra gold on the map, so now Gen G they don't have that tool available to make a counterplay, and it puts DK in a really solid spot for this early game. 700 gold lead already for Smash, and really with Jin, you're looking at 3-4 items, whereas EzreAL, 2 items is that massive power point, and he's very much accelerated towards that.
Yeah, also feels pretty good when you get to 3 and 4 on the EzreAL at the same time. So I think that definitely a good game state here for D+. As Keen finally makes his way back towards his top side. The Shen can be very frustrating as this game goes on, building towards that Titanic Hydra for item number 1. But Xiu going to be getting closer and closer to the Eclipse, where I don't know whether Keen will be able to do too much about it. Does have double buffs, though, from that initial kill going over his way, and that may help for at least a little bit.
So you can see the gold here and where it is, Lucid, Xiu, and Smash having the advantages. One thing I do want to point out that even though Xiu has that massive CS lead because Keen did go down there, he got the kill, so he's not that far behind. You see the lead for Smash is 2 waves there too at 800 gold. But because Showmaker spent so much time trying to threaten those roams, did commit the Weaver's Wall, Chovy is doing just fine, right? He is the one who we haven't talked about too much, but this Cassiopeia is right now feeling pretty good. We'll see if he can do much with this.
You'd say he's chovying a little bit.
He is chovying. I mean, he's top CS in the game, as you guys could see, as he often basically always is.
I feel like it's the first time that we've said we haven't spoken about Chovy that much in a Gen G game. So I'm really proud of us, just as a team.
He lasted 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes of game without only talking about Chovy is incredible, I would say. So, yeah, I'm proud of all this. Okay, Keen moving up here towards his top side. And yeah, the reason we haven't been talking about him is because it hasn't really been about the mid lane outside of Showmaker cruising on a wall to get towards other lanes and influencing them instead. But
also, Xiu has teleport advantage here from the earlier play since it had to be a TP back from Keen, so that tempo matters here. It means that Canyon, because he's low on health, isn't going to be able to do anything. They just back, or he just backs rather, and TP's back in, and now he's at full health, and he's got back control of the lane.
And he's got the Eclipse, so it's kind of in a very rough position here for Keen right now.
I mean, Eclipse, Sundered Sky for Lucid, Triforce for Smash, a lot of big item spikes coming in for D+Kia, and they're in a great spot to leverage. Even the Exohelia for Karma makes a big difference in those early skirmishes for that extra sustain.
Oh, that's annoying.
That's super annoying.
Wow.
And Lucid's going to get this dragon because he knew that Canyon was topside, so he just heads right over here. Canyon's gank is a wash. Just gets a TP out of Xiu, and now they have double dragon here for this Mountain Soul.
Yeah, Canyon now going to move over and look for career as Lucid dashes in. Magical Journey gets Duro out of the way. Bit of a 1v1 between these 80 carries on the bottom side of the map as Canyon is going to give up the ground as Showmaker moves his way over. And Duro looking for another wraparound here. Korea might be in a little bit of trouble as he does get the heal out of the Karma.
Flash out of Duro off the chain as well.
Okay, having a look now towards his top side though. Keen feeling a little worse for wear. We mentioned the Eclipse spike, and my goodness.
Also level 11, I don't know if you know this, but Ambessa gets to skill up her ult again and gets more free sustain and armor pen. Just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
You got the wheeze. You got the wheeze out of Atlas.
You did.
You got the LCK Trekcast wheezing in game 1. All right. We got Jin. We got.
I was hoping to save the wheeze for game 2.
Zeri's falling out of the bed. I don't even have a job here anymore. I don't even have a thing.
No. Showmaker played Zoe again. Remember, you can have your old job back.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Let's talk about mid out of turrets. It'll be fine.
Look at the CS advantage here for Chovy. It's still growing, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything just yet. I mean, it's an early rod purchase for Chovy, which isn't a spike in terms of damage, so I don't think D+ really care that much about it. This Ruler here is going to have some help from Duro, but he is flashless. Be very careful. And it's just going to be a back to come through here for Smash.
Oh, he got the minion and he stopped Smash's recall. That's efficient.
That was clever. Both 80 carries really maximizing their annoyance capabilities. So you're going to get this wave crashed in one more time. 350 gold to lead here for the Ambessa, but expecting that Xiu is going to have a bit more of an impact as this game continues. 3 minutes on the Dragon, and it's going to be a Mountain Soul this game as well. Man, Mountain Soul, I think, could really disrupt the game on either side. If Gen G manages to get some control, stacks up a few of those, a squishy composition like this plus a Shen could then just become absolutely impossible to deal with. The Shen always makes his way in, as the burst would not be enough to take him down before that Stand United come through. And on the other side, I mean, D+ will just be even more bruisery.
Yeah, I mean, it makes their dive so much more threatening, so much more frustrating to deal with. You can't burst those targets down before they get on top of you. And, you know, I'm concerned right now, if D+ gets Soul Point, they have so much freedom to play the map with their global Taliyah and the Taliyah Vi setup there. Get one piece of CC, like you said earlier, Aux, in the draft, you get all the CCs. Speaking of CC!
Yeah, Vault Breaker comes down. Canyon goes up into the air. Cease and Desist held onto here by Lucid for now. As the little doggo is going to get punched a little bit by Lucid, and it looks like the Raptors are what's on his mind. Smash missing a few buttons as Ruler is able to sidestep, so the Jhin is going to be all right in that mid lane. Duro unable to find too much joy moving up towards these Raptors as well. Ruler will finally get poked out here by Smash. And the D+ AD carry having a very, very good time here in this mid lane for the moment.
There's so much pressure and control from D+ Kia. They have the control wood line in the river near the dragon. They have the extra vision in front. Having the Ezreal set up in mid, just able to push out Ruler, push him away from the wave is such a powerful position to be in. And a minute 45 until that next dragon, Gen G have to figure out a way to get into the river, get vision access. Because if you're face checking into this D+ Kia composition, you're just going to get exploded.
Absolutely, that vision is so important. And that turret with it is Showmaker maybe under threat here. Magical Journey.
Yeah, Magical Journey does come down. There is the wall out though. Just sidesteps the Tempered Fate and says goodbye.
I do think the ult into Magical Journey combo looked slick, but it just have to hit.
Yeah. We'll work on that coming into the next one. Shelly is going to get a little bit frustrated here, but I don't think anyone on Gen G really wants to start her up with so many bad guys towards that top side of the map. Dawn comes in, Shiu taking the rough end of that trade for the moment. Titanic Hydra done. Kane is feeling a little bit better in the matchup now.
So much vision control and so much space control over this Herald right now, D+ do, and they have the mid prio. I mean, there's bottom lane control for Shiu. He has a free teleport whenever he wants to use it. I think this Herald is likely going to eventually go over to D+ here. There's just no challenging it. There's no Tempered Fate just yet here for Duro since he just used it on that previous play. They aren't going to set up for it. We're going to see Lucid back and reset first, but they had so much control of the top side right now.
Yeah, Pickaxe just going to be picked up here by Lucid as he's now moving towards his bottom side jungle. Rift Herald just going to kind of be given up for the minute, as you're going to have to get a whole bunch of these shields back as Keen is pushing him away. Duro and Canyon making their way down, but Showmaker, he's going to turn up and protect his top laner alongside Lucid. There's the Vault Breaker flash looking for Duro, but they don't quite find the target. Keen now able to flash over that wall, and Lucid unable to get on top of Canyon just yet. Finally presses that ultimate button as he flashes out of the way, and the seismic shove will not pick up the doggo this time. Now Toby could be in trouble. The rotation here from D+, and she sidesteps the petrifying gaze. Good flash gets Chovy out of there, but they're not out of the woods just yet, and he's running the wrong direction. Smash is able to kill Keen, and there goes Chovy, and she just going to give Smash a pat on the back as he goes back to base.
This setup from D+ Kia is so good there. Multiple flashes burn across the board as Gen G scramble to get away. They still lose 2 though, and they're going to lose this dragon.
I think the reason they didn't start Herald with all that control is they had full vision there. They realized Gen G aren't going there as career may be caught. Scott help though.
Gets over that wall. Oh man, the MztrDale is just ridiculous. Is now Ruler down to sub 100 health. In the meantime though, Lucid just takes the Drake, and DK will back away. That is sole point, and they have a monopoly on the Dragons this game.
So this is the catch here onto Chovy, just trying to clear up some vision. Kind of greedy, to be honest, considering how many friends of D+ are on the way down. And Keen comes up here to try to wrestle away this push and try to get something back, and he's almost able to get smashed, but instead just looks like someone had FOMO, wanted to get involved on the play. And Chovy was going to die 100%, but I think thinking you could save him there is unrealistic. Trying to kill Smash was a good turn, but he's not successful. But man, Lucid going to that bottom side play to cover instead of doing Herald was so huge. It got them, it was the first domino of a set of dominoes here as Showmaker will get out of the ult. And the pathing for Lucid this game, he's been everywhere he needs to be all game long. Gets the dragon, and Herald is next on the cards.
Oh dear.
I think
Ruler is
might
in
be a bit
lot of trouble here. Yep, the exhaust comes in, but he doesn't exactly exhaust the target that was about to kill him. Needs 2 of those, perhaps. Is now smashed between these turrets, feeling a little bit awkward. Clears out the way very comfortably, though. The rest of Gen G not there to defend. the Jin.
And now Smash, 2,300 gold ahead, has that 2-item spike, the fully stacked Mermana, has both summoners, and you look at the side of Gen G, there are no flashes available. You're already so far behind. The enemy Ezreal is already so strong, and with none of those flashes, I think Gen G just can't really contest D+K in a 5v5, even in skirmishes, for a long time.
His Herald to take is not realistic here either. Even with just losing there, he's going to be able to buy enough time for Smash to come over, for Career to come over. Showmaker does have Weaver as well. They're just going to have to give it up. They thought they could get at least something out in return here for all the commitment there in mid, but they will get nothing, at least not until they group.
And they have teleport advantage towards the bottom side of the map, but Gen G still do not feel strong enough to go for this fight.
A bold flank coming out here from Gen G.
And I think it's just simply not going to accomplish all too much.
There is a fair bit of defensive vision, but they have skirted it for the moment. That's an arcane shift over. You didn't want to see that one, as there's the ult in from Canyon. Smash in so much trouble, the curtains are being called, but the arcane shift, it comes back up again. The petrifying gaze comes down, and there is the shutdown for Canyon. They get their target, but at what cost? As the outer turret fell in mid, another one falls in the bottom lane, and D+ still 4,500 gold ahead.
Crazy that they committed that much for that flank, that wraparound. D+ didn't read it, right? They weren't aware. You see obviously a shift like that. The reaction time with the instant flash was good. If you get caught there, you were going to die immediately. He was able to buy space there. But that was such a risk for Gen G. Had they been caught out, or had they stepped on a ward that they didn't know was there, they might have lost the game in that moment. That's the kind of desperation they're finding themselves in this early in the game. 4,000 gold down. At least they're able to get the shutdown, but they wanted so much more.
Yeah, not able to get enough to really give you sort of favor at this point, but I think getting the flash from the Ezreal when you're looking towards that dragon, the next one, which will be Soul, any little incremental advantages that you can get, it's not going to put you in a favorable spot, but it can make things a bit softer because they are in a big deficit and you have to be bold in this position. And you got to remember, it's a best of 3 as well. You don't have that much wiggle room. If we end up losing this game 1, you don't have a ton of space to turn things around. So Gen G playing with fire there, they do manage to make it work in that play, but they need to do a lot more to get this to even close to parity.
All right, and we do have a little bit of a pause here. Not entirely sure what has happened. We are going to take this opportunity to have a little bit of a look at what's been going on around EWC as well. Of course, there are so many games being played and so many finals that we are getting to, as well as we only have one more day left after this for League of Legends as well.
Yeah.
And here it is.
Are huge.
This is Lion winning in Free Fire on the other stage here. An absolutely huge moment. And hoisting the trophy, much like the three remaining teams that are in the running here at League of Legends can do.
Look at how much there is still left to be played at Esports World Cup 2026. We're still so early in it.
And I was actually having a look at the club race as well, and I realized looking at it right now is not really all that helpful because there's so many games yet to play.
I will say, though, obviously, a lot of these organizations have teams across multiple games. Getting a win is so instrumental in moving up those club rankings.
Especially this early. You know you're locked into having that requirement off the table, and so your placements across every other game are really what you're focused on. It won't be as bad if you lose a finals in another game. You'll still get all those points. You're still really in the running. As we'll give you guys an update as soon as we have one about what is going on in this game. We don't have a very clear picture of a referee or any peripheral issues, so it seems to be something a little bit more complex. So thank you for your patience at home.
Yep, Maddox just left the stage, so that might mean that translation successfully happened, and now some fixing of stuff is going to come on through. It's on Gen G's side of the rift that we did have that pause to come in, but no information as to what actually happened there as well. Hopefully just another peripheral issue or something like that. We're going to unplug it, plug it back in again, and then hopefully everything's going to be okay. But it looks like no refs, and we're back.
I guess they did it. The unplug, plug it back in, turn it off, on and off again.
Yeah. I mean, I did work in IT for a bit, and that was 99.9998% of my job.
Wow. I kind of do miss the old Windows XP burner when you... my favorite esports sound snafu is when a peripheral gets plugged in or out of the observer computer, and we get to hear it.
Yep.
As we'll go back to this player, this is the desperation move we just talked about. Smash is able to buy enough space here for the rest of his team to come over. So yes, ultimately they do end up getting that shutdown here with the Nefiri, but they wanted a ton more.
Also, they had to get the 4th shot from the Jhin and that last little dagger from Nefiri. Imagine if they'd missed one of those two and they hadn't even got that kill. So it was down to the last little bits of HP to get up that kill. Otherwise, it would have just been a pretty dud play other than getting the flash from Smash. So.
2 minutes left until this Soul. Chovi's going to have his rod complete. He's built defensively here on this Cassiopeia with the rocket belt, which isn't necessarily going to be a lot of big damage in this fight. The Jhin is far from relevance.
Far behind.
And I think Gen.G, they were hoping they were going to get so much from that fight that they were going to get prio. They were going to actually be in control of this upcoming dragon, but instead, it's going to be another miracle, another rabbit they're going to have to pull out their hats on this one.
And 2 items has been done here for Shiu as well. He's got so much power here in this lane.
If you look at the inventory, there's multiple Gen.G members who have most of the components, the items they want, their second item. Like you look at Keen, you look at Ruler. Not having that rapid fire for Ruler, not having that Dusk and Dawn for Keen is such a big issue. Because I feel like gold leads, if you're just enough to get some extra components, doesn't swing it that much. But completed items are such a spike, and that's really where Gen.G are behind. And 45 seconds, we do see both Ruler and Keen recalling, so I'm hoping they're going to be able to finish those items off. Rapid fire comes in. Does Keen have the Dusk and Dawn?
It's gotta be
close. Yeah, it's gotta be.
Looks like he wasn't able to finish it.
Not exactly the greatest here, but we'll have that Stand United in order to join a fight. Teleport in from Showmaker will bring him over towards his dragon 20 seconds early. So the D+ can get this one set up. He's surfing around these walls.
They're trying to get some prio here, but the dragon is so tanky. You know, it's Mountain Dragon. It's not like they can rush it. They're going to have to force a fight here. Rod completes for Chovy, but he's not 16. This whiffs.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is just going to go wide. D+ with control of mid for now.
Showmaker with a thumbs up.
Oh, man. They're feeling themselves. Canyon going to get slowed down here. As we do have Shiu looking for that flank angle. Public Execution is going to go wide, but Chovy so far up, and he's pushed out of the fight. Miasma goes down. Keen gets into that backline, but Shiu doing the same thing. Petrifying Gaze, so good here for Chovy, still doing the damage, and he takes out Smash. Seismic Shove goes wide. Showmaker still incredibly healthy in the fight, and the 4th bullet goes wide. Still Gen.G members standing, and they will be able to take control of this dragon. D+ though, seeing whether they can get on in here and disrupt. Lucid still with that smite. They get the Miasma down and they take down the Drake.
I think they pulled the rabbit out of the hat. Chovy's able to live with just enough health there to turn around and get that massive ultimate. You kill Smash, you win the fight. This is all Chovy here. Looks like he's pushed too far forward, but he's got the Shen ultimate. He itemized defensively. That's the difference maker here. That's how he survives, and then wait for it. Able to push his way forward. The timing literally perfect as he takes Smash out here, and that wins them the fight and gets them their first dragon of the game. It's still a long way to go for Gen.G to come back in this game, but this is step one.
That was absurd timing.
It was crazy. I mean, he was just dead if he was just a split second earlier or later in any way. Catches Smash off guard, and also, in terms of the window to get the dragon, Shiu had TP. He was resetting the TP back in at full HP with that shield, and he would have just ran rampant with no cooldowns available. So Gen.G, I feel like everything aligned perfectly. They did exactly what they needed to get that dragon and get out now. They're not out of the woods, but they have bought themselves time.
Now, I think we're going to go back to talking about Chovy the whole time, because that was an unbelievable play to save the game here for Gen.G as Canyon flips on out. Let's have to deal with all those rocks strewn on the ground, as it looks like this is just a battle for a Rift Scuttler for the moment. Smash taking a fair bit of damage here from Ruler, making use of that rapid fire cannon, but another True Shot Barrage does go wide. There's a cease and desist, and the combo with the Talia. Chovy does get the Petrifying Gaze down, but he's going to fall this time. It's in trade for Lucid though, as Shiu will teleport into the fight. Keen does the same thing. Massive shields for these top laners. With the 1-for-1 trade, and feeling okay here for Gen G, especially when Shiu gets turned on here at the top side of the fight. Showmaker comes over, but he's the only one here to support outside of Korea, who finally gets on over. Smash now gets on in, and there is a public execution. Juro is going to die on the backside of the fight. Canyon has to get out of there. There's Smash chasing him down. The shutdown comes in for Keen, though. Korea so incredibly close to dead, but Smash gets the snipe, and he's looking for another one. He wanted to kill all of them at the same time, but the True Shot Barrage misses. Still, he's able to take down Keen, and D+ back in the driver's seat once again.
Smash makes up for the earlier mistake by cleaning house on Gen G there. Only Canyon able to escape, and we get to see his point of view. He's just skirting around the fight flawlessly, mystic shot after mystic shot connecting on these targets. And for a bit of time, it felt like Gen G was able to stabilize, but Smash is just advancing onto his counterpart, chases down Ruler, and does not miss that final shot.
Endless Hunger in the inventory. It's a huge spike. He has the third item, so if you're able to hit all of those shots in this extended fight, you are just going to take it over. And there was a moment you could see Career realize this fight is won. We're no longer focused on winning the fight. We're focused on the chase down. He went forward, flashed in there to get the root onto Ruler, because he knew we're looking to clean up. We're not trying to fight to anymore. I don't need to defend anybody. Smash doesn't need my help. And D+ incredibly confident in that moment.
And I have to say, after Smash gets caught out like in the most pristine moment by Chovy, still playing that like fast and loose in the very next fight, I mean, that is pretty impressive.
Oh, they might be looking for Showmaker here. We've seen a lot of bottles, Tempered Fates thrown at Showmaker, not so many actually hitting, but
Showmaker's aware.
Wouldn't back off.
Yeah, he's aware something is going on. He's going to play defensively. He's going to get Lucid to come up.
Max, I'm going to have to point something out of you, and I'm sorry about this. Take a look at Ruler's
I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it.
I thought you were gonna mention that Shiu's got level 3 of his ult.
I was gonna say, like, he's level 17. I haven't heard about level 16 yet from you, Daniel.
Yeah, it's pretty broken. But you know, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure Collected Jin has it in to cut through him.
Smash has doubled nearly the damage of Ruler in this game. And when you're accelerated on that Israel, you have those 3 items, and the Jin is behind, and the team is struggling. You just aren't going to be able to do a whole lot. Chovy's the one who has to do the big damage. He has to do the heavy lifting.
And Smash just got his 4th item.
Yeah.
Cyrildas is just done.
Yeah.
He's 4,200 ahead.
That is a lot of money ahead. I'm looking at the gold lead, and yeah, that is 80% Smash. And that's exactly where you want the money on at this stage of the game. 5 kills on this Ezreal as we have a look at him right now. Just, yeah, printing money on the Rift. 30 seconds until this next Drake, and that is Soul once again, an opportunity for DK.
Chovy has the arm guard. Again, just itemizing defensively, hoping for another big play here, hoping to pull another rabbit out of the hat. I mean, the last time his play was cinematic, it was almost like an anime. You know, that he was able to predict exactly what was going to happen there. But I don't know if he's going to be able to make Lightning strike the same place twice here on this upcoming Dragon fight. This time they don't have Prio.
Yeah, and the thing is, they can't just play front to back and let Smash free hit. He does so much damage now that they will just lose. They have to find a way to catch out this Ezreal. He fortunately doesn't have Flash available, but Smash is such a massive threat right now. If Gen G don't shut him down, he will dominate this fight.
Well, teleport to come in here as Shiu looking for that angle. Actually has a really good one here, but the ward will spot him out. Juro looking to try and catch, as Shiu is able to dash his way out of there. The Deadly Flourish does not connect though, and Lucid does have control of this Drake for the minute. There's the Weaver's Wall as Canyon is still in there. He does not want to give away this Mountain Soul, but he's almost just dead. True Shot Barrage comes on over. It's somehow Chovy that locks down the Dragon, but can they actually win the fight? Tempered Fate actually going to ruin Canyon's ultimate, and now it's Smash's point of view as we watch him help take down Keen. The public execution is massive as well. As you can see, he is just skirting the battlefield, finding the rest of them, and this Ezreal is raining death on Gen G as D+ Kia look to push for the win.
Smash shifts left. He's cutting off the retreat. He says no one's getting out of here alive as they get completely wiped on the Dragon fight, and there was just nothing in it for Gen G. The Fury Ultimate can get you out of a lot, but there's so much CC to avoid. He dodged the True Shot Barrage because he knows Smash is the scariest part of this
Oh
game.
yeah.
And Shiu diving in and just causing so much chaos. They didn't even get the Mountain Soul. He didn't have the extra durability. He didn't care. They could not cut through him in time, and Smash bearing down on them, just decimated Gen G. We're going to get the replay. Canyon ends up taking so much damage to the wall, to putting it in this uncomfortable position. We have to decide to be ahead of it or behind. Makes it very hard. Chovy does secure the dragon. They try and escape using the ult from Canyon to get out, but then Smash going for this angle that cuts off the retreat, and Shiwu says, I have the backing of this Ezreal. Him and Lucid dive in, and despite getting low, the damage just isn't there, and Smash is hitting Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot.
There's just no way out, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, the Fed Israel's on the left side. Guess we'll push towards the enemies on the right. The Ambess is just flying through. They're in the blender. And I think this game is now all but done. Gen G had that one Hail Mary fight. Chovy had that amazing ultimate, but that's all they've had in this one. And I think that was their final chance to win something big and get the gold back. And now 10,000 gold behind. I think they're thinking about game 2.
I have to say, we were watching Smash's perspective the first time around. Looking at it again, though, like, Chovy getting caught by that seismic shove. The coordination's still there from the rest of D+ to make sure that Smash has all the space in the world to dance around the battlefield. It's beautiful to see here from a D+ that had some difficulties in some of these games, right? Like they had, you know, the 0-10 top lane situation. You know, like there are a few moments here that have been a little shaky. This time around, though, D+ looking fantastic. Another shove will connect as Chovy not going to get saved by a Tempered Fate. I don't know whether that would have been a savior-type maneuver anyway, as Shiu getting this push into the mid lane, really pulling Gen G around the map. And he's now going to lose a lot.
He's just trying to get Bounty Goal on the bottom side. He's going to have to come back here to defend his team with his teleport if the fight does break out, but he just knows, I mean, he can't do much good here sitting back as a melee. He's trying to get money for them on the other side.
Yeah, it does have to stand united, but the problem is, I don't know whether it really even helps them enough, as D+ will take down the inhibitor on the top side of the map. Now looking for this mid lane. If they break 2 of them, it will mean that the Soul should become pretty comfortable to take down. Not going to happen this time around, though, as they are just going to go for the reset. Having a look to see what kind of items are going to be coming in next. Is it 5 for Smash? And yes, it is.
Wow.
So,
wait, we've got a BF as well.
Yeah, he's half a GA.
Wow, 5 and a bit.
Yeah. And as well, Shiu has the Death Stance now, and I just think they don't have the damage to cut through him. They just don't have the space to breathe when he's bearing down. Chovy is really providing the DPS in this composition for the most part, but you know, a lot of his itemization, as we said before, has been defensive, which, you know, it makes sense. I'm not going to criticize
into this comp,
that.
I mean, for real.
But it just means you don't have the same level of damage output that can cut through Shiu quick enough. Death Dance buying so much time. Now, Canyon has found a bit of a flank position, but looks like they're not pulling the trigger yet.
Yeah, Gen G wants to play against T1. Well, I mean, if they do lose here, that is exactly where they're going to be. I don't think we have any bad matchups the rest of this tournament at all. Like, everything is a banger, no matter what we get. The Cinderella story of KC versus DK would be unbelievable. But then, alongside it, in the 3rd place match, we get Gen G versus T1, one of the all-time classics of South Korean League of Legends. So we are kind of spoiled towards the end of EWC here, but obviously it is very early days. This is still game number 1 of this best of 3. D+ are in a great position. They still need to destroy the Nexus. Gen G have been tenacious in the past.
So much push power here. 15 seconds until what may be, on the 3rd time of asking, is Soul here.
Going in. Yeah, looking for the Shen delivery system here as well, as they don't quite find the taunt. Smash just gets himself out of the way, uses his barrier. That is going to be Showmaker falling down, though, as Lucid gets into that backline, looking for Ruler, has to flash. Will be able to create a whole lot of distance, but I don't think he's going anywhere. Down to the GA, public execution, gets Shiu in there, but it's 1 versus 5, as Lucid will finally be taken down. Smash trying to get a little bit of space here in this fight, but Gen G, they just grabbed 2 picks.
Right before Dragon, too. Right before Dragon, and it's a ult on the Smash. They can't kill the Ezreal, but they win the fight, and now Smash's life is a lot tougher. There's no vision here for Gen G.
Oh dear, Turo should almost be taken down, but not quite. Trishop Raj is going to go wide there as well. They are out of cooldowns as now Chovy's in a little bit of trouble. Down to the GA goes Shiu. Smash still raining damage down, but it's just not quite enough. Finally, Chovy is going to fall, and Shiu is going ballistic in the back line. He'll be taken out finally as the curtains have been called, and Smash has Arcane shift away, but that 3rd bullet will be his last. And the the shutdown comes in for Ruler. That gold advantage for Smash is cut in half, and now both teams have soul point.
Oh, but D+,
wait a minute.
Here looking for an angle.
Don't tell me they're going to be able to stop them from doing this, Dragon. Keen taking a lot of damage from Showmaker, who has finally turned back up to this fight. Korea there to help him out.
Back away.
Just gets out of the pit, and Lucid's going to come on over. This should be Mountain Soul.
It was so close here for Genji from denying a third dragon there the entire play. Getting smashed early, getting that tempo. Felt like maybe it was going to be enough, but they're just so far behind. The D+ are like, we 3v5 these. It doesn't matter. They had the GA to play through.
The fact that they ended up taking down, and a big thing here is so Keen's waiting for the arcane shift, but unfortunately doesn't wait it out long enough. Then Chovy looks for the mid jungle, finds them, and then Lucid does his best to escape, but walks on a trap that slows him down. The thing is, this is a great start for Gen.G. They really found an impossible situation and kind of made it possible. But the problem is the members still alive, importantly, are Smash and Shiwu, who are just so strong. Smash with all the damage, and Shiwu just so survivable in this situation. He goes in, and even though eventually he goes down to his GA, we see Keen try and go for a taunt as he comes back up, but he dashes immediately, and then just cannot handle the fresh set of cooldowns. He causes so much chaos.
Yeah, and there's just no way to get to Smash. They don't have the Nabiri ult anymore. It's about to come back up, but it isn't there, so they just cannot close the gap. And finally, they take him down, but so much damage has been done.
If Shiu had one extra damage item, Ruler would have been dead in that fight, and I think Shiu would have just straight up won. We've got another battle. He gets into the backline once again as Ruler is right in amongst it. That is the Stand United on top of the Jin, and Shiu able to keep himself alive. In the meantime, though, Lucid goes way too deep, and D+, they will lose their jungler in the fray.
I mean, Gen.G are just trying to fight their way through this. I mean, they're trying to outplay and out-team fight D+, and they have a lot of tools to try to set that up, and this Cassiopeia is getting bigger and bigger. So they are able to, for the moment, win a small battle here, killing Lucid. They will be able to get this inhibitor respawned, and little by little, they're whittling away at that gold lead. We're getting later and later into the game. Elder spawns in 4 minutes. There may yet be a thread of hope here for Gen.G.
And Max, all I can think about is a 10,000 gold lead at a certain haircut bet you made a long time ago.
Yes, my least favorite haircut is a result of these two teams. Absolutely true. Thankfully, no bets were made in this game, but it has been absolute chaos between the two.
This peel was so good. Keen putting down the Shroud to block the auto attacks. And then when Lucid goes in, a great stun from the bar to keep Ruler alive. The peel, you look how low Ruler was, even with that phenomenal peel. He could have died so easily there if it wasn't perfect play from Gen.G to get him out.
And now you've got full items for Smash. The GA has now been completed. Ruler is only one behind, though. He has his Infinity Edge done. He has the Mortal Reminder completed. He is doing some damage, even with that Serpent's Fang, to help deal with a whole bunch of these shields that are going to be coming in, especially with the Mountain Soul on top of D+ Kia.
And, I mean, Keenan's been behind this whole game, but he's so difficult to kill now. With his ultimate as well, it makes such a big impact, but with Jack Show's running, you know, it takes about, 2,000 Ezreal Qs to actually kill this guy.
That's a lot of Ezreal Qs.
And he has the MR for Showmaker as well, so he's built accordingly here, and it means that, it buys a lot of time for Chovy, who's eventually now starting to get some of these damage items online. Bloodletter's curse is completed, and in longer fights, which every fight has gone incredibly long, he is going to do so much. As they're actually looking to start the Baron.
I mean, they do it so quickly with Chovy, right? This Cassiopeia really cuts through that Baron extremely quickly, but they're not going to be able to stay on top of it. D+ understanding, getting that vision where they need to. They still have a 5,000 gold lead, but this game feels like it could go either way. I really do feel like Gen.G have righted the ship and created such an even game state between these two squads. We've got 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon. And, I mean, it wouldn't be Gen.G versus D+ without a little bit of Elder
Start the Baron,
right?
though, and there's a lot of Gen.G that needs to really get over here quickly. They're going to back Keen and then TP him in.
Yeah, does have the Stand United, so you can go for the Doggo delivery system. They would like to get Canyon in there. True Shot Barrage going to be avoided there by Chovy as D+. They just pull off the Baron. Man, Mountain Soul kind of broken for that. as now Smash moving forward.
Yeah, they get the TP of Keen, which is big, but he still has to stand united. Now, though, potentially looking.
Yeah, Lucid looking to try and get on in there as the Magical Journey does take Ruler out of there, and he tries to flash to get to safety. Down to the Guardian Angel now as Keen turns up with about 1 billion health. He looks like a Baron with that health bar right now. And once again, it's Lucid taking a nap.
Pushing mid though, pushing mid. They're going to get this inhibitor at least, so even though they end up getting the pick there, Gen.G will lose their part of their base.
Let's see whether D+ can actually keep them busy as well. As you see, the Shen makes his way over Keen, fighting against Xiu as that inhibitor does go down. Showmaker looking for Duro. He takes a Magical Journey to get out, but D+, they have them right where they want them. The bottom lane now just getting dealt with by Showmaker alone. He's now letting the rest of his teammates move towards that top side. In the meantime, it is going to be Xiu going down. Keen able to pick that one up for his 4th in a row. And the curtains have been called. Maybe Showmaker's in trouble now as he does get a nice shove back. But the flash forward from Duro comes in. And Showmaker will be taken out. Gen.G, I swear over the last 7 minutes of this game, have just done only the right thing.
It's been such a good game from Keen. He's everywhere. He helps defend the push. They lose the inhibitor, he gets the kill. And they buy space on the top side despite being a man down there. 3v4, they are able to defend. They get the Baron, and this comeback is unreal.
The decision making and the resource allocation, sending 2 back into the base and using those 3 just to kite them round. It was such a daring move, but it got them the Baron. It succeeded in the heist, and now Elder up in 15.
Xiu lost his GA too, so he doesn't have GA. We'll be able to TP back to this fight, but this is going to be the game-defining moment. So many turrets to go through. It's crazy. We were going to see
They need 20 seconds. They need 20 seconds before these solo laners can come in, and I don't think they've got it. As Gen.G will start off this Dragon. Lucid going to try and make it a 50-50 smash, trying to get in there with these Mystic shots. But it is so dangerous, and this is going down so incredibly quickly. Into the back lane he goes, he doesn't manage to secure it. It's Chovy that picks up the Dragon, and the Tempered Fate is going to land on this smash. He tries to Arcane Shift out of the way, and he will successfully leave. But it's Lucid dead once again. And Gen.G have got everything.
Gen.G were 10,000 gold down. They have 1 turret to their name. They're going to take a gold lead here on this push in a 42-minute game. This is absolutely insane, the turnaround here. The resilience, how much they held on. An absolutely bonkers game now without Lucid here. It's very difficult to look for an engage. Xiu's on the flank to try to stop this push, but he's going to get bound.
Yeah, Canyon moves on in and will be able to push Xiu out of the way. The Magical Journey is going to try and catch him here. He uses the ultimate to try and stay unstoppable and get out of the way. Showmaker trying to buy some time, but it's not going to get enough. And with the Elder pushing through, it's still another 1.5 minutes on this massive buff. And Gen.G are just unrelenting. Lucid dead for another 5 seconds. It might get them a 5v5 in their base. The problem is, the stats are just ridiculous on Gen.G. Chovy going forward, looking to try and lock down Showmaker. Into the Tempered Fate he goes, and Drew going to slow him down. At least he manages to get that Mikhail's out from Korea to help get Showmaker out of there. But Gen.G, I mean, they can go back and look for a reset if they'd like to. At least D+ have that inhibitor down in mid to help buy them a bit of time.
Yeah, D+K, the game is definitely not in the state they wanted, but they bought enough time and weathered out the Baron and Elder without going. This is crazy because
Chovy a second time.
Yeah,
secure.
Keen had flash and taunt, so I thought he was going to try and go and keep Lucid out the pit, but he makes it in, and it comes down to 2 HP, and the ticking from the poisons just securing it for Chovy. This was such a delicate situation, and I feel like that has been the story of this game. Gen.G finding these knife edge plays, making them work and coming out clean time and time again to get back to now have a gold lead in this game.
This is a miraculous comeback, like a miraculous one. Sure, we all saw the bro versus DNS game, DNF at the time. Everybody knows that story, right? But this is a different level of play that we are seeing here. This is not a throw from D+. This is an outplay by Gen.G. I mean, we saw the miraculous catch on the smash, right? Like, that was the first step back in, and it feels like the stuff we've seen after that is just almost comparable, almost even in terms of how difficult it is to pull off, how challenging this game has been to play. Gen.G did not lose control of their mindset, right? I mean, it's crazy, crazy stuff here.
My hair feels uncomfortable, and I didn't make a bet, so...
Do you want to?
No.
Yeah, I think that's a good
I think
idea.
it's a bit late at this point anyway.
Smash had a 6,000 gold advantage, and now gold is entirely irrelevant because they all have like 7 items, both of these 80 carries, but that is already down to only 1.5k. Like, this game is entirely stabilized, and it's neck and neck.
If you think about the mental fortitude of Gen G in this game, is absolutely crazy, right? But consider that this series might be ruined. This is what I'm afraid of. If D+ lose this game, which right now they are not in control, if they are currently losing this game, how can they recover in this best of going into game 2?
If you lose this game, I think it is almost too much. But Ruler is going to be caught out of position. We all know this one. There is Keen there for the defense, though. The Deadly Flourish comes down, and Lucid's once again in a dire situation. Still, onto the backline goes Shiu, looking for Chovy, who goes down to 50%, but will be all right for now. Shiu trying to dash his way out as Canyon with the ulti is going to close the distance, but I believe D+ have made it out of there. The problem is, they're the ones that started it.
But they got the flash from Ruler, and that's the fact that the state of the game didn't really change, but they got Ruler's flash. You take that. Definitely a delicate spot, but they disengaged from the situation, and now we look, Baron in a minute 15, Elder in 2 minutes. The Jhin is a much more vulnerable target now.
Absolutely. And when you look at I think part of why D+ have lost control of this game is both AD carries can't do traditional AD carry jobs in this game because it's an Ezreal who can't break through this Shen's health bar and get access to Chovy and a Jhin, right? So which of these mid laners do more damage? It's the Cassiopeia that's fully scaled up into this late game. Showmaker could get a pick, and I think D+ need to play for pick like they just did to try to get Ruler, because in a straight up 5v5 team fight when no one has a real true advantage, I think the longer fight always favors Gen G.
They did just complete the Rabadon's death cap, though, on Showmaker, so that is a big deal. Yes, he's only got 4 items, but at least one of them is a pretty dangerous one.
Chovy also got his Rabadons just now as well.
Okay, well, never mind.
And with an extra item.
He exchanged that, like that was a 7-stack Dark Seal that has now become a Rabadon's death cap. So
that's a good trade.
Yeah, I would say that is a pretty good trade.
Plus have a Vi, Talia, Ambessa comp. I think they have to do something crazy, like, you know, start a Baron early and look for a turn. They're looking for picks right now. She was surfing on the edge.
Yeah, trying to play side lanes with this Ambessa is kind of what they're looking at the moment. 6 items, he's very scary at level 20. And now just going to be dashing forward towards Duro and Chovy. Kind of difficult with the miasma there, but it does get skirted by Shiu, at least for the moment. It's Gen G taking control of these waves.
Vision control here for D+. This is where it gets scary for Gen G because they do not know exactly what D+ is doing. Now, obviously, Smash poking out here a little bit more aware. 30 seconds until Elder, and Gen G like to play for Prio and not fight into that vision. They are moving towards the Elder Pit, the more relevant objective in this case.
It's going to have to be played so intelligently by D+ if they do want to win this. I feel like Gen G have gotten over that mid-game hump and are just deadly in these 5v5s, especially if Keen finds the right target. He's so good at protecting his carries.
The Elder's now
moving forward.
They bought time. Elder's 10 seconds away, and Gen G are towards the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Duro now down to about 50%. They are softening them up. D+, utilizing a bit of a range advantage here, landing some extra skill shots, but there is Korea getting taken down by some of this bleed damage out of the Nefiri. Duro getting pushed out, though.
Starting to work on the Elder. Chovy looking for a wraparound here.
Yeah, he can weave his wall to make his way in, though, can Showmaker. So Chovy might find himself a little bit alone and not with the rest of his teammates. This Weaver's wall is going to be pivotal.
He's just outpacing him with his passive, Showmaker is. He's able to get back to the team. He can set up that wall.
You're going to get stunned there. There is a taunt. He does have a GA. Tries to get himself out with that one available. And the snipe from Ruler comes in. Now the rest of Gen G trying to make the angle happen, but Showmaker gets the flash over the wall. Duro trying to get into the Cosmic Binding's fantastic. Canyon gets rid of Korea, but now Lucid is trying to make this one happen. Smash is in amongst absolutely everyone, trying to lay down these Mystic shots. True shot, and he murders everyone. It's Keen, the last one standing, but Smash will take him down. No need for a dragon, and Smash will be winning this game.
Look at its face! That true shot barrage just gave me goosebumps across my whole body. I cannot believe they won that fight. It looks doomed.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Gen G versus D+ Kia, and we might have 2 more of these.
We just watched Gen G claw that game back for 20 plus minutes, but in that final fight, that final moment, Smash stood strong and managed to shut them down and take game 1 of this series. Only game 1, but what an absolute marathon that game was.
I mean, that
Oh
was.
my God.
Let's watch it again here. Look at this moment. He's got a little away, right? Backing away, 4 seconds on the true shot, resetting that cooldown. The timing of this on the Canyon. Oh! And his goal is ideally to deny the smite. He wants to kill Canyon, but he gets so much more than that.
Oh man, goosebumps, you're exactly right there, Wolf. It is now time to throw it over to the desk to see what they made of that unbelievable game one.
I think I broke Jack's arm while yelling because I saw Smash back up, miss one Mystic shot. I'm like, he's dead. He doesn't have cooldowns. And then lands that massive, massive true shot barrage and stops the improbable comeback by Gen G. It is D plus Kia with a massive, massive victory here in game one.
The damage bars are on top of each other for both ADCs here. I feel like DK versus Gen G. They looked at T1 versus KC and said, yeah, this was a banger. We'll do one better though, because what the hell was this? It was so back and forth. I thought Gen G was going to win it after they clawed back a 10,000 gold lead, but then in the last moment, smash. Oh man, that was a lot of back and forth. I think from the beginning, D plus Kia had such a great lead in the early game with their early game draft, but Gen G somehow, they managed to stop their Drakes and managed to stop their Nashor, and they got the Nashor and Elder. But at some point, D plus Kia back again, they tried to stall the game, and now we have another Elder, which was crazy teamfight we just witnessed.
This has been an absolutely speechless day of League of Legends. Again, everyone at home, in the same meta that we saw for MSI for the last month, they are continuing to evolve the picks and the play. Almost a double Elder day. I guess 2 Elders spawned anyways. Let's try to take a look at some of these highlights. It starts with the man that ended it early on. How did they get to that point in that 10,000 gold lead? It's plays like this from Smash.
Well, it's 24 minutes in the game. It was a D plus Kia leading the game, and I think we want to spotlight this one as your pick on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Smash this game on the S-Roll having so much impact in every single fight. And normally when you play this S-Roll, it's for the early game, it's for the mid game. So the fact that he was able to have such great team fighting in the early mid game, and then also carry the last team fight of the game,
Does have
you
a
cannot
GA.
understate how impressive that is.
And you could see the awareness from him as well, trying to get that last second snipe down on the top side of the map near tier 2, while still poking up the final kill there on Shen. It was a fantastic performance from this AD carry from the LCK that we know can do this, has the potential to do this, and now, very much like Karming Corp, achieving some of that potential against a title winner in Gen G.
I mean, but Gen G was champion for a reason. I mean, they were stalling out the game for 20 minutes after that. I mean, I thought D plus Kia could just take the Nexus after that one because Azure was too fat. But we're going to have another highlights with the Gen G having such a great focus in the game, because I think it was just really that one-sided, you know. I think the lead that they had was just insane, but Gen G here now, they're still in the game, still willing to win the game with the caught out here from Lucid. It was great usage of Portal from Duro here, so they managed to kill the jungle on the top side, and somehow they again managed to kill the Ambassador here, and that makes them having a Nashor and Elder here.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, the way they held on was admirable. Like, you see Lucid going for that play, it makes sense that he's going on to Ruler, the immobile Jhin, but then with the Bard Portal, it takes him all the way into the base, and then another Elder fight that was so damn close off of the picks. Lucid tries to get the smite, but Chovy actually ends up securing it, and it was this moment that it kind of felt like, wait
yes,
a minute,
it's over.
Yeah, Gen G might be the ones winning this one, but both teams were not willing to give up, fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, Jack, for those of you at home that don't watch the LCK, this is what happens to D plus Kia. They put out a fantastic performance. They make great plays. They get the soul and do everything right. And then there's a moment when everything starts to go wrong with it. We're like, oh no, not again.
I mean, this is the fight that they just finished. And here we go again. Look at D plus Kia. Now they're in a really bad situation. CU got forced GA, and there's no options. They need to go into the pit. And now look at Azure here. He somehow finds his position back, repositioned himself on top of Ruler, and he shipped back. And this is the moment. This is the right action that he took.
It's absolute hero play from Smash. If he doesn't make this, Shiwu was already popped into the G.A.L, as you said what did, and Showmaker had to flash over the wall. The fight looked dire for DK, but a hero play from Smash saves it all.
We're going to replay that so many times because I didn't notice it until we just saw it again. He had no mana until Chovy died.
Low mana, yeah.
That was able to get it back from Presence of Mind. Just insane. Just insane fighting here. Maybe D plus Kia could close it out with the 10,000 gold lead. Maybe not. We'll find out in just a little bit. And actually, standing by right now as we are getting closer and closer to crowning champions is Ginny with an update from Free Fire.
And Stage 2 has crowned their second winner of a game. This time around, Free Fire ready to lock in that name, put it down in history. Who won and what happened?
All right, so very unexpected, actually. Lion Esports, okay, is the team that takes home the title in the single best performance of an EWC match that we've ever seen in Free Fire of the history of this entire event. 45 points, 33 elims, and they're not a CC team.
Again.
I don't know what's going on our stage, but this is huge because that means that that big chunk of points is not going to any of the heavy hitters we've been talking about. So it's almost like a point denial in a way, which is honestly going to set up for such a tight leaderboard as we get into the further weeks down the line.
Yeah, and it's also crazy to be down here while they're getting to put their key in the totem for the rest of history. The fans are enjoying that as well. Everybody coming out for the celebration. But from your perspective individually, Lauren, would you say that this is a bit of an L for the CC teams?
I think so. I mean, AG.AL was up there at the top. They were doing really well. Definitely got some points for themselves along the way. But once again, not what Falcons was expecting, you know, not what Twisted Minds were expecting. I mean, like, Twisted Minds, we thought at one point, were going to win. They were one of the first two teams on match point, and they weren't able to close it out. So it was a tough, well-fought finals. Just means everybody's have to step up next week.
Exactly. Sometimes it do be like that, but for the side of Lyon, congratulations to them on winning here over on Free Fire. Unfortunately, they did not even make it to the top 8 in League of Legends, so Club Championships, they're dodged a little bit. That's it from us. We'll keep you updated as things go on. Bye. We found her walking around. T1 just lost. Let's start there. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so bummed, but also I actually think it might be a good thing because this means that T1 Worlds is loading. So this is usually what we do. We have to tank in the summer just to come back and win in Worlds. So fingers crossed.
I appreciate the hopium, you know? That's great.
Also, everyone loves a hometown hero. So it would be very fun for Carmine Corp to win.
Speaking of the hometown heroes, how has it been sitting around seeing and experiencing the KC crowd?
I mean, it's awesome. French fans are always the best. I've played in France so many times, and they are always so much fun. They love to party. They never let the energy drop. So it's very cool being here for a League event. I got to perform here for Worlds in 2019, and the crowd was unbelievable. So I love being back here.
Happy to hear that. And I also want to talk about you performing for League and making music for League especially. What's the process like? Where do you draw inspiration to be able to bridge the two worlds?
I love reading. I love fantasy books, and I feel like League of Legends characters and lore have a lot of that same kind of hero's journey trope. So everyone loves a hero's journey story. Everyone loves a redemption arc and a climb from the bottom to the top. So a lot of the kind of gaming songs, League of Legends type songs, draw from that hero's journey motif.
That's pretty cool. Well, we also have an underdog now in the finals, KC. Any chance that you're going to be cheering for them?
I mean, the options are either Gen.G, Dom1, or Carmine Corp. So I can't cheer as a T1 fan. I cannot cheer for Gen.G or Dom1. So I will be cheering for Carmine Corp. Yeah.
That's what I love to hear. And to wrap it all up, EWC is like, there's so many different stages, right? So many different games. Yeah. What has been the experience like, and maybe the most notable one that you've had so far?
I haven't been here that long yet, to be fair, so I'm very excited to go around and see all of the stuff here, because this place is massive, first of all. I didn't expect it to be very massive, but I'm really hoping that my most notable experience is going to be watching something get crushed myself. Watching one of the... Yeah, I like that.
I like that too. A little BM though.
Yeah, I love the BM. You have to have a little BM, just a little bit. Yeah.
I agree, but it's been fun having you. The fun has been fun as well. That's it from now. Bye, guys.
Stumbled on a reaction test. You already know I'm taking that.
Woo. All right, let's go. Let's see what he got. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Oh, damn. No way. Come on. You got this. What is going on? Yo.
Staring at him. No, I wasn't. No, I messed up my technique. I wasn't staring at him. I got 3. That's pretty good, actually, right?
No, that was horrible.
It's fine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It's the semifinals. It's our second one of the day, and I cannot believe there is another game at least in this series, because that first one was absolutely bonkers. D+ able to get over the line in the very end, and now we have to load up again.
You know, something we were saying during that game is how much you would hurt D+ Kia mentally to have gone from that 10k gold lead to lose that game 1, but the mental resilience to hold on through the game slipping away, slipping out of their hands, and come back in that final moment. They must be on Cloud9 right now. Well, not the team Cloud9, but like
Cloud9's not quite here.
Yeah,
but,
they must feel really good about game 1.
Now,
right
obviously,
now.
they weren't on the floor like Carmine Corp was a few.
They haven't won the series yet.
They you could see it on their faces. Showmaker and Smash, especially, just the relief, the ecstasy of that moment. I would say almost as.
Yeah.
We're jumping into the draft for game 2 here. It is a fearless best of 3, of course, but those mage bans will persist here. Victor and Orianna.
And the Galio ban is an interesting one to come through here from D+ Kia. Getting rid of that one. Of course, Chovy is deadly on the champ, but it's not something we've seen in ban lists so far. The Orianna taken away. The Syndra is notably still available, at least for the moment, and the Poppy is the other one. So that Poppy is going to be banned away. Will it be the Syndra next, or will they leave that one up?
Yeah, Jace also has been left available, which we've seen a good amount of success, good amount of bans as well towards that pick. So will Gen G take the Jace away, or Risky getting his hands on it? Obviously, Keen is a player who's got a wide pool of things he can play into the Jace, but often doesn't get that early prio.
I think blinding Jace into Keen sounds very dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially with everything that's left up. You know, there's no Yorick ban, obviously, in the first 3. We'll see what they decided to go with here. Something flexible is my bet.
Oh, the Lee Sin's a fun one. And this is picking it away from Canyon. Fantastic, but also Lucid. This was in like his trio of champions that he absolutely dominated his first few years with, especially in Challenger, but then afterwards when he first joined the LCK. So a big one, and taking it away from Canyon, who is one of the greatest Lee Sin players to ever pick up an mouse.
And if you think of some of the picks that have been removed, Poppy banned, Talia gone for the previous draft, Neferi as well, whose Doggo's blocked the Sonic Wave. I think there's a lot more freedom for this Lee Sin pick, and you feel pretty good about it in this game too.
Ooh, Ziggs Camille. Could just lock that one in right now if they would like to. Hovering the Jace there as well. Just a bit of a nod, but they do not decide to go that way. Will be that Ziggs.
There's not a strong Leona response necessarily in terms of a pairing here to answer, with that Talia being banned away. Cassiopeia also gone. Victor is banned. So I do think it's a really strong position for that setup in the bottom lane. I expect this will be a Camille pick to come with it.
Would be strong, and that is what they're going to go towards in the end, or at least hovering it. There it is, locked away. And now D+, what is going to be the first 3 locked in for this squad? They can take a bottom lane to answer this if they would like to. They could also just focus on getting their solo lanes in order. A Kali Lee Sin combo here from Showmaker Lucid could be a lot of power in the mid game.
They're going to lock Leona, right? We just don't know what they're going to play with it.
Yeah, especially with the Shen already gone, I think it makes sense. It feels weird to say this because Smash just had this phenomenal game on EzreAL, but I feel like in terms of mages available, Seraphine Leona would work pretty
that's
well.
The one I'm thinking.
But it just feels like Smash popped off so hard in EzreAL. It's like, oh, you're on Seraphine. Syndra, another option as well. But we know Showmaker also phenomenal on that pick.
I think keeping the flex open is like a very good idea.
I'm not a huge fan of Syndra in this meta, but when you do have the Leona with it, it works really well. It can be a great deterrent to Camille engages, as we've seen so many times. So both of these picks very strong into Camille specifically, but the flexibility the Syndra holds, I think, is the greatest power that D+ have right now in this draft.
All right, one more pick to come on through here as Chovy thinking about what he wants to take away. Could be Canyon's lock-in. I mean, feels like a Skarner angle looks pretty good for Gen G if they would like to go that way, but instead, the Jace will be locked in and they can protect it with some bans here in the second round.
Yeah, this feels like a great spot for the Jace, and especially as, despite having the Camille who can go in and set up those big, powerful poke tools, you can just sit back and fire off from a distance. So far, the D+ composition doesn't have nearly the range to match this Ziggs Jace.
I wonder if the bans here for D+ are just going to be targeting Canyon, since the pool is thinned out a little bit here. And that's the matchup we know that they have locked in and Gen G are missing. I don't think any of these Gen G champions will be flexed, but you don't want to necessarily try to figure out what's going on in solo lanes because you want to hold your flex as well on this Syndra.
Well, the Jace could theoretically be flexed into the mid lane.
Or jungle, we've seen before.
Yeah, or bot lane, if, Paze's solo queue is anything to go by.
But unlikely.
Or Deft in 2015, but we'd prefer not to think about that.
That's a telling Olaf ban.
Yeah, Showmaker and Chovy have both played a fair bit of Jace in the mid lane, actually, but it will be the Sylas taken away here. Just trying to get rid of it. Maybe feeling like that could have been one of the mid lane options. I was kind of expecting them to go more towards Canyon bans, though. It's interesting.
I felt the same, like a Skarner ban, like you mentioned, would have felt really strong here. Let's see what this final ban does end up being. The Sivir, I think, is a great pick, which would pivot this draft completely, but works really well with Leona. Very strong into the Camille Ziggs lane. We've seen it a lot.
Yep, really good for dealing with the Camille making her way in as well. Hextech Ultimatum can be spell shielded, and that can really help keep the Sivir alive as long as you're not hit by the wall dive.
Yeah, and Canyon suffering no extra bans here, just focused in on Chovy with the Rise and the Sylas. So trying to make his lane phase a little bit more uncomfortable here. And I think it makes sense to take jungle here and leave Chovy to kind of see what the flex is, and they are just going to go for that Skarner. I mean, when you have the Camille diving in, if you can hold them still as well, you have skill shot based damage dealers already in your composition.
It's just such an immobile Syndra that you have on the table here, and Leona can't peel very well against Skarner, and struggles sometimes into Camille depending on the game state, as it's going to be Misfortune lock here, it looks like, in this bottom lane. Strong lane power and decent setup in this draft thus far, and can be very good in that mid-neutral post-laning phase.
I'm a bit scared about it, though. I feel like it doesn't have the range to go toe-to-toe with Gen G with what they have represented right now. Cassante as well is going to fall into that trap just a little bit. We've seen Cassante into Jace actually be a decent lane, but if you look at these compositions holistically, it's not necessarily going to give you a lot of hope for D+ moving into a mid to late game as far as these skirmishes and fights are going to look.
I'm pretty surprised. I thought if they were going to lock something like Cassante, we'd see a little bit more of a scaling AD carry pick here, because it's very difficult to get bullet time value with Syndra scatters alone. Sure, you have the Leona setup, but it's nothing that holds you in place for very long, just very temporarily.
And the Akali going to be the lock here for Chovy. 3 seconds, and there it is. So a little bit off theme with the rest of the draft, but the follow-up, if that poke does land, is going to be absolutely deadly from this guy.
The one thing that does sync up with the Akali and like the Ziggs and the Jace is that I just can't see a scenario where Smash can comfortably ult. When you have the Akali diving on you, a Ziggs can ult you whenever you try and channel it, the Shock Blast as well. That bullet time is going to be hard to find the time to fully channel that into this Genji composition.
Yeah, and it doesn't break through the Skarner. It's only in one direction. The Akali has so much ability to circumvent. I mean, Akali into Leona is really hard. Is it going to be able to easily break through the Cassante? Killing the Cassante is the hard part of this draft. But everything else seems relatively straightforward here for Gen.G. I don't like the misfortune that much. You know, I think if you wanted to play this, there were different ways you could have approached it. You could have looked for a better top lane for setup, but like Yorick, for example, could have even been better, I think, in that situation, but they didn't. So I walk away from this draft favoring Gen.G.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way, but now let's hear from Doublelift as Ian's got him alongside to take us through the draft.
Thank you, guys. It's time to get some more big brain thoughts here as our co-streamers who are watching all the action live here in the arena have their thoughts. Jankos and Doublelift, let's start with you. What are your key thoughts and takeaways from Champ Select there?
Well, I felt like Gen.G actually made a really good draft. I love the Skarner pick on 4. I feel like he was super good for either dive comp, but also he can peel for the carries, and he can follow up Camille. I was struggling to see a champion that's good against Lee Sin and Leona in the same team, but I think Skarner was just the champ.
Talk to me, Double.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen.G is going for something a little crazy. They gave last pick to Chovy. He's playing Akali with like kind of like not the best dive, but I think they put a lot of the effort of the like they put a lot of the ball into his hands basically because he's playing an assassin against a pretty squishy team comp. I think he's the best player on the team last game. I'm interested to see how he performs. And then DK has a more standard front to back.
Do we get a game 3, yes or no?
I think it's going to be 1-1.
Yeah, I think after this draft for sure, 1-1.
Let's find out.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I believe basically on a similar wavelength to us coming out of that draft, but I honestly feel like in game number 1, draft didn't necessarily mean that much, and you were talking about it, the mental and emotional bounce back that needs to happen here, especially for Gen.G after getting so close to clutching that game 1, will be the thing that's going to mean the most as we load up here. Game number 2 onto the Rift. See whether it's Gen.G evening out the series or whether D+ Kia can get a clean sweep and then a date with KC in the final.
What an unexpected finals. We were going to have
absurd.
Either way, but
yeah.
I mean, especially D+, right? Crazy, crazy stuff in this tournament. So fun. Career, not going to like this exchange.
Yeah, Smash is going to move on over, but Gen.G are going to back away before anything really happens, even takes that last bouncing bomb or the water balloon, as Arula has decided to go for the best possible Zig skin.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Just the correct call on that skin. It's the rubber ducky on the satchel.
It's so good. It also just looks like he'd be so safe in the water as well, which is very, very important. We're down to 50%.
Really well. The aftershock was already down in Korea from the earlier trade, and he just goes for a quick short trade, doesn't let him get a stun back. That's some heavy poke on a Korea, and I feel like if you're playing this MF Leona into the Ziggs, Camille, you want to win lane.
Yes, you want to be oppressive. You want to be using the early stats. I mean, she has really good base stats at level 1, and those first few levels will just be able to damage through auto attacks. If Ruler misses a Q, for example, you always outwin those exchanges because you can continue to do damage as an AD carry. Showmaker wants to, in this lane, continue to poke. We've seen this matchup a few times here at EWC 2026. You just get the lead early as best as you can before the Akali gets her ultimate, becomes a larger threat. Showmaker is doing a great job of it so far.
Yeah, but this is expected. This is what he has to do. And we're going to have to see whether he can keep it up, because Chovy, if he's good at anything, making sure that he can get the CS in a melee versus range matchup. And so far, so good. Does get the backflip here. I was half expecting him to go back in on that one, but decides not to.
I feel like so many of the Akali matchups just look so uncomfortable and you're constantly under pressure, but then you just sustain out from Doran Shield, second wind, and you're actually fine. You're just kind of like the limping dog meme.
Yeah.
But eventually you get to a point where you just are able to out-move and out-position the skill shot-based Syndra, and it makes it very difficult for her to defend herself. See Chovy dodging some of those Qs with his backflip. We saw Faker do the same thing in this matchup yesterday. It's very tricky, but if you can minimize the damage, heal up with that Doran Shield, you can get out of the laning phase just fine. It's a tightrope of how well can Chovy defend and how much pressure can Showmaker apply.
Well, right now, Lucid is going to find Duro making his way over towards this mid lane, actually trying to get on over towards him as the wall dive does come on down. A lot of damage as Lucid lands that Tempest Cripple, and Chovy just trying to push Showmaker out of the way so that Duro will survive. Sonic Wave goes wide. Lucid will let the Camille live for the moment. Good pressure here from D+ as Showmaker looking for a solo, doesn't quite get it, but will be able to push him out of lane. Now Canyon turns up towards that top side. Decent path maker there for Shiu, who flashes, and First Blood still goes over to Canyon.
And here's the cost of Lucid showing up in the bot side river. Is that Canyon knows he can go for this gank. There's no real recourse. And the fact they kill Shiwu with his flash being burnt and don't commit a summoner themselves, Gen.G very happy with that early play.
So difficult to kill a Cassante early, especially with the Skarner, but he was up in the lane pretty far there. Keen maximized the damage on that rotation. He's able to buy a cull as well as that tier here on first back. So he is really loving the game state. We'll watch this from Canyon's perspective here as his E comes up. And see, there's just not much that can be done here. Sidestep is there, but it means the damage comes through from Keen. Clean.
Yeah, not too bad at all. So Canyon able to lock down First Blood. And Korea moving alongside Duro back down towards this bottom side of the map. Smash will show up once again, does have a Vampiric Septant now in his back pocket. And should help with these bouncing bombs that are going to be thrown around the lane.
That's one thing with playing the Misfortune into mages is so often when the mages are one-item spike, you're just pushed out, they're going to poke you, it's really frustrating, but MF, the build path is blood distances, so you can sustain up the wave pretty effectively, the poke is less threatening, and you can often challenge the mid-cryo quite effectively as a result. You can walk up, and if you dodge a bouncing bomb, you just auto-attack Ziggs. So I think that might have been the thought process of D+K and going for this pick, but we'll have to see if you can smoothly get to that point in the game.
Yeah, Keen Jace now off to the races here towards the top side. Didn't manage to get that First Blood, but still gets an advantage from it. You can see 10 CS in advantage, close to a 600 gold lead, as it will be an Ocean Dragon first up in this game, meaning that the souls are going to look better and better based on that one already being out of the pool. And Shiu, oh man. We have seen the Cassante matchup be okay into the Jace. It's not looking like that right now as Duro finds Lucid doing the Drake. I don't know whether he's going to deter him with Korea coming on over to help out.
This is just going to be first Dragon over to D+. So on the bottom side control in this early draft, or the early lane rather, and they will be able to take that one away. We have Ocean and the Cloud to start as Canyon's looking for a gank here onto this immobile Syndra. Does have flash. And Showmaker's playing very respectfully of that possibility despite not having a topside ward.
Should be all right here. Zenithblade is going to connect on to Ruler, who satchels himself away. Will be able to keep himself alive. Does take a decent chunk of damage, as now Canyon's going to move in. Flash comes out from Showmaker. Throws an orb at Canyon, but Canyon's not going to be too worried.
They didn't look for the play bottom side. Lucid was heading down there, and I thought if Canyon shows, this could be a problem, right? Because he could look for a dive, the Lee Sin dive on that bottom lane, but they don't opt for it. So there's no cross map here for Lucid, it's just a free flash.
Yeah, now Canyon looking for level 6 on this Crab as well. Might be able to immediately use that as he is towards his top side. Shiu without his flash, but I think Shiu can make things annoying.
Yeah, makes it a bit scary. I think it was the patience of Canyon in that mid lane play. I assume from Showmaker not using the Scout of the Week, he was just waiting for him to burn it, and then he has no way to stop the charge from the Skarner. And now that Chovy has that level 6 available, also a few more points in his queue as well, that 5-point strike, he is a much more real threat. This mid-jungle of the Skarner Kali, a lot harder to tangle with, especially for Showmaker on that mobile mage.
Shiu heading to the bottom lane. We're going to swap top side here for Smash. Try to get some additional farm there and also give Shiu the opportunity to play the game a little bit. It's a top lane swap to bottom to avoid that Jace pressure. Career coming up here as well. Duro will deny him entry. Yep. And Gen.G have a really strong early game, and that's problematic considering what this draft is going to do later on.
Yeah, it's always a worry when the team with theoretically a better late game setup is also looking much better in the early game. There is the mid game to worry about though. D+ certainly going to be a lot more powerful there with the Lee Sin Syndra combinations, grabbing picks around the map, but they need to make that happen. And it's looking like Gen.G understand where to be throughout the majority of this game. Has certainly been something that they've been known for many, many years so far. 25 seconds until the grubs do pop up though, and right now D+ are in the area.
It's so frustrating to play Syndra into this comp. The Akali has ult, you're playing into a Skarner, you're playing into a Camille support, and you can see it when they keep panning in the mid lane. Showmaker's just always like, there's a lot of things that can kill me right now and I don't have flash.
Yep.
And I want to harass this Akali, but I need help. It's going to always be resources required to get this Syndra off the ground right now, which opens up the rest of the map for Gen G.
Well, this control ward getting a lot of value as it spots Canyon moving on over. He is starting off these grubs though.
Lucid is moving in though.
Let's see whether Lucid can actually grab any of these. Does finally come out of the fog of war. First one will go over to Canyon, but can they claim the rest? That is the question. Chovy moving in. D+ biding their time. Smash trying to get in here as well, but he isn't quite going to be able to commit. So 3 grubs going over to Gen G without too much contest.
And I feel like this is the worst case scenario for D+K, that you're just there to watch, but you don't get anything from it. Now looking for Chovy, but a good sidestep into the Shroud gets him out. So D+K, they put their resources towards the top side of the map. They can't contest the grubs. They can't get Chovy. It's just time wasted, essentially, at this point.
Yeah, not really anything going their way, unfortunately, as Chovy now moving on over towards this battle around the crab. Korea trying to hold his position, is slammed into the wall, does have that aftershock, but he's still just taking down so incredibly low. They look for Chovy, but they lose their Leona. The kick goes back, there's the scatter, but he gets into the Shroud and gets out of the way. Sonic Wave doesn't land. She is going to pick up Canyon. Can they actually pull him through the wall? They can. There's the Unleashed Power, and finally a kill goes over to D+ Kia, but Gen G think they're all right with it.
This was the best case scenario for D+ initially. She was actually now in trouble.
Yeah, this one's not over yet as Keen is going to teleport back in, does pick the gap with the Shock Blast, but it doesn't matter. He flashes forward. She are going to have to try and dash away. Lucid, I think, might be able to escape, but the Bouncing Bomb finds the Cassante, and it is now 3-1 for Gen G.
It just feels like in a lot of these plays, you can see what D+K are going for, but it just keeps escaping them ever so slightly, and Gen G able to get the edge on the back of that play. Smash still going to be able to pick up some plates on the bot side.
Frustrating thing about how this all starts off here is that they don't have the Cassante here that they want to play through. TP's in super late. Career's just like, I can buy time. I'm a Leona. I got Clips. I got Aftershock, but he just isn't able to offer anything. He just solar flares as he dies, and then Chovy escaping here is a disaster. But like, watch the Sonic Wave. He's so close to getting caught by it, and then Shio's like, well, I got to make something out of this. He gets the focus on the cannon because he's the closest to the wall. So he's able to get the Skarner despite how tanky he is, because that pushes him into the teammate.
I do find that funny that Canyon's like, I want to go through the wall, and she was like, oh, you want to go through the wall? I'll put you through the wall.
Let me help you. I'll take you with me. Bit of an escort.
Yeah, Shio does ultimately end up fighting the dust here, though, at the end of the play, as Gen G commit to punish, and now we're starting to see a pretty significant gold lead here. Not just in this Jace, but Canyon's pulled ahead. Ruler has a slight advantage as well.
Yeah, Keen with the most money in the game right now, as Ruler is just behind him. And the Drake decides not to be taken here by Canyon. I don't know whether it was the Drake's decision. However, it did not get started, but there is a whole lot of vision here for Gen G, so they will be able to contest if D+ do decide to go over there.
And Ruler now with the Ludens, so he can just demolish waves pretty comfortably. And obviously Ziggs is able to be on his own earlier than this, but once you have the Ludens, it's so hard to ever have pressure. It gives Kuro so much freedom. He's looking around the top side of the map.
Actually taking a bit of damage, but should be all right for the moment.
Dragon being taken by Gen G at the same time on the bottom side of the map. As being secondary jungler here. We do have a rotation up of Smash looking to swap back down, but that's going to be some time in the meanwhile. The Ruler gets alone with this bottom side turret with 3 grubs. Like, this is a Ziggs with 3 grubs. D+'s return is getting these Raptors, but I just don't know if this is really an equivalent exchange here for them.
Yeah, especially with Smash not being able to get anywhere near this turret on the top side of the map. The wraparound is trying to come through. Let's see whether Lucid can find some value. Not spotted by that Scryer's Bloom, at least for the moment. There should be a crash coming through from Smash, but I mean, just getting a minion wave crashed into the turret is no cross-map play that you would be proud of, and Canyon spots everyone out moving back through his jungle. And at least Shu gets down towards that bottom side, does have his Thornmail now completed, but if he's laning against the Ziggs, that is not going to do all that much.
Yeah, he's really suffering from the fact that he has the heavy armor itemization for the Jace. He just hasn't been matching into him the last while, to be honest, and Thornmail not giving a ton of value into this team anyway in terms of the healing reduction.
He's played into a Ziggs Akali.
I mean, yeah, the armor is not having value there, but even the healing reduction, I mean, if Canyon auto attacks you, I guess, the protoplasm gets reduced. But
really grasping at straws.
Yeah, I was going to say, not as much protoplasm harness value. So checkmate.
It's frustrating, though, for Xiu, who's been trying to find relevance on this map. He did pick up that kill earlier because the Syndra ult didn't actually secure the kill, so that's part of why he's not massively like he is the furthest behind on the Rift by far, but he could be even worse, is really what I'm getting at here on this Cassante. And you're the front line for a composition that isn't really trying to front to back. And I think that the identity issues that this draft has for D+ are a little bit on display here, but with a deficit like this early, 2K behind at 13.5 minutes, I don't know if you can get out of the hole. At least there are pick tools here if Gen G make mistakes, but I think we were all in agreement that we like Gen G's draft better, and I think the game state likes it as well.
Yeah, nice little scatter here from Showmaker, but Chovy is going to be absolutely fine. Does have those upgraded Merc Treads right now, and is getting closer and closer to the Hextech Gunblade. Canyon just going to drive on over towards this mid lane, move towards the top side of the map. Dura coming on over, will be able to clear out this control ward. And I feel like D+, like, they've had ideas, you know, they're trying to go for picks, but Gen G just move out of the way of where they're trying to attack and just kill someone on the other side.
I mean, look at bot lane. They've all moved to try and collapse in on the Ziggs, and Willa just leaves and walks away. Now, though, Chovy's moving in. He might be able to fire, but we see Shiwu targeted on the top side of the map.
Yeah, let's see whether this all-out is actually going to be able to help him here as he pulls Canyon back. There's a great kick from Lucid as the Solar Flare is going to miss. They do manage to take down the Akali. And in the meantime, not too much happening on the top side of the map as Showmaker, he is just able to teleport in and protect his top laner.
And this is really huge for D+. They get the win on the bottom side. They're rushing to grab first turret. It's down to one plate here. And this is what Gen G want with their dive as well, but Xiu is still so healthy. Looking for that Jace W to try to push this one through. It's the Grubs working with it as well, and they will get first break.
Yep, there's the Hextech ultimatum as well, as he does pull Duro out of there so that he can break that ultimatum. Now Pathmaker to try and get him over, and that's a brilliant Q to connect. Lucid comes down. Keen just kills him, though. Keen's still going to be able to go down as Lucid picks up the kill. Doesn't hit the Q, didn't need it. And a 1-for-1 is going to ensue.
Do you see the traded turrets as well? Obviously, Gen G got theirs fierce, but considering D+, we're a little bit behind, struggling a bit. I think they're okay with how the trades have panned out, and now Herald up and available, and they'll start that one off.
Well, that's the thing about this, is if they can get this Herald, I think it's absolutely worth, because they were on the top side. They won out on the top side. We're going to see a TP from Chovy to come over here for the contest. Also Smash rotating up right now. This is a really pivotal mid-game fight.
Yeah, Ruler throwing the bouncing bombs in as well as he turned up with his teleport at the same time. Should be the Herald going over to D+, but can they keep themselves alive? Is Chovy on a good flank angle? There's the bullet time connecting, but not really for too long. Mega Inferno Bomb's better as Korea should be taken out here. The Impale is going to get eaten by the Pathmaker, and if they lose only the Leona, then this is good news for D+.
Absolutely worth. I believe we're able to secure the eye for Lucid there.
They did.
So they did get the eye. They were able to get out, and that's really all you can ask for in this type of game state. Showmaker hits the double scatter to slow the advance. You can see how this composition has some issues, right? And that Smash is like, I'm ready to use my ultimate, but the scatter only lasts so long, and there isn't anything with it except to delay and give them the retreat. So there's the secure. Career has to really sacrifice himself to help get them out. The Solar Flare completely avoided, unfortunately, because of that scatter angle. Good unstoppable, you mentioned in the play-by-play there for Xiu to make sure he gets out, and ends up being worth for the side of D+. The gold lead has basically stayed the same, so things haven't gotten worse for D+, but their woes still continue.
Dragon up and available now. Some good poke on a Duro. Just have some honeypot there to pick up, but I think the Herald in pocket for D+K can give them an edge here. Use it as a combat Herald into this. Lucid is very strong. 2-0-1. Can maybe find an angle in on the back of that. He's going to throw it down.
Yeah, All Out is going to be coming up very, very soon as the Sonic Wave connects onto the Dragon. Now the Rift Herald comes in. It is going to be the secure of the Drake for Gen G as Lucid trying to get on in there. Oh, the pullback! Xiu finds the angle with the Q. Chovy trying to limp out of there, and he might be able to. The rest of his team not so lucky as Canyon trying to get to the relative safety of this outer turret, but he gets scattered, and Showmaker takes him down.
Just decimating them in the fight. Even though Gen G managed to get the Dragon, it's D+K cleaning up the kills, forcing them away, and picking up target after target. Chovy limping away on
just sliver of HP.
They get the gold lead back. They have a gold lead now in this game. They shrunk it a little bit, then it went down to 2K, and now they have slight advantage here. It does even up at the end of the day, but the gold lead is gone for Gen G. Shiu with some really incredible plays here in this fight. Has his Q stacked here, gets the double knack fight here, forces the flash out of Ruler. Career falls, now the Ziggs is out of the fight. Lucid's looking for a threatening angle, finds Chovy here, but look at this. The second knockback into the scatter. This team is working together like a well-oiled machine. Every aspect of the first part of the setup instantly has the follow-up it needs, and Lucid is able to chase and run down another scattered Canyon.
And it's crazy, it's into Gen G, the team that we have praised so often for their tight team fighting as a unit, their coordination, their synergy. And D+ Kia this series has just found the advantages in that regard when it's come down to those big moments.
I think it's so hard to pilot this comp when your CC has to be so set up so well to get that chain. It's not like the previous draft where it's super simple. You hit a shove, the Ambessa goes in. This is, Cassante has to stack 3 Qs, get into the right position, and get that pullback to then set up the scatter. They have the Leona to follow. And D+ are playing it very well as Chovy may be caught here.
Yeah, Lucid going to move up towards this top side, but looks like Chovy getting wind of it will be able to move himself out of the way. And so a little bit of respite for the minute. 400 gold in it between these two squads. Showmaker going to try and grab some of this crystalline overgrowth towards this top side and should have some free time with this outer turret. Shiu down towards the bottom side playing defense, but Keen just eats through these turrets so quickly with his 2,500 gold lead. Duro's going to move in, and Shiu, okay, let's see whether he can get out of this one. Not with a Q like that, unfortunately, as he goes all out, but unfortunately, Duro's got an ultimatum for him, and down he will go. DK traded for the mid-outer turret, though.
Yeah, I think
I don't know whether that's necessarily worth, but it's something.
She was so ready to be dove, and then they just killed the turret and didn't even approach hitting him until it was down, and it meant he was unfortunately not able to get out of that situation. But D+ Kia answered back really well, taking 2 turrets in the top side of the map and just cutting through these objectives. Keen will get a bit more gold on the bot side. He does have a massive lead right now over the Cassante.
I do think, though, based on what we saw in the last fight, for example, and we've talked about this so much since Cassante is released, behind Cassante is still incredibly relevant. He's going to get so many resistances from that Jack shows as well in a longer team fight, and he is the answer to a lot of shock blasts and poke here. So I like how D+ have this set up. They keep him on the weak side, and they get more value elsewhere. And that has been the game plan here for the last 10 minutes, really, in this one. So if they could do it long enough and keep fighting well in these big 5v5s, there is a path to victory in this game. You can see the damage here is incredibly high for the poke champions here on the side of Gen G, but not all of that poke is leading to eliminations.
Yeah, Gen G also just don't have sustained DPS in that composition. So she will just feel a bit immortal, especially before, Ruler has his pen, has his Rabadons, but their composition is not designed to kill Shiu, and he was such a big presence in that last team fight around behind.
Oh, this is a bit of a cute one as Chovy does flash his way out of there. Scatter would have connected otherwise. It was a good idea, but now a big cooldown. No longer there for the Akali, as Lucid really does want to kill Chovy in this game.
Leeson is so good into Akali. If you could find these angles and get on top of her, and he has just been trying to do it on repeat in this game.
Duro biding his time.
It's just like a standoff.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
Oh no, don't.
Oh dear.
It's just a ward, let it go.
Oh dear. Okay, Q doesn't come out. Ruler moves over. There is the Sonic Wave connecting onto Duro. Chovy is going to be there. Canyon shows up, and now Korea could be in trouble. He gets held onto, but not slammed into a wall or anything like that. Stun is good from that Shield of Daybreak. Has the Eclipse there to eat as much of the damage as he would like.
Shiu's really pushing, and Showmaker is on the flank. Needs to be careful if he interacts with his Camille, though. I don't think he's going to like it very much because there's follow-up here for Gen G. He's going to have to TP out. I think this is a wise choice.
Yeah, but a little bit unfortunate that he does have to use that cooldown. The Dragon now spawning in 3 seconds, and the Cassante in the top lane. See whether he can actually teleport in to find an angle. There it is, going to join the rest of his teammates. This should just be a 5v5. Can DK actually get this fight started quickly enough, though? Because otherwise this poke will rain down, and then Chovy can just last hit everyone.
They put a controller in the Banana Brush. Not going to be the same sort of outplay opportunity for Shiu this time around, and Gen G have complete control. That Skarner still got Impale.
Oh, Korea dives in, but I don't know whether he really wants to, as the Dragon now going to get forfeit for the moment. There is the Scatter of the Week onto Canyon, but he is so incredibly tanky, and Korea down incredibly low. Solar Flare still up and available though. We'll see where it does go. Shock Blast avoided by DK for the moment. And Chovy still biding his time off to the side. Keen throwing Shock Blast. Gen.G playing it well, keeping them at arm's length as they're taking damage after damage. And Korea, oh man, he's out of the fight now. Scatter the Weak goes wide only onto the Drake. And they do just have to back away. The war of attrition won by Gen.G, and they'll grab Soul Point.
The patience and control there from Gen.G, never making it a real fight, just getting the poke and not giving a route in. For D+K, it's so hard to push through the likes of this Skarner, who already has that Protoplasm Harness, that Unending Despair, and the slow burn was so successful to get them that third Dragon of the game.
They just didn't give an in to D+. They had the control over the Banana Brush. They just held their ground. Jovi's flank was never punished because he was so far back that they couldn't get on top of him. But if they wanted to be the aggressors, they would have been flanked by him. They would have been able to lock him down. And Korea has to be the one to actually set that up if Chovy goes through. But he was constantly threatening the front line. And once he got chipped down, D+ either had to walk away or hard commit and sacrifice him. And they just could not find the right angle. Gen.G with such a phalanx set up there. And now IE is done for Smash here. 3 items on this MF, but doesn't matter if they can't get the team fight set up to use it.
And killing Canyon's going to be really hard this game if they do manage to lock down a Mountain Soul. It'll be kind of ridiculous. Yes, Smash is theoretically an AD carry, but MF is not exactly the poster child for tank killing.
Well, he does have a collector, and that deals percentage HP damage, right? If you're under 5%, it just...
That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah, 5%'s really big for Canyon. It's a big collector.
Has built the best possible item.
The issue, though, is
the tank.
getting him to 5%.
However, if you do, genius. It's fine. Might have a Lord Doms coming through as item number 4, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Lucid just searching for some angles here as Ruler doesn't quite land the water balloon.
We do have the Soreldas for Keen, which is going to be really, really helpful dealing with even 3,000 gold behind this Cassante in front-to-back fights, as the damage throughput is not there, as you mentioned, Ox, earlier on this Gen.G composition, so that's a big item to have. Baron really not on the cards for the side of D+, even if they have control with this MF. Even with 3 items, they can't do it quickly, and their turn is shaky at best at this game state.
Oh, Duro possibly in a little bit of trouble here as the Solar Flare gets Flash. Canyon looking to drive his way over as Chovy gets scattered. He ults his way out of there as the backflip is going to be good as well, but now Korea gets lifted up and put back down again. He survives for a decent while, but Canyon will be able to finish him off. There's the Impale as well, and the flash away from Lucid is not quite enough. He does get the kick down, the flash away from the bullet time, and Canyon's going to be safe. Shiu not so lucky as Keen, just does so much damage. And Gen.G, they win the fight and they get themselves out. Only a couple of kills to come on through though, and I was kind of expecting that one to be a little bit more than that for Gen.G.
The Canyon is just a brick wall, so hard to deal with, and it's just like you're Leona, who's a tanky champion, but you don't have the same stats as the Skarner, so when you go aggressive, you get shredded down. Canyon's never really under threat, and he's just having such a field day playing into this matchup.
It's almost as if Chovy calculated that the only way to start this fight is to kind of bait them, because he's so confident that he can actually get out of this situation, because they're all now saying, all right, well, I think we go in here, but unfortunately Career went in earlier, didn't have his cooldowns quickly, is just burst down, and Chovy survives. And unfortunately for D+, there is just nothing left in this anymore. Had they killed Chovy initially, they could have played the fight a lot slower, but they were of 2 minds. Career's engaged, didn't go well. Chovy goes in, and whether he was intending to or not, gets, you know, he thinks he's going to escape. He is able to escape there, and D+ has been caught in this position where they don't have buttons anymore. As Akali is too slippery, so he didn't even need to flash. And it just feels like Gen.G are running circles around them at this point.
Yeah, Keen especially, man. I feel like this Jace has been so incredibly pivotal. He does have the largest lead in the game, but also in the team fights. He is the DPS. And we were thinking, like, where is the consistent damage going to come from? And I guess maybe a Jace that's sitting on, like, 3.5 items is going to be the one to be able to do it. And he is just tearing them to shreds here in this game. 45 seconds on this Mountain Drake, and that will be sold for Gen.G if they're able to pick it up.
Canyon's already basically unkillable. Yes, he flashed out of the end of the MF ult, but his Protoplasm hadn't kicked in yet. To be honest, he could have just tanked it. But if you give him a Mountain Soul as well, I just think he becomes too much of a brick wall. Neither of these team compositions great at dealing with tanks, but Gen.G at the moment definitely having the edge with how fed Keen is and how tanky Canyon is. So they have to find a way to get in. It's often been Korea leading the charge, and that's just not worked out for them.
TP to come through here from the Jace as the Dragon spawns. There's no flanks. There's no way to wrap around. Look at the ward coverage to the left of the pit, to the right of the pit here.
Oh dear, Chovy finds a backflip onto Shiu. He takes too much damage. There is the perfect execution. And it was the perfect play to make sure that they have the man advantage for this Dragon, the pivotal Mountain Soul to come through from Gen.G. And man, they have a stranglehold on this game now. 3,000 gold the advantage. D+, I mean, they want to go for a last-ditch effort. They want to try and deny this Soul that will make the game so hard. Gen.G just going to say absolutely not. There's the perfect smite from Canyon, and they will lock that one down. Next Dragon going to be an Elder in 6 minutes.
They're just going straight up towards Baron. So they're going to push D+ away. They're going to get back control. They had so much vision control over that Dragon. There wasn't a flank angle for Lucid to play through. You know, there wasn't a way for Showmaker to look for a prio target. And Shiu, if he wasn't 4,000 gold behind, might have been able to last long enough to let D+ make a play there, but they just killed him so fast.
Oh, but guys, you gotta be careful.
Okay.
It's the hunting Baron.
Aha!
The one that does all the damage, so they can't just start it up without any chance of recourse. Gotta be careful of that one. We've been learning all about the different Baron types recently.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad that we have you here to tell us which Baron it's going to be every single game, because it's very, very important to understand what you're dealing with in that Baron pit. I thought it was going to be Baron, but it could be Baron or Baron or Baron that you could be up against.
In some senses, you could call this unlucky for Shiu because he's trying to push the sandwich while that TP is coming through, and he ends up being the one that's sandwiched and caught there.
What kind of sandwich was it?
It's the coverage. I think it was probably roast beef. But it's the coverage that they had there that allows that play to happen, and the desperation there from Shiu looking for that flank angle in the first place is why he ends up getting caught. This game has really just been, it hasn't been that bloody, right? It's 6 kills to 9 here. Gen.G the favor with 3,000 gold, but they have the Soul. And their comp, we've talked about it since the draft. Double Lift agreed, Yankos agreed. It just has so much more in it. And so even though this isn't the 10,000 gold lead we had from D+ in game 1, it feels almost in some ways worse. There's just no way to crack the Mountain Soul here that Gen.G have. And so it's just one of these slow burns where there's less kills because D+ know they can't kill anybody, they can't find any picks, they can't flank anybody. It's a slow Gen.G macro game that D+ are getting ground out of very quickly.
This is sort of their bread and butter, right? Go back to the sandwich analogy just a little bit. There's a scatter onto Canyon, but I don't think it's named correctly when this Stunner is pretty much impossible to move.
That health bar just looks wonderful right now.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting a little shield thrown back on top of it over and over
rocks
again.
At them, and he's part of the poke too.
Doesn't actually find Showmaker with that one, but he's able to drive his way over. There is a scatter onto him once again. Oh,
did he take damage? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. Drew's still out, but I'm pretty sure that we can confirm that it's no. Smash going to catch that wave, as there is a bit of a battle on the bottom side of the
Baron.
map. And there is that Baron that you were talking about, Canyon. Beware of the hunting Baron. But I think Canyon is hunting the Baron himself.
Even the hunting Baron's not enough for Canyon.
Yeah, no. Lucid coming on over, though. Let's see who's going to be able to get this smite. Maybe this is the way the DK can get them back into it, as Smash trying to have a good position here in this fight. Shiu gets on in there, does have the all-out to try and create some angles, pulls them over as Keen. He should be the target, and he is going to get taken down. The shutdown goes over to Showmaker as they have the man advantage in the fight. Hextech ultimatum, the scat of the week is so good, and Showmaker is able to keep himself alive. Smash now is going to fall. Canyon now going to have that health bar truly tested. There's the resonating strike, and the shutdown goes to D+ Kia. How are they doing it? As Ruler is there, still has a lot of damage, and Chovy might be able to finish them off, but Lucid's in there with the smite, and they should be able to take the Baron. Gentlemen, how did D+ do that?
Their team fighting has been so crisp. The target selection, finding Keen in the offset. So many times they've struggled in these fights because of that brick wall that is Skarner, where they circumvent him and they find that Jace.
Look at the angle. They're all focused on him, even Showmaker. The immediate follow-up solar flare. Keen flashes out. He is able to find that tiny window, but it's too late. Too much damage has been done here. And they go on to Smash, but they can't kill him quickly enough. And at this point, Canyon's health bar is already whittled down, and there's just no damage throughput here. You've got an Akali, you've got a Ziggs, and you're just not going to be able to get it done against this huge Lee Sin.
I mean, the Jace had so much of that gold, so much of their damage. Even after that fight, still 2,800 ahead, and just wiping him off at the start of the fight with that sick angle from Lucid made all the difference.
Everybody was so focused. You could see Showmaker was heading in that direction. Career was ready with the solar flare. This is the kind of coordination a lot of D+ fans have been asking for years.
Oh, yeah.
In team fights, especially objective team fights in the late game, that D+ has been missing since they won the World Championship, and maybe it's finally starting to come together.
And that was 6 years ago. 2020 was a very, very long time. And they were favorites in 2021 as well, but EDG pipped them at the post, and since then, they have not been the same organization. And we got into the T1 era in 2023, and it was all kind of a wash from there. TRX happened at some point. Don't know if we're doing a history lesson, but D+ now showing us that they can actually win fights. And with the Soul going over to Gen G, it means that in 45 seconds time, talking about Canyon,
It's a fight
beware
for the
of the hunting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, when a team is far ahead and has control of the game, you never want to flip the Elder because it puts so much variance into the game. But the game is so close, so it may just end up being that flip. That being said, especially G+K, if they just keep the Elder healthy for a while, it allows Gen G to poke them down. So they may want to just rush it.
Mountain Soul here is so valuable for Gen G. They have the comp that we all agree is better, but what they don't have towards Baron right now, even slightly, is Prio or Control. So this means D+ can actually, for the first time, put Lucid on a big flank angle. They have Syndra to set up picks. It's very difficult for Gen G to approach. They need to be very careful as to how they play this, because if they mess this up, they may just find themselves in that third place match tomorrow.
Up against T1 as well. It's a dangerous opponent. Try and lock down that third place. Showmaker with that blast going, looking for the scatter angle as Shiu trying to place himself there as a target. Chovy goes into the Shroud. The rest of D+ now ready for a fight, as you can see. Shiu taking so much damage though, and D+ need to start this one as soon as they possibly can. Lucid not able to get in there for a kickback. And still just hunting with these Sonic Waves. D+ can move back towards Fog of War now, but the Shock Blast is so incredibly dangerous. Lucid safeguarding forward. There's Canyon getting pulled back. The Scatter the Weak not going to quite connect there. And they are slowly but surely locking them down. There is a decent impale, but into the backline goes Korea. Keen just locks him down. The bullet time, trying to get rid of Ruler as a kickback onto Chovy to get him away from the carries. But Gen G have taken down one. Hookshot takes Duro into the backline, but he might be too deep. They've taken out Smash though. Scatter comes in. Force of will from Showmaker to take that one down. But Shiu is so incredibly low in this back line, and Keen will force that flash to get him out of there.
Gen G winning the fight, and they are in so much control right now. Now Lucid is still alive here, which makes taking this Elder a little bit of a dangerous call to make. Showmaker going to go for the safe TP here to the turret. We're going to see that back from Shiu. He will come as well, but Gen G, they do have control. Full health Keen coming in as well right now, and we are going to see if Lucid can find a way to steal.
Well, he gets spotted out here as well, as the Elder Dragon down to 9,000. Showmaker moving over as Chovy going to get kicked back. There's the scatter. He goes golden though, but Showmaker held onto the ultimate there for a moment, but it's not going to quite be enough. There is the Elder taken by Gen G. Lucid burning down, and the impale from Showmaker. Betrayal from his former jungler, and Canyon going to be able to pick him up and give him his first death of the game.
The approach there from Gen G, the control, picking the targets one at a time, able to get the advantage in the fight. It still felt delicate, but the control was there, and now the Elder is true. And against this Pope comp with the Elder, it's going to be so hard to block.
It's so unreal how powerful the Siege is with a Jace this big, almost full build here at 36 minutes. Duro played that fight so well. He interrupted Lucid's engage. He killed Smash in the fight with a follow-up ultimate, and Gen G are looking to take us to 3 on the push.
Let's see whether they can do it, as now trying to deal with this Elder Dragon is so hard. Canyon just picks up Lucid, throws him back. He does get a kick, but it's not quite enough. And they are still at such high health bars with this Mountain Soul. Down onto the Guardian Angel, but that Guardian Angel unable to do anything for Lucid, as at least Smash has a health bar here, but they only have one Nexus turret left available. In goes Duro to try and find the angle. He gets taken out, but so does Showmaker. Smash trying to get the damage throughput though, and is able to take out Chovy. You can see there with the bullet time, not quite able to do enough damage, but Gen.G is still going to get pushed out of the base.
And they hold on for the time being. There's a minute left on the Elder, and with these long respawn timers, Gen.G might be able to reset and go towards the Baron, but they didn't take their opportunity, didn't get the chance to end the game there and then, so at least for now, D+K have a second chance.
They gotta be careful though. Yeah, good reactions there from Shio to avoid that shock blast as Canyon drives on over, but he is gonna get interrupted. Nicely done. Korea now still with that solar flare
Baron
available.
Yeah, you need to force this Baron while the Elder's still there, and you have that major edge.
And Smash and Crew need to get over here as soon as possible to try to deny this. If they let the Baron go, they already lost their inhibitor. They're not going to be able to get this. We're going back to this fight here. Really, really critical one. Lucid here on the side trying to find an angle. Watch Duro keeping Lucid at bay so he cannot actually access the fight. Shuts him down. He cannot get to those backline carries. He cannot get to Lulu. He pivots over here, gets the kick onto Chovy, but the fight is lost. The support is down.
And
Here gets on top of Smash. Duro did so much in this fight. He basically turned it into a 5v3 by keeping the Lee Sin out and killing the AD carry.
And then here, Chovy, this was a delicate position, but buys time. The rest of the team just hitting the Elder. As soon as the Elder's secured, D+K just can't do anything. The tip of the impale just grabs him as he tries to rocket belt away.
That was absolutely absurd from Canyon. Not only do they lock down the Dragon, but they also manage to secure the kill onto Showmaker. And now, Baron has been secured as well. Gen.G now with the base open in the mid lane. They're looking to lock down the last remaining turrets, just make it impossible for D+ to defend. Smash still so important for this squad. Does have his Guardian Angel now completed.
Duro's just been playing with Lucid on the flanks, constantly just being annoying, and Lucid can't really do anything to him.
Oh man, this poke on the Smash is kind of ridiculous. He cannot actually get to minions in order to get his health bar back with his Bloodthirster either. Now finally has a wave moving in. But Gen.G with a whole bunch of space, and two of these siege minions just blowing up the turret. There's the satchel for the execute. And this inhibitor should not be defended by DK.
Nexus turret will respawn, but that's the only good news here for D+. Second inhibitor down. The first is still down for 2 more minutes. And that's when the Elder spawns. They have so much control, but they may just end this game right now if they can find the angle.
Yeah, looking to continue pushing this one forward. That Baron's still running, and 3 siege minions now. They called their friends. Another one going to join.
Oh, and a super minion coming up mid.
Yeah, this is just getting too much for D+.
They might just have to use Smash to try to clear the wave.
And that is not what they want to use that bullet time for. There is the all-out, though. The Impale is going to be avoided. Hextech ultimatum from Duro into the backline, but there is no follow-up for it. They do get the Camille. Chovy goes golden. The base is now exposed as Chovy gets himself out of the way. There's a killing spree for Kino. He's at full health, and he can 3-hit this Nexus if he gets close enough. The scatter is good onto Keen, but Chovy finds Shiu. Shiu's still pretty tanky. The flash out of the way from to the skies as he goes down to the Guardian Angel, and Gen.G will tie up the series. The title defenders here from EWC 2025 are 1 game away from defending it against KC.
And this was a game where Gen.G tried to slow it down, play a controlled manner. There was that moment where D+K made them struggle, but for the most part, this was Gen.G's slower macro game to tie up the series.
Even this final push was very, very hard to earn here for Gen.G with the flash that came through there from Smash, where he was able to survive, buy some space, but there was just too much Gen.G. They were too far ahead. There's nothing left there for D+.
An unbelievable performance here for Gen.G throughout the entirety of the game. That's the kind of control that we've been used to from this squad. And now it's time to throw it over to Digon to see what the gentleman made of that performance.
Thank you very much, guys. As yes, it will go all 3 between our 2 LCK competitors, Gen.G and D+. And yes, we're kind of used to it, but still, 40 minutes here, Elder required. I feel like we're going backwards in time here, Wadid, as it is more of a a slow LCK. We'll dive into this match in just a second, but we have an update with Janiro standing by right now at the Alliance Vault on the MLBB Women's Invitational.
Things wrapped over for MLBB over on stage 4. And we got Trav here who's going to give us a rundown as to what happened exactly.
Yeah, Team Vitality have just come out on top, stopping Na'Vi from going to back-to-back on the This would have put them flying high on the leaderboard, but Team Vitality managed to get that upset and are starting to bridge that gap.
They're the title defenders as well, I assume, here?
They absolutely are, yeah. Na'Vi won in 2024, Vitality won in 2025, and now Vitality have done it again in 2026.
All right, well, thank you so much for that rundown. That's over for stage 4. Back to you guys.
Yeah, one of the great parts of the Esports World Cup, the connectivity between organizations that have multiple teams and multiple titles. Na'Vi getting the points, but Vitality getting the championship victory, 1,000 points to them. For these squads, Gen G has a heavy investment with a bunch of other teams as well. And as reigning title defenders, there is a heavy expectation that this squad will be a force to reckon with in the club championship, where a lot of the lion's share of the money lay. But to do so, they have to overcome D+ as they did in this game number 2.
Yes, the game 2 was also a lot of chaotic plays, and you mentioned that this is kind of LCK slow gameplay, but I felt like it was just the slow, like it was really short game because like there are so many actions in between, and I think even though it was like chaotic, we gotta talk about the draft here.
40 minutes is short in LCK. For me, it's kind of long, but yeah, I want to talk a bit about the draft. I think I have a hard time seeing Smash play MF this game. He has very little setup. When I think of MF, I think of Rel, Amumu, Jarvan, champions that get everybody in a circle, you get a big MF ult. Well, I feel like in this game, it was really hard for him to play because he's up against so much range in the Sigs and the Jace, and then he also has to play into Camille, Skarner, Akali, while having very little peel. So I feel like both carries in this game, Showmaker and Smash, you could see how difficult it was for DK to play the fights because Gen G had drafted such a smart composition with so much damage, so much range, and so much engage as well.
I mean, the main reason why he picked up MF is, I think, because of the early game prior. I think, obviously, it's really hard to play Misfortune here against Camille, which is our first highlight in the 25 minutes in Gen G team fight, because they can just lock you down, and you have no escape tool to, like, just get away from it.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, with the Camille up, it feels like it serves the same purpose that a Jarvan would, punishing immobile AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, it was Chovy just avoiding the engage as well. I think you've seen so many characters just jumping around from Gen G, and here is why you cannot really play Misfortune into it, because there's no target is locked it down. So like you gotta just move around and you can't just shoot the bullets here.
Yeah, the longest CC that Smash had to ulti was 0.5 seconds on Canyon, and he immediately flashed out anyways. So it was really, really difficult for Smash to play. But I feel like you could tell as well that both teams were like not willing to give an inch, you know? Like any pivotal CC was always flashed or dashed away from, and it was came down to the smallest details in every single fight.
But we weren't done yet. D+ found a way back right before Baron that, again, kept this game close, and wondering, is another Gen G heartbreak going to happen in this series? And it was just a fantastic play by D+.
I mean, I feel like it was, again, the Showmaker making insane play on the Syndra. Just keep eyes on him, by the way. I think here, again, D+ didn't start up really well because Juro was just kiting down Careers already half HP in the beginning of the fight. But here is the bullet time, finally, with the Misfortune. But yeah, the Showmaker was kiting it down as well. So even though Genji tried to target down Smash, Showmaker was up and Shiu and Career was just sitting down the front line. So it was clean team fight from DK here once again.
And a really nice kick by Lucid as well. And incredible that DK up against the Mountain Soul, able to find that Nash, able to make us go to Elder. And just the resilience shown by both squads here. Gen G in game number 1, DK now in game number 2. The fact that they continue fighting no matter what, you can see what's at stake for these teams.
And I feel like a big learning lesson that I've taken from the last month is that the disrespect against having a soul is real. Usually getting soul means the end of the game, but now we're at yet another Elder, and that is our third highlight here. Another Elder Drake fight where a Skarner ult makes the big difference here.
Yeah, I mean, they just got Elder here, and this is the final fight that we have in front of the Nexus. I mean, Gen G had such a great focus in the late game because they had such a criminal scanner ulti on the Syndra, so that managed to get the Elder for them. And now at the Nexus, even though they have Elder and Nashor, it looked really hard till the end because DK was trying their best to defend the Nexus. But as I said, Soul Drake, the Nashor, Elder gives so much advantage for Gen.G, and that kind of secures game 2 for Gen.G. But again, this series and today's series in this semifinals has been chaotic, and all the games are just game of inches here.
Yeah, you can see the resilience on both squads. You can see how they're truly giving it them all. And I would be very surprised if game number 3 does not end up going towards 40 minutes as well, because neither of these teams are willing to give up. So I think it's all going to go down for me to the draft. The team that has the better team fighting comp later on in the game and executes that comp better is going to be the team that takes it in game number 3.
Wadid, I think we need to educate this poor sweet soul, Mr. Jack Spectra, on what happens when Gen.G and D+ play. It's always a close game, an upset game number 1, a close, heartbreaking game number 2, and then what happens with Wadid in game 3?
I mean, normally D+ just falls out.
It gets stopped
in 20 minutes. But the thing is, we didn't expect them to make it out, you know? That's the point. And this is the moment where they can just prove themselves in the international tournament. And I think D+ Gia, there is something that we can't explain right now. I think I'm gonna call it DK magic at this point. Like, there's momentum that they're having with Lucid and Showmaker. They are making so many good plays in between. And I feel like them having a great matchup in the mid jungle is going to help them so much. And I think that's all. I don't think you're going to go for like 4 or 5 on the draft. You should just pick the strongest top side in 1 to 3, and I think that's gonna make the game so much easier.
Yeah, I feel like some teams in this tournament have just shown up with a different version of themselves, and for me those 2 teams have been KC and DK, and that's why I'm doubling down. I think it's still gonna be DK 2-1ing Gen.G. Gen.G has shown phenomenal team fighting, phenomenal gameplay, but I just feel like DK, they got that magic.
We just saw the reigning title defenders in Team Vitality over at Mobile Legends Women's Invitational go back to back. There's a reason why Gen.G has been so good for so long and are the reigning title holders here in League of Legends. Let's see how it all shakes up after this. Before we check in with Tyler 1 at the Riftbound booth, we'll have that final conclusion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We're here at the Riftbound booth at EWC. Now they have a brand new Vendetta package featuring Renekton. Guys, if you come here, you actually get 1 package for free. Let's go check one out right now. I think this is a good card. It's really shiny, so yeah, guys, come check it out.
I mean, I think it's always fun to watch anime, especially when you watch as like a team, to just like see the stories. Especially I like a lot of like sports anime, and just seeing like the fighting against the odds, overcoming like challenges.
막 애니를 그렇게 막 좋아하는 편은 아닌데 그래도 어렸을 때부터 많이 보면서 자랐고 그리고 지금도 꾸준히 재밌는 애니들이 많이 나오고 있다 생각해서 그래서 좀 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
I mean, I watch kind of just whichever way. Like I don't really mind subtitles or dub or anything. I think usually we watch together as a team. So if someone has a strong preference for anything, I think I will just kind of go with it as well.
我觉得这肯定也是会有的，就是动漫也会传递很多很有价值的东西嘛，也让我感觉到可以为了一个目标去很努力的去做，我觉得就很好。
back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. I'm still Atlas, joined by Orcs and Wolf, and we are ready for the final game of our final semi-final. I said final too many times, but that's all right. Between Gen G and D+ Kia. It's now neck and neck. It's 1-1, and we cannot wait to see what is going to happen in this last game, because normally, as they said on the desk, this is a blowout. It's often just a 20-minute stomp. You know, Gen G just rock on through. But against BLG, D+ Kia showed us that they can do it.
They showed resilience in game one. When Gen G took back control, they were able to make the clutch final Elder fight happen. And it's been really good team fights from D+ all around, and just good coordination. I cannot stress enough, this has been this team's biggest weakness post the golden era, right, where they were the best LCK team. It has been 5 years since D+ Kia could end a tournament and look down at Gen G saying, we finished higher. That has just not happened since their dominant era, since Canyon himself was on this team.
See whether they can do it now, as we are so close to champion select for this last game. I do think that this draft is going to be incredibly pivotal. We're in there now. We are going to see that Galio ban is remaining on the list here for D+ Kia, as well as the Nocturne that we saw last time. The Victor also needing to be banned away, as both Showmaker and Smash have shown that they're brilliant on the pick.
Yeah, and obviously Fearless at Play starting to thin down the champion pools a good amount. We've already had, you know, the Ziggs come through, the Cassiopeia, the Syndra, the Talia, a lot of these options you can play in the bot lane, and we've had these consistent Victor bans, so I feel like we're at the point where you're getting to the less played mages, or you're just going back to AD carries, which both these players very proficient on.
Yes.
They'd be fine with that, but does change up how things are going to be played.
And the Seraphine, still up and available. I think that's sort of the last one that's at sort of the higher tier of these bot lane mages. See whether that does get a look in as far as the bans are concerned, or whether anyone is going to be out of it.
Camille and Leona are gone. Nautilus is your premier engage support. Whoever gets that has the potential to control how fights start.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much Mel.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
That's still not available.
And the Ryan's going to be taken away, as well as that Anivia. I think the Anivia really gave it away, that they wanted to play this with the Cassiopeia fearlessly banned ready. Blue Man was going to be off to a pretty good start, but an Annie first pick here from Showmaker is going to mean that we might be a bit heading towards more of the Rise group flavor, you know?
The Poppy gets left open, which was banned in both the previous games, so
that's a scary one. Duro and Canyon are both incredibly good at the pick as well.
It creates, we're expecting the Wukong from Lucid in this situation, but if you get the Poppy early in the draft, it means that you can control the early game before Wukong has level 6, and it could be a fairly strong matchup into the Wukong itself, but you get to make the early impact, and it means that D+ Kia's choice of looking for that big combo with Annie will come at a heavy early game cost, if that Poppy is to come through.
I also think the Rumble in this situation, you know, some of the picks we've seen into the Rumble are like the Ambessa and Cassante, which are gone, but also when there's less mages bot available, I feel like the Rumble value goes up, because you're not just going to be oversaturated in AP across your team composition.
Well, Canyon waiting a long time before he decides to even hover anything. 1 second to go. See what that lock-in is going to be. We were expecting the Poppy, but instead the Xin Zhao will come on through from Gen G. Will D+ decide to lock in the Poppy themselves? It is actually decent denial for the Audacious Charge coming out from the Xin that is already represented, and opens the door for you to be able to play something like the Rakan towards the bottom side of the map that we've seen work so well with the Annie, or a potential Wukong that is coming in.
Could also be a Lucian lane that they lock in here first, and that is what is looking to be the case. Taking a page out of KC's book with this one. See if the Emilio comes. It does so. Not necessarily looking for that Wukong here, but having great burst follow-up to the easy stun setup here from Showmaker is going to be the name of the game for now, and we'll find out what this Chovy counterpick is going to be right here.
I think this puts you in an awkward spot, because I feel like when you have compositions that can lock down the Lucian, you're going to feel great about it, but you only have one pick here to respond with. You probably don't want to pick part of your bot lane unless you really want the Nautilus here. You're probably going to go mid instead, and they do end up going for that Silas, but there's not much to check Smash and this Lucian right now compared to other drafts we've seen things like Vi, Nautilus into it that can really shut down the short-range pick.
Two picks that I think D+ are probably thinking about now, obviously the Nautilus, but potentially also a Lulu pick to shut down any of those Lulu lanes that could outscale this D+ composition with the Xin, Sylas frontline they have. In terms of jungle for Lucid, that's probably going to be where we see Gen G put their approach.
Yeah, I also think that the Caitlyn is worth a look in as well, given the range advantage that you will be able to pick up there. Already, Gen G have just melee champs, right? So getting a little bit of range to augment this composition could be important, but the Yorick going to be taken away as one of the premier options into the Rumble, as well as that Rakan that is going to be removed. Could have been very powerful in the hands of Duro.
Also, I just have to say, Chovy's ult options so far kind of suck. In terms of like...
What do you mean? He can drop his own bear.
Yeah, but without the stun, not as intimidating.
Oh, it's still intimidating? You can just walk away from it.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, it's not fantastic.
It is good for a scaling AD carry, potentially, as they will lose the Wukong here. So they took away one pseudo counter pick, I would say, in the Yorick into the Rumble, and then they took away that pairing of the Annie. Wukong.
There's that Lulu ban, so you're onto something there.
So I think it's got to be some type of Nautilus lane, right? You've got setup, otherwise you can lock down this Lucian. You always want to punish Lucian when he wants to follow up on something or put that poke in the mid lane. He has to go very far forward to deal that damage, and that's when the punish has to come through. So that's my expectation for Duro here, but he might have other ideas.
Yeah, Ruler being pretty vocal in comms right now, possibly an AD carry pick to be locked away first, and then save that counter pick for the support. But instead, the Senna is going to be locked in, theoretically both, which is kind of cute. And now, what are we going to see out of Lucid and Xiu in this game? If they go into a game 3 and they play Alawi on the top side of the map, then this might just be the greatest best of 3 of all time. But you know, sometimes you have to be careful about what you wish for, and it is into the Rumble this time around. What is the choice?
Jarvan's made it this deep into this best of 3.
And Aatrox is kind of a scary one as well. Will mean a very early Oblivion Orb out of Keen if it is going to be locked in, and there it is. Could be in the jungle,
yeah,
I guess.
Jungle or top. We don't have the full information yet. I'm still
likely top.
I'm not feeling fantastic for Chovy in the ult selection. I feel like D+K is purposely trying to think, how can we limit the tools that this pick has? Well, if they go for Jarvan, the Cataclysm is pretty good.
Yeah, Cataclysm is a decent option. Otherwise, not necessarily looking the greatest. We've seen a lot of Sylas is stealing away melee ults as well. So that might have been why he decided to pick it up where he did. But there is that Jarvan coming in.
Trying to play both Senna but also Sylas in this draft feels really, really tough. Obviously the Senna eventually have a lot of long range, but you're still so vulnerable, you're still so squishy, it's going to take a long time to get there. We knew this was going to be the final answer. We talked about it much earlier on in the draft here with everything else we've seen. It was really the only option. Senna doesn't pair well with Enchanters right now in this meta, and you need more engage with this draft. You need something to set up those equalizers. I think Gen G have a draft that's flexible, but again, execution is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm also a bit concerned because even though I think the Senna with these bulkier targets to kind of facilitate and back them up makes sense, the Senna struggled massively at MSI because it got hit with heavy nerfs. You're getting a lot less souls if you are farming. The optimal tech is you're not farming any of the caster minions, but we haven't seen that many pros do that. And it just means we had games like the Pays game where we had like 20 souls at 20 minutes, and it was just dire.
To offer an alternative, I think a lot of teams in this meta right now probably would have built a Seraphine lane here because you're playing into so much aggressive front push. You know that the Annie is going to be paired with something that wants to go in. The Lucian is low range. Feels very punishing there as long as you can get out of the laning phase, but they went for a very different approach here.
And now it is time for us, as we load onto the Rift, to throw it over to Lou in the crowd.
Thank you, guys. We have indeed a full Korean matchup between Gen G and DK as I'm standing by with the fans, Shuran and Kylan. I'm going to ask you first, Kylan, because I heard you come from a long way here to Paris. So what is this thing that you've been enjoying the most about your trip, EWC? Why should fans come, basically?
Paris is just an awesome city to be in. The fans here are super passionate. The fans are super loud. It's a great environment for the Esports World Cup. I'm having a blast watching all these high-level games. It's just awesome all around.
I'm glad to hear that, of course. Donc, première question, pourquoi est-ce qu'il faut venir à Paris? Qu'est-ce que tu kiffes de ton voyage puisqu'il vient de Hawaï? Et ben, moi, je kiffe de fou. La ville est incroyable et les fans donnent aussi énormément d'énergie. And I want to ask you now, can you give me one reason why your team is going to win this Game 3 and make it to finals?
I know that I'm a fan of DK. I know we didn't have a very glorious history against Gen G, but we did it once this year, and I surely think we can do it twice. And I think every DK fans know the reason why we need this victory desperately at the moment. So I would say DK champion.
DK champion, let's see if they can take it, of course. Donc effectivement, ça a été un petit peu difficile pour DK historiquement contre Gen.G, mais je pense qu'on peut le faire une deuxième fois et que ça peut être différent. And what about you? Why is Gen.G going to win this game?
Because we're going to be the first team to go back-to-back for League of Legends. Easy win!
Easy win, back to the game. Let's see if he's right.
I absolutely love that response. And yes, I imagine that D plus Kia certainly have a little bit of fire in their bellies moving into this game number 3. And we are there, onto the Rift. And we'll see whether this composition is going to work out. I actually believe that these drafts are a whole lot closer and a little bit teetering towards the D plus Kia direction as well. And we'll see whether the play is going to reflect that.
I think this draft is really volatile for D plus, even though I favor it. Just simply because if it doesn't get ahead, if it doesn't actually find those early leads, the draft does become a lot simpler to play for Gen.G, and the Senna gets a free early game from ahead to then scale up and start to outrange. And it makes it really hard for example, the Aatrox and the Jarvan to come in and punish.
To me, I think Shu, if you can get a lead here on the Aatrox, you're playing into 4 melee champions at a Senna who's not going to offer the most DPS with the nerfs that she had. So you can just thrive and survive in these team fights. You'll get a lot done. But if you fall behind an Aatrox, you kind of just die before any of that really happens.
Yeah, you're mentioning the power of the Aatrox, but also I think that this Lucian is going to be pretty problematic if Ruler is not going to be in a position where he can threaten a fair bit of damage, as you were saying before, just because with low range comes, you know, a lot of advantages that you can pick up with a champion like the Lucian, whose range has generally been the bigger problem.
This is a pretty
necessarily into this comp.
It's a pretty unique pick of the Aatrox in this matchup. It suits the Bruiser, or not the Bruiser, but the Brawly early game nature of how D+ want to get online. Typically, we don't see very often these days, and we have so many iconic Aatrox players in our region, champions of the Worlds tournament that have played it very well.
Yep.
And Xiu is not one of them. It's a little bit surprising to see him pull out, but I think it's an evolution of his career and of his confidence that he thinks he can go toe-to-toe with Keen, of all players here in this matchup and in the Rumble, and he's picked up an early lead here. Not even opting for that Comet we sometimes see in the Aatrox into Rumble matchup to just add some additional poke. He's actually leading the charge right now quite significantly in that top lane.
Yeah, and homework has been done here by Gen.G. They spot that the Jarvan went over and picked off their red buff, their blue buff, and now Canyon immediately going over towards the enemy blue to make sure that one does happen as Smash going to get exhausted here as Duro going in aggressively. There's a decent anchor going to connect onto Korea, but he is there to keep Smash safe as they do back away. But Canyon moving on down. D+ getting wind of it, understanding that that might be a bit of a danger here, and Korea is going to confirm it.
Yeah, actually got the wind before the lightning.
Ah, yeah.
Definitely felt like it's quiet, too quiet kind of moment.
Yeah, a little bit.
That push up there, that's often exactly what happens in lanes like this where a push comes through, is that level 3 gank will catch you, but they are able to realize it, know the timing, and back away just in time.
Yeah, the wave also did a decent spot just to bounce back towards them and be comfortable now. TP's committed, actually TP committed by Shu. Keen hasn't gone for a TP himself yet. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world if he takes a bad trade.
Yeah, he did grab the No Magic Mantle, which will help him a lot in this matchup, but doesn't want to, like you say, be trading really anything if he can help it.
He is Aatrox, will be able to heal up just a little bit, but does want things like the Sundered Sky before he's really happy about that. Chovy now moving back towards this mid lane once again on that melee matchup, not having the greatest time in the very early stages, but should be fine moving forward, and he is not necessarily expected to be massively lane dominant, going to be used a lot for those stuns later on in the game. As Gen.G, they move Canyon down towards his bottom side, he is looking for his Krugs before anything else. As Smash needs to be a little careful.
So did Ruler, but this is going to be a really nice spike once that finishes in the mid game, right when D+ want to be getting into the early scraps on Second Dragon, on Herald. Those are the really big ones for this comp. They want to dominate, they need to have leads on so that they force Gen.G into uncomfortable fights. If Gen.G get even one of those first 2 dragons, it means the Senna can just buy time and avoid fighting and continue to scale and get additional range.
Keen doing pretty decently here towards his top side, even though that trade didn't necessarily go his way. He now teleports back with some Swifties in hand, and breaking the Infernal Chains becomes so much easier with those shoes. Just don't tell Huni about it. Very upset.
That's the thing, is that Aatrox is a skill shot based champion, even if you don't think about it often that way. But if you have the extra movement speed, mobility can really help in terms of avoiding those sweet spots and keeping safe. We've consistently seen D plus Kia's bot lane have pressure in the 2v2, but Ruler's been able to keep even in farm, has 11 souls, you know, over halfway to 20, and well before 20 minutes, so...
Yeah, very nicely done. Definitely on track to beat what you were talking about prior.
Canyon spent a lot of time trying to find angles here in this early game against these losing lanes, right? They have 3 losing lanes, and so Canyon tried to patch those, but didn't find any ganks. You can see Lucid is massively ahead in farm as a result of that, and he's going to be able to pick up this first dragon, which is a Chemtech dragon, so chances are starting to look good that we'll have another impactful soul here in this third and final game. But it's you know, we have 3 winning lanes, and now, obviously, as Rumble starts to get online, does have the Swifties gets a little bit easier. The gold lead is starting to stack up a little bit here. The jungle control is there, and Gen.G are just going to have to weather the storm.
Well, there is that first dragon going down, picked up here by the Jarvan. We're looking for a reset towards the bottom side of the map as well. See how D+ are looking towards a potential grub fight in 2 minutes' time or something like that, but otherwise, I think things are going to be a little bit quiet for the immediate future.
That first Chovy Tibbers.
There it is. Throw that bear down.
It's so annoying laning into Annie. Just as soon as you're level 6, just bear thrown on your head.
And Chovy's bear isn't really going to make the same impact.
No. You could like hit the abduct abscond chain, you know, as you land the bear to give it the vibe that it's the same.
Yeah.
But you do need to hit the skill shot in order to make that one work. And Showmaker going to send the Tibbers away. And there it is! The Tibbers battle. They should actually have like a Pokemon battle here in the mid lane. Make the Tibbers fight each other. Come on, guys. They're just fighting it. That's not how the Pokemon battle works. It's not the trainer taking on the... Okay, never mind.
It's a new take on it, honestly. I've not seen it
Okay,
before.
just
it seems like a good strategy because...
Yeah.
The
like
trainers
a competing game.
The trainers do seem a lot easier to take out than the Pokemon.
Well, the other thing about dropping a bear onto Annie as Silas is this. Annie also gets the gold back too, you know?
Everyone gets the extra 50 gold. All right, Lucid just going to take Canyon's red buff away, right under his nose. As Canyon
Lucid is
cancel his
Lucid is just running this early game. He has full control. He has 350 gold up from the 20 CS he has. Several camps ahead.
I swear, Canyon is the best at using that Yumio mode, by the way. He is so good at it.
But it's a sizable lead in the mid and in the jungle right now for D plus Kia. Even bot lane has a bit of CS lead as well, so it's nothing crazy so far, but just starting to build up an advantage in this game.
Yeah, control ward I think is going to be found here by Lucid around his red buff, but should be able to steal away the enemy one and grab a new one here, as that's a lot of damage onto Duro. Does find the wall as the Aftershock is going to wear off. There is the culling. Duro is able to walk it off, at least for the moment. Doesn't have to use the flash, but did have to invest the heal for the movement speed in order to get out of the way.
Now, Jarvan is topside. Lucid isn't going to be able to set up a dive while the Nautilus is away here, so we'll be fine. Yeah, that does hit quite heavily. He's just got a Warhammer and a Cull in his inventory.
And a Darn's Bow.
Yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of extra something.
And a potion.
Snare comes down onto Smash. He does need to be a little bit careful. Might need to drink said potion there, Wolf, perhaps. As there is a plate going over to Keen, and the teleport will bring the Aatrox back towards that top side of the map. Got a wave in advantage here for Sheer right now, but the Grubs are going to be picked up by Gen.G, and that is going to help them in these side lanes. Silas and Rumble pretty happy to get waves shoved in and try and do some damage to some turrets, especially the Silas in this particular game. So grabbing those 3 Grubs is going to be very, very important.
Absolutely.
Be able to do so.
In 2 minutes' time, we'll have that dragon set up. And unless something goes really wrong for D+, they should be able to maintain prio and secure it. And that's when things start to get more interesting, is what happens on next dragon in 6 minutes' time when the Herald goes. The fact that nothing has happened, that nothing has happened, but no kills have happened, no team fights or real big skirmishes have happened, is exactly how Gen.G like it in this game.
Oh yeah.
Sit back, survive this early game, and playing it slow like they did in the previous game is exactly what they want.
Yeah, let the center scale up. And so far, so good on that front. 17 stacks, approaching the 10-minute mark.
Closing on that 20 mark.
Yep, going to be getting there. Needs 3 to go. He's got, what, like 11 minutes to do it? I believe in him.
think he has enough time.
Yeah, I think so too.
Seen the early Oblivion Orb pickup from Keen, and there's so much healing on both teams. Healing, shielding across the lineup.
Lucid
looking.
Yeah, Cataclysm going to be picked up here by Chovy as Lucid gets himself out of there, realizing that if he's put in the cage, it's going to be a little bit of a rough time.
That was flash committed by Showmaker there, so big tool to be unavailable going into that Dragon fight in 45 seconds. Chovy has TP, so he's going to be able to reset at some point, get back with full mana. But Showmaker not having the flash not only means he doesn't have that playmaking tool, but more of a target as well.
And with this reset timing here too, D-Plus are going to have to rush back over, so they might get that control back. They should be able to do so. They have vision in the pit with control ward as well as the crab controlled. And the entry from mid is also warded. We have a lot of information. And they're going to look to get that prio and secure this dragon. It's up to Gen.G to decide what they want to do, either make a topside play, which is looking a little more likely, or contest dragon. So looking for that equalizer drop here to poke. Chovy's coming over, still has that Cataclysm, mind you, and this is a very important ward for Chiu.
Yeah, there's the flash Cataclysm. Chiu immediately flashes away from it. So that ward, bit of an exchange. And yeah, that ward giving him a little heads up certainly helps him get out of the shop and able to escape. Still getting the flash down and also giving Keen some time with this outer turret is a big deal.
Now, Lucid is getting the dragon, of course. That was the opt-in. They went for their top side. Because they know they likely can't win the dragon fight, but if the jungler is doing said dragon and make that top side play, but because she was able to react so quickly there, they don't get the kill. They will get plate money, which is still valuable.
Yeah, so this dragon going to be secured by the Jarvan. We have the bottom lane moving towards that turret as well. One stack left on that cull here for Smash, who is going to be very, very powerful, moving up to about a 600 gold advantage until Ruler cashes in his.
First brick.
Yeah, the grubs in Gen.G's hands, and also just like the attack speed from the passive from Rumble, the autos from the Xin Zhao, giving them the big edge when it came to taking down that tower. Still down in gold overall.
Ruler losing a lot of farm there because, you know, they see that dragon kill feed announcement and they're like, you know, I don't think I really want to try to get to that turret. They let that wave go by the wayside and do eventually get over here, but very close. Smash has his Essence Reaver. They have the 2 dragons start. It's Ocean Soul, which is great for Gen.G, but it's not something more significant, as I don't know about this, Lucid.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up, and now Keen is going to move in towards this bottom side. They do get the Blast Cone out. It's an Ocean Soul this game as well. A lot of extra brushes here on the Rift, but not exactly the most optimal dragon. But it does mean that these Oblivion Orbs, the Mortal Reminders, are going to really need to come out from everyone who can buy one.
A lot of healing already, only going to be amplified now. Keen had top lane pushed pretty deeply, so he's trying to make use of the time because Q is just catching up, farming by his lonesome, and Keen hasn't really been able to achieve too much other than that flash they got from Lucid, and now just has to head up to the top lane.
What's really scary for Gen.G now is everything has gone, for the most part, according to plan. It's a very late first blood in this game, or it's getting later by the second. We have this turret survives, they got the top turret, you know, they're very stabilized in terms of early game, but now Ruler's got to go to the mid lane. And now he's got to be careful about potential ganks, as we're going to see a commitment here.
Yeah, they're actually going to activate that aftershock quite nicely. Goes down to 50% regardless. Still Smash in a little bit of a rough time. Korea can keep him alive, at least for the moment. Still holding on to the heal, but looking a little worse for wear. Good trade for Gen.G.
Ruler just not doing that much damage. Keen, though, doing a bit more. Yeah, it just felt like even with the CC laid on a Smash, there just wasn't that much follow-up from the center to really cut through, especially with the healing being there from Korea, having that Echoes of Helia.
He has caught up a lot in CS, Ruler has. He was a lot more behind till that moment. Will have his Cullen for minions time. Is stacking up a little bit, sitting at 26 currently. About halfway to relevance in this game. And I think when you look at the mid lane where he's about to head, right, he needs to be very careful. There needs to be defensive vision. This Jarvan can engage from so far away, even when this turret is up, and this is where he is most vulnerable. And if they lose this turret, this is why Herald is so important. If they lose this turret, it becomes incredibly difficult for the center to farm into this Lucian comp of D+. So this is where things get a little tricky.
And this is where Lucian has always shined, whether it was Lucian Nami back in the day or Lucian Milio, is playing for that mid cryo. You're trying to walk up and contest the wave, he can just dash on you, unload a combo, chunk you out, and Senna at least has the assistance from the Shiv wave clear, but it's still not a comfortable position to be in.
You got Chovy moving up this river right now, was actually the one matching Xiu there towards the bottom side of the map. You've got Showmaker dealing with the Rumble, and Smash wanting to play aggressively, as you can see, moving towards Ruler here. He slinks into the mist for the moment. We do check in with this Aatrox, but Chovy, anytime he moves into the Fog of War, you have to be a little bit frightened as to what could come in as a result. So D+ playing defensively.
A lot of money on Keen. He itemized defensively, has that Oblivion Orb, has Prio for topside. Could be a big deal. His career.
Yeah, needs to be very, very careful. Does get the fire kick, but the root does come on down. Needs to use the ulti to keep himself safe. There's the combo. Out of Duro. Lucid tries to throw down the Cataclysm, but finally First Blood comes in at 15 minutes, and it goes to Canyon.
Really beautiful combo from Duro there. Knows Lucid has no flash. CC layers and interrupts the flag and drag. Doesn't give him a chance to get away. Decisive play, nets Gen G First Blood.
This turret's still up. I don't think Showmaker can make anything of this, even with his flash back up here. They should be able to get the turret with this wave, but it's at such a heavy cost. They got that kill, but most importantly, the Herald goes over. That means your turret in the mid lane is not under threat of getting killed by a charge here. It means you can use this turret to potentially contest this soul point here on Dragon. And this initially looks like, okay, maybe Cannon's overstepped. He has to use his Crescent Guard. So much damage comes through, but it's the play here from Duro. The flash insta-Aries in melee range just doesn't give Lucid any outplay opportunity. And Herald goes over in the post of that fight. And Gen G are now in such a comfortable position here.
Yeah, and they are always the ones that can breathe easy if things are just moving forward, right? As the Senna begins to stack things up, she's going to have such a range advantage as this game goes on. Currently 38 stacks as well, and so getting more and more of that range and damage. Feeling much, much better. The static shift is done. Looks like he's going for the Black Cleaver build as well. We've seen some players forego the Black Cleaver in this one, but not deciding to do so this time around, as that interaction was nerfed somewhat.
Showmaker could try to collapse here, but Jenny's their formation is very good.
Oh, there's a teleport in from Xiu. There's now Chovy looking to try and stop Showmaker from making his way over, but Annie does want to get on top of multiple members. The equalizer not exactly fantastic, as Keen has to flash away. It will be the Dragon going over to Gen G, but can they keep themselves alive? That is the question, as Chovy hunting for Showmaker in the backline. The rest of DK wanting to follow up. The bear goes down, another bear goes down. Duro's the one in trouble though, and Smash should be able to pick this one up. There is that kill. Over the wall goes Lucid, and that keeps him safe. But a 1 for a Dragon is not exactly optimal here for DK, as they're unable to get that soul point.
They wanted so much more there. They know this game is slipping away from them a little bit here in terms of the hourglass ticking, because this Senna is getting more and more relevant. The Cataclysm there from Lucid caught 2, but the follow-up just wasn't in range. They got a few flashes here out of Gen G. They got Keens, they got Canyons, they got the kill onto Duro, but I don't think that alone is enough here for D+ to feel good about that play.
Especially with the position Smash is in. Keen didn't get a huge amount of value here with the equalizer. Smash had his 2-item spike. He had the Essence Reaver and the Navori. He wants to be able to push forward and challenge, but they're just kiting away slowly. And even though in the end they do get that 1 kill, Duro manages to buy so much time with the ultimate, forces Smash to chase him over here, and he's now to follow in on the rest of the fight where they've already disengaged.
Well, now back into some normalcy, and the beautiful thing about this is the fact that that 1 kill just evens up the kill score. The Dragon moves us back towards Drake parity as well, with the third one going towards Gen G. This could not be closer, as the teleport does come down. They're looking for Keen, who does not have a flash up and available. Showmaker just walks his way forward with that Molten Shield, and he doesn't really worry too much about that red carpet. He just takes out the Yordle in a mech. And let's see what the cross map is going to be from Gen G.
They already have this top turret, and Chovy can't get onto this inner because the Jarvan is nearby, and there's Prio in mid here for D+. I think there's a really good opportunity seized by D+ to just use that TP, knowing that there isn't really heavy cost of the Silas pushing topside there with the control they have elsewhere on the map. So really nice pinch puts D+ back into the gold lead here.
Yeah, nicely done, but you can see it's a bit of a heart monitor there towards the bottom side of the screen. No one really pulling out to a very large lead in this game on either side. You have to remember that scaling that we were talking about before, the Senna getting stronger and stronger, is good for Gen G, but I don't think that D+ have necessarily hit that power spike just yet, as Chovy, is barely unable to grab Xiu. Smash probably wanting 3 items before D+ are really feeling strong.
Yeah, and even with the late game scaling, Senna, you are playing into a Jarvan Annie composition, so you have to position well. You do have to play the late game well. You don't just win by default if you get that extra range, but it makes it so much easier, and that's the real thing here that Ruler is trying to play around right now. As you can already start to feel, as he's getting closer to that second item, that he's ready to actually start autoing the enemy champions.
Yeah. Smash is going to need some warm hugs if he's going to be okay here. Shiu possibly in trouble, doesn't get hit by those chains, but Canyon is booking it towards this Aatrox on the bottom side of the map. Does get that World Ender out as Chovy steals one away himself. The rest of Gen G trying to chase the remainder of D+ gear back towards this mid lane, as there is Showmaker and Keen battling it out on the top side of the map. That is a fantastic Cataclysm, puts Ruler and Canyon in a little bit of a cage, but where is the follow-up? That is the question. Keen, he comes down to stop Smash from culling and stopping Lucid from escaping. That is going to be the kill under the Jarvan, and Gen G even it out once more.
I just don't understand the thought process there, because you didn't have the backup from your team. It's like you wanted to hold him still, but he just gets locked down next to him. This gives such a good opportunity to use his Herald instead of Smash and Creator try and defend. Now they do have Showmaker coming down to help them out, but that mid tower took so much damage.
Now luckily they are able to keep the turret alive, and if D+ could make some sort of counter push to get this enemy mid turret here in the mid lane, it would feel huge for them, but they use so many tools. Showmaker though finds Keen again.
Drops a bear on him, and that is going to be Showmaker picking up the kill onto the Rumble. That is 2 deaths for Keen.
That could actually be, now Gen G have to spend Chovy's TP here. It could have been an angle to potentially get that turret. Looks like it's not going to happen. This is going to be cleared away. Chovy did have that teleport. But I'm with you on that Jarvan call, Ox, because there's no follow-up there. It's an angle where he's going to hit 2, and he hits the immediate push away and get double knockup. There's just no follow-up damage, so he lost some critical tools there. A bit puzzling on that one, and now Gen G pushing this wave through. The Dragon spawns here in 30 seconds would be their second of the game to even us up 2-2, and right now they have Prio, they have the setup for Ruler.
Yeah, they have control despite the fact that Keen isn't even alive yet and doesn't have TP. They are making use of Shiwu, pushing in the side lane, should get this tower, but it just shows the control Gen G have right now of the river, that even with a player not on the map, they still feel confident to press forward.
Yeah, that is really nice from Shiu. They're able to take down that turret. Mortal Reminder is completed, 3rd item here for Smash as well. Very much respect that decision, especially as these Ocean Dragons start to get stacked up. Gen G have been pretty good at getting into position for those.
So
next one available now.
And Senna, as you're saying, really desperately want to get this mid turret off the map. Would make Ruler's life so much more difficult. Would give so much more agency to Lucid. They have a big cannon wave here, and I think with this Crystalline Overgrowth, they should get it. Equalizer trying to defend, and they're trying to turn.
Yeah, they do manage to get the turret, as now Keen looks for the Harpoon, doesn't get it there onto Smash, but he has to be careful. The rest of Gen G are chasing him down. The bear falls from the sky, and Smash now finds the culling. Duro taking so much damage, he'll be taken out. It's a double for Smash, as Canyon gets on in there. He takes down Emilio, but that is not enough to bring back the fight in favor of Gen G.
What a disaster for Gen G. Duro looks for the flash ult, but they don't have the follow-up. And then the Tibbers comes through, and Gen G were so split on the chase.
It feels like they all knew what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, they forgot to take into account that there's a girl with a bear that was going to come down on top of their head.
Yeah, a little bit of tunnel vision, I think, in that situation. And Showmakers found those pigs onto Keen earlier that got them a lot of pressure. But this Tibbers came up huge, Smash cutting away, buying as much time as possible. Duro flash ults him, he flashes out, and then here, the triple stun from Showmaker completely turns that fight in their favor.
And then Canyon gets on top of Smash and has to redirect to the Milio, knowing he doesn't have the damage, he needs more time. And Chovy was so late to the play, he couldn't impact it at all. He just had to watch as the rest of his team was obliterated. A double for the Jarvan, a double for the Lucian, and suddenly D+ in so much control.
Oh, Jarvan looking for an angle, not quite able to get there, but this is going to be that second dragon available for Gen G. Shiu on a flank angle, the rest of D+ moving on over as Keen does manage to find the Aatrox. Duro gets in there with a CC. Chovy looking to lock him down. The World Ender comes on through. The Aatrox does fall. The Cataclysm's fantastic though. It's a double for Smash already, who's kiting around on the outside of the fight, looking for Canyon now. He gets that extra range from the Milio, and Canyon just has to run. There's the dash for the Autumn Blaze. freeze, doesn't pick up the kill. He didn't even need it. It's now Ruler running the wrong direction. It's going to be Soul Point, and it's going to be all the kills here for D+ Kia, who may have just booked themselves a ticket to face off against KC in the final of EWC 2026.
And Smash is just skating around these fights. 6-0 for 3,000 gold lead over Ruler, and he's decimating Gen.G in this game.
Absolute back-to-back errors in the fights here for Gen.G as well. They want to take the fight to the left of the pit. They want to set up the equalizer and the choke, and it is a high-value equalizer, but they leave Ruler alone out to dry on the right side of the fight. All starts off with this catch on the shield, but he's an Aatrox who's got Sundered Sky. He's level 16. It takes so long. Look at where Ruler is on the right side. He can offer an ult and a few autos, but that is it. As you said, off Smash on the other side of the fight, completely uncontested. No one can touch him. And Ruler, like Chovy in the previous disaster, can only watch until he's the next one to meet his demise.
And they chase him down and they pick up the kill. Now D+ in an incredible position. It is not over just yet, but it really did feel like that was the beginning of the backbreaking here. And imagine it. The Cinderella story has already happened today. KC have already done it. If D+ Kia managed to do another one afterwards, it would just be ridiculous. That might be what we're witnessing here. Still, Gen.G are a terrifying team, and we remember game number 1 of this very series. They managed to pull back for a large portion of that game, and now Shi was in a lot of trouble, wanting to get that Umbral Dash to get over this wall. The healing is kind of ridiculous, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Still, D+ should be able to put a dent into this inner turret, but now they don't have their Aatrox for the next little while.
Yeah, it's a good move from Gen.G when they're making that siege to get a pick. Really just kills any momentum for the side of D+ Kia. It's not going to drastically change the position of the game, but it buys you a bit more time. Right now, Ruler on the stack check, he's at 66, and this is the problem with the center that got changed, is that you're just never hitting the same numbers that you used to. You're not getting that same level of range that you would with the old center back in the days. You get like 120 at 30 minutes. Takes a lot longer to come online.
Oh, there's that power spike. It's a little bit of lag there on that one, as that was his first item, but he's got 4.
He's got IE.
It was the right time for the power spike to come in, because the Infinity Edge is now done, and Smash, like, this is the strongest he's going to be this game.
Oh,
like, he is absolutely absurdly powerful.
And he is running this game. Saw that the damage numbers were much higher than Ruler's, but the point is fairly low for Smash, even because he's only done damage in those really critical moments, and that he's been able to turn every damage he puts out into these critical 6 kills. He has half of his teams right now. You can see he is sitting on a ton of gold. He is massively fed, and Gen.G just can't step up with him with anybody right now. Not even Canyon can really walk up to this guy at this point.
Yeah, his short range, especially when you're playing into Nautilus, into Rumble, into Xin Zhao, it's really difficult, and it puts a lot of burden on you, especially when you're relying on the Milio W to be up. But the damage when he does find access is massive. He's been so patient with finding those windows.
Not to mention he's also got Swifties, which I think is a really smart idea into all of the slows from this center that are going to be raining down. Equalizer used in desperation just to get them away from this inner turret. Does give Chovy some time on that top side. Yeah, Smash Ban here in the arena. And you could imagine some smiles on the faces of the Smash fans here in Paris as well. I mean, as he's had such a good showing so far today.
This is a game that is not finished. It's a 4,000 gold lead at 28 minutes. There are angles back into this game. Gen.G have great scaling, but I cannot stress, so we've talked about it a little bit here, how much of an upset I think most people see this as. I mean, I came into this series predicting D+ just because of their meta reads, but the growth of this team that's happened over such a short period in Esports World Cup specifically, across the qualifiers as well, cannot be overstated. This is not the same team we commentated a month ago. It just is not.
This is a team that was just celebrating out of their minds because they got 5th place.
I mean, honestly, if D+ Kia win this game, it is the biggest upset I've seen in 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I think this...
And even then, it's the biggest upset that I've seen, like, if that didn't happen since the day prior, where they took down BLG.
Just to talk about the trajectory that happens after this, win or lose for D+, the Legend group for our region domestically, it just got a whole lot more interesting.
Oh, yes, it did.
And that's, I think we're all winners as LCK commentators here today.
100%. And LCK watchers and LCK enthusiasts and anything that's LCK based.
20 seconds until that Ocean
So much control to D+. Gen.G just trying to bide their time, just trying to sit back at scale.
Yep, that is a very happy guy right there, even if he didn't have a smile on his face. I imagine was pretty psyched about how things are going.
They just don't get access to any portion of the river or their own jungle. Gen.G gonna force up mid.
Oh dear, Gen.G gonna have to stare down the barrel of an Aatrox, maybe with an Ocean Soul. Yeah, good luck.
Showmaker, control vision in the brush.
Yeah, they are going to have to walk forward here. Showmaker does have that stun prepped and ready, but things are getting very dark on the Rift for Gen.G. Showmaker wanting to get that flash over the wall if he can as Lucid goes in. The culling there to soften up Gen.G, but it doesn't get a lot of value. And now Chovy off to the side, flashes over the wall.
Xiu's got backline access as well. Gen.G are split and they're in trouble.
Yeah, they don't have their Silas for this fight, but they do manage to back away far enough in order for Chovy to wrap around.
So tense.
So much jostling for position right now. Showmaker moving back to try and take down that wave as Duro has to flash over the wall. Smash is so deadly if he gets in there now. It is the Crescent Guard out from Canyon. The Cataclysm comes in as well for Lucid, and they get the Dawning Shadow out of Ruler. They're running out of ultimates here on the side of Gen.G.
She was going to recall and TP back in. He's the only one really chunked out on D+ here. They got to feel good about the positioning they have now, but the Scuttle does get cleared by Gen.G to provide some permanent vision.
He still has flash ult here. It needs to be respected. And Ruler has to be so careful. He has positioned really well in this fight, but it means he also has not been able to put out any damage. Xiu on the flank. He knows his target. He's marked Ruler here, and the Dragon is under fire.
Yeah, Xiu has a massive shield from that teleport as well. Look at this flank angle. It is absolutely ridiculous. They spot him out. He's not pulling the trigger just yet. And now D+, now moving in. It's going to be a smite fight. Canyon secures it. No soul for D+, but he gets taken down to the GA, and Xiu's in a pretty good spot to get that flank working. Showmaker gets engaged on by Chovy, but Canyon just explodes. Showmaker's still alive. Xiu and Lucid dealing with the rest of Gen.G, and they take out the Silas. Now it's Smash flashing in on top of Ruler. He gets himself out of the way, but DK, they may not have been able to pick up the Drake, but they are still going to be able to decimate the base of the title defenders of last year's EWC.
It's only Ruler and Keen. I think they can just look for the end right now.
Absolutely. They've got a cannon wave here, and these turrets just aren't going to last. Keen, equalizer on cooldown. Gonna have to try to clear this wave.
And the steps here at Paris must be littered with glass slippers. Cinderella is just all over the place as D+. They are pressing down. The first Nexus turret is going to fall. Keen gets engaged on. Down to the GA goes Lucid, but he's buying some time. The flash forward from Xiu is ridiculous. Cataclysm comes in as Ruler doesn't get the ulti off. Smash is absolutely legendary in this game, but they maybe do not have enough to take down the Nexus this time around. They have another wave coming on in as Duro looking for an angle. He might be able to get a depth charge, but he doesn't have enough follow-up. So this game will go on.
Without Keen and Ruler's damage, there's no way they could look for a real punish here or an attempted Baron on reset. It's just not going to happen. All they could at least rest on is that they are still alive in this game. As Canyon goes incredibly low in this fight, has to go in and lose his GA to take the Dragon, so he's isolated. Look at Ruler. One auto is all he gets in this fight. He can't do anything. There's too many threats. And then they just turn back onto the MztrDale. They kill Canyon. It's a really nice snap restun there from Showmaker on the turn, and Ruler has to tuck tail and run.
I feel like Smash is like a kid in a candy shop. It's just deciding who do I want to kill. They're all good options. Spoiled for choice there. In this base end though, Lucid had ult available, but uses all of his mana going in. Doesn't have that to threaten Ruler. The route that comes out onto Showmaker allows Canyon to get the kill. Little moments in that final push that allows Gen.G to hold on to the game for now, but D+K is still very much in control of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, that extra turret shot to Showmaker helps out as well.
7,000 gold lead at this point in time, and that build from Smash has been augmented by a GA of his own, has that cheeky BF sword as well. And now looking at this Baron that has just respawned. 2 minutes on another attempt at Soul. Let's see whether Gen.G can manage to fight back once again. Imagine if they did it. It would be ridiculous. This series is
flanking
already
Xiu.
unbelievable, and Xiu is looking to try and break that dream. Chovy pushed towards the Baron pit right now. He is pretty mobile on this Silas, but Lucid might be able to find the angle to get on in here. He's got that shield. The Cataclysm has been taken away. The T+, they are just going to chase him till the ends of the earth.
Keen is defending, but he can TP into a longer fight here. D+ need to be careful about how they control this. Chovy running away here with the Cataclysm.
Oh, he cages him in!
Yeah, Cataclysm Flash to get Chovy out of there. Smash, though, is able to dash through this wall and look for that 1v1. Chovy is still very scary, but with the mortal reminder, there is no Kingslaying available for that Silas. And now Duro's going to get cold. This should mean the D+ can get themselves a Baron and create massive control for themselves in this final game.
Super minions are stacking in the bottom wave. Keen has TP, has to defend those, but there's just no way they can get anywhere near this pit. Not a chance. And this Baron should allow D+ to open up what's left on the base. They've already gotten 8 of the turrets. There's only 2 inhibitors left, with inhibitor turrets already taking some damage. They are looking to take this Baron, reset, and walk down the red carpet and claim the spot in the finals to meet KC.
And I was expecting that the best of 5 tomorrow in our grand final was going to kind of be the other way around. D+ in a great position to get us that topsy-turvy final. Still, hasn't happened just yet. 30 seconds on the Dragon. They have a whole lot of control. They have a good inhibitor taken on the bottom side as well to create that extra pressure. Still, red buff is going to get claimed here. D+ playing that defense and make sure that no one can get vision around this pit.
Gen.G, if they can fight them off this Dragon, deny the soul, and wipe the Baron, that would be the winning play. That would be so high value. It's such a hard task to ask. And if they let D+ push the waves in,
that's what's happening.
They're just going to lose the game off minions.
I mean, when Chovy can't walk up to a Lucian without blowing up before he can close the gap, it's so hard for him to do anything here.
This Lucian has 7 items. Yeah. He is absolutely massive in this game. Bloodthirster just completed, has that extra shield now available. The Dragon has just spawned. Gen.G do have a cheeky little ward, but now Chovy taking so much damage once again. Every dash forward from Smash is like half the health bar of anyone on Gen.G.
Starting to stack up this bottom wave. They have Baron for another minute and a half. These Nexus turrets are wounded. Gen.G are going to have to make a decisive call here. We are 98 stacks on this Senna.
Another dash in. Lewis just gets cold. The Cataclysm comes down. He fights it with a Q. Lucid has executed the AD carry, and D+ Kia may have just done it. We zoom out, and the Cinderella stories continue here today in our second semi-final. D+ Kia are going to the finals of EWC 2026.
D+ Kia defy all the odds to be here, to get to EWC, to make it to the semi-finals, and then once more to take down Gen.G, the reigning champions, and pave their way to the finals of the EWC 2026.
Absolutely a long, grueling series, a tough one, but one that meant so much for these players right now, and one that very few predicted they would win. They pull it off. They were resilient. They were decisive. Something that we can't always say about D+ Kia. We haven't for the last half decade, but today they win the upset, and we are not going to see Gen.G defend their EWC title.
They are going to be facing off against T1 for that 3rd place match tomorrow. And it's kind of ridiculous. But now we've got Ian standing alongside with the man of the hour in Smash.
What a performance from this man, right? Paris, make some noise for Smash and D+ Kia! Smash, wow,
Completed.
you were incredible in that series. And to think that you spent nearly your entire development in this game as part of the T1 system. You left to join this roster to be a starter, to be a main eventer, to be a big-time player. Does this feel like a validating moment, this win?
일단 스매시 선수 정말 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 커리어의 대부분을 이제 T1의 아카데미에서 이제 연습생으로 보내시다가 이제 D+를 이적을 해서 정말 선발 선수로 드디어 뛰게 되셨습니다. 지금 이 순간, 그리고 이 승리의 순간이 좀 그동안의 노력과 그동안 노력에 대한 좀 보상이 될 수 있을지.
일단 이렇게 디플러스 기아로 이적하고 첫 국제전인데 일단 결승까지 진출하고 젠지 상대로 이렇게 좋은 모습으로 승리해서 지금 너무 기쁘고 말씀하신 대로 이렇게 좀 노력한 거에 보답받는 느낌이라 좀 되게 행복한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, this is my first international land, and yeah, I'm really excited to beat Gen.G here to head to the finals. Yeah, I'm really excited, and I feel really validated. I'm feeling really compensated about all those years' effort.
Fantastic. And it's actually your birthday in 2 days. You turn 20 on Monday. How much would winning that trophy be the ultimate early birthday present?
사실 이틀 뒤인 월요일에 이제 20살 생일을 또 맞으시잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 내일 결승 무대에 올라서 저 트로피를 들어 올리게 된다면 정말 최고의 생일 선물이 될 것 같은데 어떠십니까?
저도 이제 내일 결승하기 때문에 내일 결승의 트로피를 제 생일 선물로 자신한테 주고 싶고 이렇게 또 해외에서 생일 맞이하면 너무 행복할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I definitely want to give myself a trophy tomorrow as my birthday gift. So yeah, I really want to win. I really want to show the best performance tomorrow.
Well, there's one last thing we need to do here on the stage, and that is, as you can see behind us, the Key Crusher has been revealed. Smash, are you ready to crush?
준비되셨나요? Let's go.
Let's go indeed. And this is a really big one. I mean, every single Key Crush has a resounding effect on the tournament, but in particular, this one. As Smash steps into position. Paris, are we ready to crush the key? Here we go. It's really quite poetic. Smash smashes the title defender's key, sending Gen.G officially out of the tournament, which means we will crown first-time winners here in Paris. Smash, come with me. Let's just stand in front of your adoring fans. You've got a lot of them down here, that's for sure. And you're going to need them tomorrow, I get that feeling. Because as you look out into the crowd right now, tomorrow you will have your support, but it will also be a sea of blue as you take on Carmine Corp and this home favoritism in the grand final. Do you think you can handle them?
사실 스매시오 선수를 응원하러 봐주신 또 많은 팬분들이 여기 앞에 있으신데 내일은 좀 다를 수 있거든요. 내일은 홈팀인 카마인코프의 응원단들이 푸르게 이 경기석을 물들일 건데 그런 관중들과 그런 홈팀 버프를 받는 KC를 상대로 결승에서 자신이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
또 저희 디플러스 기아가 홈팀 잡기 전문이기 때문에 네, 홈팀인 카르민코프 잡고 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Well, we D Plus Kia is actually specialized for killing the home team. So we will kill off the home team and we will lift the trophy.
That's the kind of confidence that we like to hear. Smash, come and stand here in front of these fans one more time. Make some noise for our grand finalists, Smash and his team, D Plus Kia!
The perfect player to crush the key of our title defenders here at EWC 2026. And we are guaranteed a new winner this year once again. The first time it was T1. Then Gen.G hoisted the trophy. We thought maybe they could be back-to-back winners. Not to be the case. It'll be either KC or D+ in our grand final best of 5 tomorrow.
Suppose there's a curse? We've had no repeat finalists either here at EWC.
Yeah. We've had so many established veterans at this tournament, but Smash being the player, one of the highlights of today, the other one being Cleast, these young 80 carries without many accolades under their belts compared to some of the players at this tournament, and yet they stood up and they shone in front of the crowd and made huge plays for their teams.
And it's kind of insane, right? Because you're talking about the 80 carries. look who is in the third place match that will be played prior. It's PaYS and it's Ruler, the best of the old guard, plus the sort of prodigy of the AD carry era in PaYS. Neither of them able to get over the top of these two young
and
guns.
On the other side, you've got the new rising prodigy in Kalista.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just, you couldn't really ask for, I don't want to say a more unlikely, but just such a epic, non-predictable situation. You know, like nobody expected this to be the bracket we're looking at. This is real. People thought we might have that T1 Gen.G after the draw.
I thought this should be flipped, right? Like this is the thing that's absolutely crazy is we get back-to-back upsets one after the other.
I mean, the fact that D+K went through BLG and Gen.G, I know it happened, it still just seems unreal to look at.
Well, this is all going to be happening tomorrow. We'll have that third place match first and then the grand final here at EWC 2026 for League of Legends. And my goodness, this year has delivered. One more fantastic day to go. But for now, for today, that is going to be it. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
One thing's going to be dodged. Carrier looking for the other. Yes. PaYS taking orders. Lethal tempo. Oh!
In Paris on PaYS.
He's a top 10 ADC in the world.
Top 10, top 5 with a performance like that.
Come on. No! Nice!
Trying to make this one happen. Smash is in amongst absolutely everyone, trying to lay down these mystic shots. True shot barrage, and he murders everyone. It's Keen, the last one standing, but Smash will take him down. No need for a dragon, and Smash will be winning this game.
Look at its face!
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What's up, guys? So, how's the game? Alright, let's react some funny videos. Let's react to some funny videos. Not that one. What's this? Some Indian movie? Michael Jackson, man. Why not? Right? I mean, okay.
ตอนนี้การคอร่วงลงไปแล้วครับลงไปแล้วนับแล้วครับ
ปุ้ง
นับไปแล้วนะครับแม่แต่ว่าน็อกคอนโซโล19มี4ครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้การคอร่วงลงไปแล้วครับลงไปแล้วนับแล้วครับ Don't stop we against the clock go
What is this?
You're warned, son.
That's like flying?
Okay.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bowed it down below my bully boy.
What? That's bullshit, man. That's BS.
Coach up here.
Mike.
Hey, Mike, you've been here before. Coach up here.
Mike. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. All right. Where are the other? They save a lot of them. Run, bitch. Alright. It's so too bright, man. Too bright. Okay. It's on. Okay, it's too dark.
With my KSI, get in it!
It's too bright. No, it's too dark. There! It's a balance, man.
With my mate, KSI, get in it! Don't do that. Oh, this is weird. Find out.
What the fuck is KSI doing, man? What the?
Quick, just cut it. Just cut it. Oh, yeah! With my mate,
Oh,
KSI,
yeah! Oh yeah, beer. I'll take that. Wait, what? How many handcuffs are there? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. It took 4 handcuffs to secure this healthy human being. Dang it, filter. You can hear his pain. What is this? Too bright? It's too dark? That's a nice one. Oh my goodness.
With my mate,
He didn't just scream, he composed a masterpiece. We can hear his scream. Or we can hear his pain. He didn't just scream, he composed a masterpiece. We can hear his pain. Darn it.
Maestance. Maestance.
Oh, a ghost. I wanna be ghost. Okay.
Maestance. Maestance. घोड़े का सवारी है घोड़े का सवारी है
Well, let me help you then. Okay. It's not coming off, man. It's not coming off, man. It's definitely not coming back again. It's not coming off. I forget about it. It comes with a haircut. Or shave. 10 years later. Praying for him. Poor kid. Look at his face. He doesn't know what to do, man. What's this? Oh, banana and oil, baby oil.
Yeah.
Why not? Bro was scared. A baby oil. Some vegetables. But baby oil is not for cooking though. What was that? A condom, a baby oil, and a vegetable. What a weird purchase, right? What a weird purchase. The headshake, man. Okay, sir. Something's wrong with this purchase, huh? What do you care about my purchase, man? Just wrap it up. I'll pay for it in cash. Here's the other one. Here's the other one. Baby oil, a condom, some veggies. What else? What else do you have? Okay, some sweet tomato.
Esse menino não sei não.
And some shave. What was that? A perfume?
Será?
Boss is acting sus, huh?
Before the morning sun, when life was lonely, once I was 20 years old.
Ooh.
I only see my goals, I don't believe in
Here it goes. What an amazing dad! Father of the year! What's that? Bro took every single candy. What do you have in mind, boy? What do you have in mind? What a wise young man! The hardest day, what is it? The hardest day for this. The hardest day for this police officer. Two mute person arguing. Oh, that's a first. They're arguing, huh? They're having an argument. You know what? Just go home. I just wanna quit with this job for now. I might run. I might. The reaction, man. What was that? What was that? Oh shit! Oh shit! Here we go again. Some shave, some veggies, some oil. What is this purchase? It's a weird purchase, huh? Just wrap it up, you know. Essence, something's weird. Something's bad's gonna happen. Something's bad's gonna happen, man. Any moment now. Spider-Man! Oh, what the fuck? No, that's not the real video, isn't it? That's not a real video. That's a gasoline tanker.
This is the end.
That's not the real video, right? No, that's not a real video. There's a person in front of the camera. Your butt crack is eating your pants. So like, your butt crack is eating your pants. Well, I don't care. Put it back. Okay, here we go.
Matthew, be careful, it's slippery right there. Jesus Christ! Matthew, be careful, it's slippery right there. Jesus Christ! Come back, Matthew! Oh, God. Matthew, God. Rebecca, you can't see Matthew? Oh, Jesus. Tell Matthew to come back. Matthew, be careful, it's slippery right there. Jesus Christ!
What's something you're not going to tell?
What's this? A vampire? What the hell is this? A tiger? Look at the Look at the face, man! What the fuck is that? I've seen that a lot. In a park. My goodness. Alright. Let me just compose myself. My stomach hurts, man. Let me find some videos that I save in on my Instagram or Facebook. Ah, my goodness. Alright, here we go. More contagious than electricity. So possibly the worst moonwalk attempt ever.
Nigga, that's not.
That's not moonwalk, man.
That's not it. Nigga, it's called you stepping. Nigga, you gotta glide your foot back.
Right.
And push when it's on the toe. Nigga.
Accurate instruction and information. Epic failure when it comes to execution.
That's not it. Nigga, it's called you stepping. Nigga, you gotta
Can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Came with a steps and instruction. Okay. Perfect demo. Yeah, sure. 328. Damn it. Helen Party? Julian! 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 I can't, man. I can't. I can't. I can't. One more. Julian. Julian.
Pegou Mero. Ajeita Duzinho, vem Mero pra bola. Lobby, bença grandão. Bença grandão. De segunda, velho. De segunda, velho. Ele tá muito bom. Vai. Oxê. Pegou Mero. Ajeita Duzinho, vem Mero pra bola. Lobby, bença grandão. De...
What?
Stand behind the yellow line, please.
What the? What? All right. What else? What else do we have here? Let's go to. We are already in the Instagram.
Para final de carrera del primer futbolista.
I think I don't have it. I think that's it for now, boys and girls. I don't have anything new. Let me see. Oh, there's one. Bro realized he is useless.
Wow, that's how you're gonna open the bread? Do you?
Is this wow, I should have used the top.
Yeah.
Alright. Time for the onions.
Oh wow, you're cutting an onion with a bread knife. That's interesting. Okay. Now we're gonna put this into the oven. Melt without our cheese getting, without our spread getting.
Where's the?
What we want it to be.
I got you.
All right, so put that in the oven. You don't need that because the pan's not hot. So wet it.
You can't get anything right, man. That's so useless. Yes.
Wow, that's how you're gonna open the bread?
Chat, clip that. Clip that. Let's find something new.
When I bang my clipboard on the dash like so, I'd like you to imagine someone's...
I think that's it, folks. I don't have anything yet. I don't have anything new yet. Yeah, that's it. That's it, man. That's it, guys. I'm out. Thank you so much for dropping by, for watching. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you again tomorrow, okay? I'll be live on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and Facebook. You can follow me on those platforms. Follow me on Twitch, Kick, and Facebook. And if you're in YouTube, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's MztrDale. I'm always live. I'm covering all the... Since I am a co-streamer for the Esports World Cup, I have access to those... some of the games that they're streaming or broadcasting. There's a lot of games like this. Let me show you. So these are the platforms. These are the platforms that I'm on: Kick, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. And these are the games that I've been approved to stream in these platforms. So yeah. If you want to join my Discord, you can go to my... Actually, there's... No, you can go to my Twitch account, Twitch page, or channel, then go to Abouts. Then there's gonna be the link of my Discord. You can join it there. You can join my Discord and then let's hang out. You can send your funny clips so that we can react. You know. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it, all your support, and see you again tomorrow. I'm out. Peace.